Chapter 2960. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The shop was filled with sword chi for a long time before it finally stopped. All of this was due to the sword-shaped origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand that was emitting a dazzling profound light. However, the mysterious light on the sword-shaped origin stone was like the sword aura that shot out from it. It kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. However, even so, its extraordinariness had been fully proven through the commotion just now. At this moment, even the king-grade celestial sword that Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, had been overshadowed by this half-opened origin stone. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was the first to regain his senses, his eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. The rest of the people were unable to regain their senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian managed to regain his senses in such a short time, because the aura from the origin stone was similar to the aura from the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his hands. He had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons. 1 was a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and 2 were ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. However, the 2 ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons did not belong to him. They were the mystical Yin-9 water chestnut rings and the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut rings that belonged to the mysterious young man with the surname Pei. He had obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon during the alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions. Currently, he had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon once. He only had 2 more uses left. After using it twice, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would be completely useless. This was the mission of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. This isn't a royal-grade celestial sword, right? Huang Jialong finally regained his senses after Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at the half-open sword-shaped origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand in disbelief. At this moment, apart from the half-opened origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand, a sword hilt and a small part of the sword's body could be seen. It was a dark green sword that looked as though it was made of black jade. There were countless tiny engravings on the sword. Some of the engravings on the sword made it seem ancient. In addition, there was a blood-red thread in the middle of the sword. It was moving rhythmically, as if there were traces of blood flowing on it. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and gripped the sword hilt. After exerting some force, the origin stones on the sword were shattered and destroyed. A moment later, a dark green sword with a blood-red line in the middle appeared in the middle of the sword's body appeared in the middle. At this moment, the sword's light was completely concealed. It looked as though it had returned to its original state. However, the scene of the sword shining brightly when the origin stone was broken was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people present on the scene. Apart from that, if one's divine consciousness approached the sword, one would be able to tell it was not an ordinary sword. It was not something a king-grade celestial weapon could compare to. A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial sword. Heavens! I didn't expect to see a royal-grade celestial sword in my lifetime. I think the last time a royal-grade celestial weapon appeared in the Solitary Nation was 1,300 years ago, right? A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. Everyone in the shop, including the shop assistants, had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they regained their senses. At this moment, Huang Jialong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at the people in the shop. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to kill everyone in the shop to prevent the news of the royal-grade celestial sword from leaking out. Alas, Huang Jialong's reaction was too late. The person in charge of the shop, an old man with a white beard, had already crushed a communication celestial talisman when he regained his senses. The communication celestial talisman he had crushed was a soul imprint celestial talisman. There was no way to stop it. Dear customer. After crushing the communication celestial talisman, the old man with a white beard walked out of the shop and looked at Huang Jialong. Clearly, he had seen everything that had happened earlier. He knew the royal-grade celestial sword belonged to Huang Jialong. This sword. Our shop is willing to pay 10 million prominent celestial crystals for it. The old man with a white beard said. 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Hearing the white-bearded old man's words, the group of people in the shop looked at the white-bearded old man as if they were looking at an idiot. They felt that this old man was indulging in fantasy. What a joke! That was a complete royal-grade celestial sword. 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Was he dreaming? 10 million prominent celestial crystals? Huang Jialong was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he laughed and said, "Old man, do you think I'm an idiot? Put aside the fact that royal-grade celestial weapons are priceless. If I'm not mistaken, the lowest price for a royal-grade celestial weapon in the profound nether mansion is 1 billion prominent celestial crystals, right?" A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he continued to say, "Moreover, this is the lowest price. Even if someone wants to buy a royal-grade celestial weapon, they might not even be willing to sell it for 1 billion prominent celestial crystals." In the Southern Heaven territory, no one had ever heard of anyone buying or selling royal-grade celestial weapons. Although royal-grade celestial weapons had a price, it was just a rumor. It was 10,000 times more expensive than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. The price of a king-grade celestial weapon was 10,000 times more expensive than a duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right. Do you really think he's an idiot? Based on what I know, this shop belongs to the 9th prince of the Solitary Nation's imperial family. The 9th prince is the most business-minded prince among the princes of the Solitary Nation. It seems like the shopkeeper of the 9th prince's shop is planning to force the two young men to sell royal-grade celestial swords to them. If the 9th prince insists on doing this, I'm afraid the two young men won't be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. After all, the 9th prince is backed by the emperor of the Solitary Nation. A man's wealth is his own ruin. When the remaining customers looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong again, they shook their heads and said, "That's right." Based on their discussion, it was clear they felt Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. At this moment, thud, 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 thud. A series of heavy footsteps rang in the air as a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a white robe walked into the shop. "Dear customer, my shop is closed for the day. Please go to another shop in West Lane City." The white-bearded old man frowned when he saw another customer. At the same time, he looked at the shop assistant standing at the side and said with a frown on his face, "Why aren't you escorting the customer out? Also, close the shop. We're not open for business today." The fewer people who knew about the royal-grade celestial weapon, the better. Earlier, he had received a message from the shopkeeper of this shop, the 9th prince of the Solitary Nation's imperial family. The 9th prince told him to calm everyone down, and at the same time, close the shop and reject all customers. As for the people in the shop, the 9th prince had told them not to let them leave. At this moment, the 9th prince had left the imperial palace and was on his way to the shop. Since the white-bearded old man was the shopkeeper of this shop, the shop assistants did not dare to disobey his order. They immediately walked toward the white-clad middle-aged man to escort him out of the shop. Humph! However, before they could get close to the white-clad middle-aged man, they heard the white-clad middle-aged man snorting coldly. Almost as soon as the white-robed middle-aged man's voice fell, the few salespeople who were running towards him encountered an invisible wall halfway and were forcibly stopped. In the next moment, they were sent flying backward like arrows before they crashed heavily on the ground in a wretched manner. Gasp! Upon seeing this, the people in the shop could not help but gasp. They knew the middle-aged man did not come with good intentions. "Sir, do you know who's behind this shop?" The white-bearded old man asked in a deep voice as he stared at the middle-aged man. Even though he was the strongest person in the shop, even he was unable to see how the person before him was able to do that. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. He could only rely on the name of the person behind him to scare the middle-aged man away. "Little Tian, show me the sword in your hand." However, the white-robed middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to the old man and completely ignored him. He walked directly to Duan Ling Tian and smiled lightly as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. "Uncle Bai." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian immediately passed the sword in his hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Bai Gang, who had been hiding in the dark to protect Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong. Most people would be reluctant to part with a royal-grade celestial sword even if it did not belong to them. However, Duan Ling Tian did not feel that way at all. Put aside the fact that he had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his spatial ring, before he ascended to the Devata realms, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had a sword of the same grade as this one. It was the Jasper Celestial Sword in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After arriving in the Devata realms, Duan Ling Tian learned that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, and the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Although this sword is a royal-grade celestial sword, it's slightly inferior to the Jasper celestial sword. In fact, it's slightly inferior to the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Duanling Tian thought to himself after he passed the sword in his hand to Bai Gang. He watched as Bai Gang flipped the sword over and over again. At this moment, Duanling Tian was unaware that the Jasper celestial sword was a royal-grade celestial sword. How could an ordinary royal-grade celestial sword that could enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda be ordinary? It had to be a supreme royal-grade celestial sword. Chapter 2961. HM? They know this person? The white-bearded old man's eyes widened when he saw the purple-clad young man handing the royal-grade celestial sword to the white-clad middle-aged man. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's at least a 6-combination celestial duke. The white-bearded old man was a 4-phenomenon celestial duke. Therefore, he guessed the white-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was at least 2 levels higher than his. If the white-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was only 1 level higher than his, it was impossible for the white-clad middle-aged man to cast a technique that even he could not see through. It seems like these two people aren't simple at all, the white-bearded old man thought to himself. However, despite having such thoughts, the white-bearded old man did not mind at all. In his opinion, no matter how extraordinary these two people were, it was impossible for them to be stronger than the 9th prince. Most importantly, the 9th prince of the solitary nation had the backing of the 9th prince of the solitary nation. It's indeed a royal-grade celestial sword. Bai Gang nodded as he looked at the sword in his hand. Then he looked at Huang Jialong and said, Jialong, this sword isn't something we can take. I'm sure you're aware of this as well, right? I know, Uncle Bai. Huang Jialong nodded. As soon as he found out the sword was a royal-grade celestial sword, he knew he and the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City would not be able to take it. In fact, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation did not have the strength to take it. If the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation insisted on taking the royal-grade celestial sword for themselves, Huang Jialong was certain the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword even if they were not annihilated. After all, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation was not strong enough to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Even grade 7 clans and sects were not strong enough to take a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the Windfall Nation. In order to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon, one had to be at least a grade 6 force like the Profound Nether Mansion. A grade 6 force would usually have a 10-direction celestial king. For example, the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion was a 10-direction celestial king. However, Uncle Bai. Suddenly, Huang Jialong seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Bai Gang solemnly and said, This royal-grade celestial sword is mostly thanks to Brother Duan. If it weren't for Brother Duan, I wouldn't have bought the sword-shaped origin stones and obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. Therefore, I hope that Uncle Bai can remember this and report this to them truthfully. Huang Jialong's face was solemn as he spoke. Jialong, you don't have to do this. Duanling Tian, who had been standing beside Huang Jialong and Bai Gang, overheard their conversation and knew what they were talking about. They had obtained the royal-grade celestial sword in a public place. Since they were not strong enough to protect the royal-grade celestial sword, they could only hand it over to a powerful force who was strong enough to protect it. The Flying Tiger clan was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he did not expect Huang Jialong would claim that he was the one who obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that Huang Jialong had given him at least half of the benefits he had obtained from the Flying Tiger clan. Duanling Tian was touched by Huang Jialong's generosity, but he quickly declined Huang Jialong's kindness. You're the one who bought the sword-shaped origin stones, so the royal-grade celestial sword should be yours. Brother Duan, there's no need to say anything else. I'll make the decision. For the first time, Huang Jialong was so unyielding in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile on his face. He did not think it was necessary for Huang Jialong to act this way. Although he was tempted by the benefits from the Flying Tiger clan, Duanling Tian did not think it was necessary. Nevertheless, he still felt that he should not be rewarded without doing anything. Even if he did contribute, it would not be as much as Huang Jialong made it out to be. Little Tian, just listen to Jialong. He's as stubborn as his father. Once he set his mind on something, even 10 horses won't be able to change his mind. Bai Gang stopped Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to say something. I've already told Yuan Fei about this. Let's go back now. Bai Gang said again. Just as Bai Gang was about to put the royal grade celestial sword away and leave with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, 3 figures entered the shop, causing a commotion in the shop. Your Highness, the 9th Prince. Your Highness, the 9th Prince. The shopkeeper, an old man with a white beard, led a group of salespeople in the shop and bowed respectfully at the 3 newcomers. The 3 newcomers were led by a handsome young man dressed in a green robe with golden edges. 2 old men followed behind him. As soon as the 3 of them entered the shop, all of them looked at the royal grade celestial sword in Bai Gang's hand. Through their divine consciousness, they could easily tell that the sword was not ordinary. Gentlemen, I'm the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this sword even if you take it away. Why don't you sell it to me? Not only will you be able to keep it, but you'll also be able to earn a lot of celestial crystals. The handsome young man was none other than the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. He wanted Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to sell the royal grade celestial sword to him as soon as he spoke. What? 9th Prince, are you planning to spend 10 million prominent celestial crystals to buy this royal grade celestial sword as well? Huang Jialong sneered as he looked at the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. Even if the other party was a prince of the supporting Fall Nation, Huang Jialong would not give him any face if he was displeased with him. He had the confidence to do so. His confidence did not come from his father, but from his uncle Bai, from his grandpa Mo. If his uncle Bai and grandpa Mo were the source of his confidence, then the Flying Tiger clan and the Ink Feather Eagle clan would be the source of his uncle White and grandpa Mo's confidence. I heard from the shopkeeper that the 3 of you plan to give the royal grade celestial sword to a sect in exchange for some benefits. The 9th Prince narrowed his eyes when he heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian through the white-bearded old man. May I know which sect the 3 of you plan to give the royal grade celestial sword to? Almost as soon as the 9th Prince finished speaking, the 2 old men behind him had already fixed their gazes on Bai Gang like lightning. What? 2 9 Palaces celestial dukes want to fight me? Bai Gang looked at the 2 old men fearlessly as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Bai Gang? The 2 old men could not help but frown when they heard Bai Gang's name. They found the name familiar as though they had heard it somewhere before. Humph. Is this how the imperial family of the Solitary Nation treats their guests? It seems like I'll have to talk to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation when I return to the palace. Huang Jialong snorted coldly. Return to the palace? Many people in the shop were shocked when they heard Huang Jialong's words. Based on the young man's words, it seemed like he was a guest in the palace. He's staying in the palace? A guest? Bai Gang? The 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's words and recalled Bai Gang's name. You're Lord Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation? The 9th Prince asked in a trembling voice as he looked at Bai Gang. It seems like I'm quite famous in the Solitary Nation. At the very least, you've heard of me. Bai Gang said indifferently. Bai Gang's words confirmed the 9th Prince's suspicions. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation? As Bai Gang admitted his identity, the expressions of the 2 old men behind the 9th Prince changed greatly. At the same time, they tacitly withdrew their gazes from Bai Gang and lowered their heads, looking very much like 2 children who had made a mistake. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall Nation was a member of the Flying Tiger clan. This was not a secret in the neighboring nations of the supporting Fall Nation. Even celestial kings like the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and the Emperor of the Solitary Nation did not dare to offend someone like Bai Gang, who came from a powerful celestial beast clan in the Southern Heaven territory. Let alone ordinary people in the Solitary Nation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The expressions of the white-bearded shopkeeper and the few salespeople who had wanted to chase Bai Gang away changed drastically at this moment. What a joke! Not only was Bai Gang a 10 Directions celestial duke, but he was also a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger clan. Not to mention that he was in the right in this matter. Even if he wasn't, even if he killed them in front of the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, with their status, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation wouldn't say anything. So it's Lord Bai Gang. Lord Bai Gang, please forgive my subordinates for offending you just now. The 9th Prince took a deep breath and said with a smile on his face. Does this mean Lord Bai Gang intends to hand the royal-grade celestial sword over to the Flying Tiger clan? However, Bai Gang did not pay any attention to the smiling ninth prince at all. He merely greeted Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong with a smile before he left the shop. The ninth prince and the others could only watch as Bai Gang and the others left. After Duan Ling Tian and the other two left, the ninth prince's expression darkened immediately. He looked at the white-bearded shopkeeper and said in a deep voice, "Trash! Why didn't you keep those sword-shaped origin stones for me to play with?" The reason the ninth prince owned a shop in West Lane City was due to his hobby of stone gambling. Occasionally, he would close the shop and play by himself. In fact, the ninth prince owned the shop for fun. He did not intend to make any money at all. Although the white-bearded shopkeeper felt wronged, he did not dare to make a sound. In his heart, he knew that at this moment, not saying anything was the best response to this furious ninth prince. Meanwhile, both of you are quite lucky to obtain a royal-grade celestial sword from an origin stone. Once the royal-grade celestial sword arrives in the Flying Tiger clan's hands, based on the patriarch's forthright character, he won't mistreat you. Bai Gang said with a smile on his face as he made his way back to the imperial palace. Uncle Bai, don't just talk about us. You're a member of the Flying Tiger clan. I'm sure your clan leader won't mistreat you for helping them obtain the royal-grade celestial sword, right? Huang Jialong said mockingly. Chapter 2962. A bright smile appeared on Bai Gang's face when he heard Huang Jialong's words. Just as Huang Jialong had said, the Flying Tiger clan would not mistreat him since he had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword for the clan. After all, the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory only had one royal-grade celestial weapon before this. Based on this, one could see how important the royal-grade celestial sword was to the Flying Tiger clan's branch. A royal-grade celestial weapon was too precious. There was not a single royal-grade celestial weapon craftsman in the Southern Heaven territory. Most of the royal-grade celestial weapons in the Southern Heaven territory were either royal-grade celestial weapons craftsmen from the past or royal-grade celestial weapons craftsmen from the Southern Heaven territory. Or, it could be obtained from a raw stone through stone gambling. For this reason, royal-grade celestial weapons were not sold in the Southern Heaven territory. Even if they had a price, nobody would sell them to outsiders. In the Southern Heaven territory, royal-grade celestial weapons were priceless treasures. Boy! A hoarse voice suddenly rang from Duan Lingtian's body, startling him. Senior Chaos Divine Flame? He could tell the voice belonged to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior, what's the matter? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were looking for him for a reason. Naturally, they would not look for him for a reason. After all, it was obvious they could not communicate with him for a long time. It was as though communicating with him would deplete their energy, causing them to fall into a deep slumber to recover. I can vaguely sense the aura of a Chaos Divine Earth in the vicinity. It's very weak, so it should be a first-form Chaos Divine Earth, the Chaos Divine Flame said. That's right. I thought I sensed something familiar earlier, but I couldn't confirm what it was. As it turns out, it's the Chaos Divine Earth. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Boy, you have to work harder to help me find a first-form profound divine metal. That way, I'll be able to transform into a third-form profound divine metal. Only then will my senses catch up to the primal chaos divine flames. A hint of displeasure could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice. It was displeased that the primal chaos divine flame was in its third form while it was only in its second form. Just like now. The primal chaos divine flame could clearly sense that it was the chaos divine earth's aura. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar, but he could not confirm what it was. Chaos Divine Earth? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? That's one of the divine elements, just like us. The Chaos Divine Flame said, the profound divine metal, Chaos Divine Earth, clear heavens divine wood, and world-cleansing divine water are collectively known as the five divine elements. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask more about the five divine elements, the Chaos Divine Flame seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. It continued, I know you are very curious about the five divine elements, but it is not suitable for you to know too much now. Knowing too much won't do you any good. All you need to know is that as long as we continue to grow, It will only be beneficial to you. In fact, if you can help us transform and evolve to our final form. At that time, in the entire Great Thousand World, there will be almost no one who can compete with you. A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it finished speaking. You're really daring to dream about our final forms. However, if that day really comes, no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to compete with this lad. The profound Divine Metal's voice was slightly indifferent at first, but it was filled with anticipation as it spoke. It was clear it was looking forward to evolving to its final form as well. Naturally, it knew it would be extremely difficult to achieve that. Almost no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to compete with me? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Naturally, he knew the Great Thousand World mentioned by the Chaos Divine Flame did not only include the mundane realms and Devata realms, but it also included mysterious realms that were separated from the Devata realms like the Divine Offering Land. Senior, where's the Chaos Divine Earth? Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks when he recalled the Chaos Divine Earth that the Chaos Divine Flame had mentioned earlier. He wanted to see if he could obtain the Chaos Divine Earth. Currently, he had the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound Divine Metal in his body. If he obtained the Chaos Divine Earth as well, he would have 3 of the 5 divine elements. It's in the direction you left earlier. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. The direction you left earlier? Doesn't that mean it's in West Lane City? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Brother Duan? Little Tian? At the same time, Huang Jialong and Bai Gang came to a halt as well when they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly coming to a halt. They looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Jialong, Uncle Bai. I want to return to West Lane City to have a look. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huang Jialong and Bai Gang. Return to West Lane City? Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were taken aback. Then they asked with a smile. Why? Brother Duan, do you still want to try your luck? Something like that. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little Tian, why don't we return first and come back another day? Although he had the support of the Flying Tiger clan, he still felt uneasy with the royal-grade celestial weapon in his possession. He had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the powerhouses from the Flying Tiger clan arrived. If he hid the royal-grade celestial sword, no one would be able to obtain it even if they killed him. Under such circumstances, even a desperado would not dare to take the risk. On the other hand, if the royal-grade celestial sword was in his possession, it was likely that some celestial kings would take the risk to obtain it. After all, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. As a copper flying tiger and a celestial beast, it was not worth it for some powerhouses to take the risk and offend the Flying Tiger clan. However, the value of a royal-grade celestial weapon far surpassed his celestial beast form. It was worth it for some powerhouses to take the risk. Uncle Bai, why don't you and Jia Long return first? I'll be back in a while. You don't have to worry about me. If anything happens, I'll send a message to Jia Long immediately, Duan Lingtian said. While Bai Gang was still hesitating, a gust of wind blew in front of the 3 of them. Then, a black figure appeared in front of them. Grandfather Mo. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he saw the person. The person was none other than Old Mo. Old Mo, you came at the right time. I'll leave the 2 of them to you. Bai Gang greeted Old Mo and returned to the Imperial Palace as quickly as he could. He had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation spread the news of the royal-grade celestial sword. Although the Emperor of the Solitary Nation had learned about the royal-grade celestial sword from the 9th Prince, Bai Gang was not worried the Emperor of the Solitary Nation would take the risk. The reason the Emperor of the Solitary Nation was willing to be the Emperor of the Solitary Nation was due to his limited innate talent. Even if he had the royal-grade celestial sword, his strength would not increase much. Moreover, he would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Moreover, if he took the risk, he would have to give up the bloodline he had left behind in the Solitary Nation. After all, he was not a sectless cultivator. Therefore, it was impossible for the Emperor of the Solitary Nation to snatch the royal-grade celestial sword from Bai Gang. However, even if the Emperor of the Solitary Nation did not take the risk, it did not mean the sectless celestial kings would not take the risk as well. After all, sectless cultivators were all alone and had no ties. Even if they had ties at most, they would have a disciple who could leave the Solitary Nation, the profound Nether Mansion, and the Southern Heaven territory with them. For this reason, Bai Gang knew he had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the sectless celestial kings learned about it. Bai Gang gave a simple greeting and left. This caused old Mo to involuntarily frown for a moment. However, he quickly relaxed his frown. Old Mo at this moment, Duan Ling Tian greeted old Mo. "Grandfather Mo, why are you here?" Huang Jialong asked. "Your father was worried Bai Gang would encounter someone who would take the risk, so he asked me to come and help him." It seems like he was overthinking things. Old Mo said, "News of Bai Gang's royal-grade celestial sword hasn't spread yet. Not many people know Bai Gang possesses a royal-grade celestial sword." After old Mo arrived, he accompanied Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong back to West Lane City. With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Ling Tian entered a small shop in West Lane City. It was not far from the 9th Prince's shop. "Dear customer, the origin stones in this shop have a high chance of containing treasures. If you're interested, just let me know. If you buy a lot, I'll give you a discount." There was only a shopkeeper in the small shop. He welcomed Duan Ling Tian and his two companions with a smile on his face. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know much about the origin stones, Huang Jialong was. Therefore, he was not worried the shopkeeper would ask for a sky-high price. "Is the Chaos Divine Earth inside the origin stone?" With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Ling Tian finally found the origin stone that contained the Chaos Divine Earth. It's really inside the origin stone. The origin stone that enveloped the primordial divine earth was about 1 foot in size. It was a rectangular origin stone. "I'll take this origin stone." Duan Ling Tian picked up the origin stone. Then, he casually picked a few origin stones that were slightly larger than the one in his hand. "I'll take these as well. These origin stones aren't in the shape of weapons. Even if they contain celestial weapons, they'll only be small celestial weapons. Moreover, their grades might not be high. For this reason, they're usually worth less than sword-shaped origin stones and saber-shaped origin stones." After Duan Ling Tian finished choosing the origin stones, Huang Jialong said as though he was teaching Duan Ling Tian a lesson. "These origin stones are worth about 300 prominent celestial crystals on average." Chapter 2963. The shopkeeper's expression darkened when he heard Huang Jialong's words. He knew he would not be able to make much money from Huang Jialong. Nevertheless, he was still able to make a profit, so he had to continue his business. After spending more than 1,000 prominent celestial crystals, Duan Ling Tian successfully obtained the origin stone. However, he had no intention of opening it. Instead, he put it away in his spatial ring. "Brother Duan, aren't you going to open it?" Huang Jialong asked with a smile. "I'll open it when I get back. If there's another royal-grade celestial weapon inside, wouldn't everyone know about it?" Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Do you really think royal-grade celestial weapons are as common as cabbages?" Huang Jialong did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so worried. He smiled wryly and said, "The royal-grade celestial weapon is probably the first royal-grade celestial weapon to be obtained from an origin stone in the past tens of thousands of years." Royal-grade celestial weapon. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock when he heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong. Earlier, he had heard that someone had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone. Moreover, the royal-grade celestial sword was about to be obtained by the Flying Tiger clan. The origin stone that contained the royal-grade celestial sword was from the 9th Prince's shop in the Solitary Nation. The royal-grade celestial sword. They obtained it? The shopkeeper only regained his senses when Duan Ling Tian and his two companions left the shop. "Brother Duan, let's go in and have a look." After leaving the shop, Huang Jialong looked at the inner market of West Lane City. Although Duan Ling Tian planned to return to the inner market, he knew there was no rush. Therefore, he followed Huang Jialong around the inner market of West Lane City. The first thing he did was to return to his room and retrieve the origin stone that the Chaos Divine Flame had said contained one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth. A first-form Chaos Divine Earth? I wonder what it looks like. With a sense of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian began to shatter the origin stone. At the same time, he swept the shattered origin stone aside and looked at the thing inside the origin stone seriously. During this process, Duan Ling Tian also extended his spiritual consciousness. A moment later, a yellow tortoise shell appeared under the cover of Duan Lingtian's consciousness. The tortoise shell had countless tiny patterns on it, but now the entire tortoise shell was dark and gloomy. Just as Duan Lingtian swept away all the origin stones on the surface of the tortoise shell, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was because he saw a wave of dusky yellow radiance suddenly appear on the surface of the yellow tortoise shell. Although it was somewhat dim and was extinguished in an instant, it had indeed appeared. You're mistaken. This isn't the first form of the Chaos Divine Earth. It's the third form. Although the profound divine metal was speaking to the Chaos Divine Flame, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the profound divine metal's voice. The third form of Chaos Divine Earth? For the 5 divine elements to evolve into their third form, it would undoubtedly be a difficult process. This could be seen from the Chaos Divine Flame. As for the profound divine metal, it was only in its second form. However, the grey tortoise shell in Duan Lingtian's hand was the third form of the Chaos Divine Earth? I didn't expect it to be the third form of the Chaos Divine Earth. Since it's already in its third form, why is its aura so weak? The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Lad, drip a drop of your blood on it. We'll help you fuse it with your flesh and blood. With us around, you don't have to worry about it rejecting you. The Chaos Divine Flame spoke again to Duan Lingtian. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, Duan Lingtian pricked his index finger and dripped a drop of blood on the tortoise shell in his hand. The blood continued to flow on the fine patterns on the tortoise shell. Following that, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel 2 energies surging out of his body and shrouding the tortoise shell. After a brief moment, a faint earthy yellow light appeared on the tortoise shell. It shone brightly with the golden and grey lights. After a brief moment, the 3 lights trembled. In the end, the golden and grey lights returned to Duan Lingtian's body. The earthy yellow light also returned to the tortoise shell. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see the tortoise shell had disappeared into his palm in a flash. It was as though it had never appeared. It entered my body? Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into his body and discovered the tortoise shell in his right arm. At this moment, the tortoise shell was attached to his right arm. It was small and exquisite, and it was tightly attached to his arm bone. At first glance, it seemed as though it had fused with his arm bone. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could see his 99 heavenly veins were continuously infusing his celestial origin energy into the tortoise shell. To be more precise, the tortoise shell was absorbing his celestial origin energy. During this process, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the celestial origin energy in his body decreasing at a rapid rate. After about 15 minutes, about 20% of the celestial origin energy in his body had been depleted. What is it doing? Duan Lingtian was slightly flustered. If this continued, the celestial origin energy in his body would be completely absorbed by the tortoise shell sooner or later. Don't panic. It has been away from its host for too long, so it's lacking in nutrients. After a few days, it won't absorb your celestial origin energy anymore. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. During these few days, you should cultivate with it and convert the heaven and earth spirit energy into celestial origin energy. This will help it recover and awaken. Awaken! Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up immediately. Did this mean the Chaos Divine Earth would awaken in a few days? Duan Lingtian immediately cast aside all distracting thoughts and began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. However, he did not open the pendant that contained the divine crystal. In the next few days, he did not cultivate to improve his cultivation base. Instead, he cultivated to provide the Chaos Divine Earth with sufficient celestial origin energy. Even if he did not use the divine crystal, he could still provide the Chaos Divine Earth with sufficient celestial origin energy. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian focused on cultivating in his room. He was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. In the outside world, the news of the royal-grade celestial sword had spread like wildfire. Almost all of the sectless celestial kings in the solitary nation who had received the news came to the capital of the solitary nation to look for Bai Gang. However, even if he was being stared at by a group of people, Bai Gang still remained indifferent, and he even issued a statement that caused the group of immortal kings and independent cultivators to feel extremely helpless. I've hidden the royal-grade celestial sword. Perhaps, One of you might be able to find it, but it might not necessarily be the person who killed me who found it. I don't think anyone would be willing to be hunted down by the Flying Tiger clan after killing me without obtaining the royal grade celestial sword, right? Bai Gang's statement made the sectless celestial kings who had gathered in the capital of the solitary nation feel extremely helpless. Did Bai Gang really hide the royal grade celestial sword? Could he be lying to us? Perhaps, the royal grade celestial sword is still in his possession? If you were him, do you think you'd dare to keep the royal grade celestial sword in your possession? Wouldn't that be seeking death? We can't rule out the possibility that he's just trying to trick us. However, who would be willing to take the risk at this time? After all, killing him is equivalent to offending the Flying Tiger clan. No one would be willing to take the risk at this time. It's a pity we received the news too late. We didn't have time to make a move before Bai Gang hid the royal grade celestial sword. Although many sectless celestial kings were willing to take the risk, they did not want to take the risk since they might not be able to obtain the royal grade celestial sword. For this reason, over the next few days, more and more sectless celestial kings left the capital of the solitary nation. Only a few of them stayed behind to observe. 3 days later. It was the day before the Imperial Court of the solitary nation held the Imperial Court's auction. Tomorrow was the day the Imperial Court of the solitary nation would hold the auction. It's finally over. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he sensed the tortoise shell that seemed to have merged with his right arm was no longer absorbing his celestial origin energy. At the same time, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The profound divine metal? The chaos divine flame. It's in its third form as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a childish voice rang from his body. It was the voice of a young boy who had just learned how to speak. 99 heavenly veins. This is a good host. Hey, both of you, get out of this host now. I want this host. The childish voice sounded, clearly satisfied with Duan Lingtian's host. At the same time, it seemed like the childish voice wanted to chase the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame away. Oh, you've got quite a temper. Since you dared to provoke both of us at once, it seems like you won't understand the situation you're in if we don't teach you a lesson. The chaos divine flame's mocking voice rang in the air. Profound divine metal. It seems like we'll have to work together again. That's exactly what I wanted. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian looked into his body and saw gray energy surging out of the chaos divine flame. It intertwined with the golden energy that surged out of the profound divine metal before it shot toward his right arm. To be more precise, it shot toward the tortoise shell on his right arm. Just as the two energies were about to collide with the tortoise shell, a layer of khaki light appeared on the surface of the tortoise shell. At the same time, a vast khaki light surged out of the tortoise shell and collided with the energies of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. After a few moments, Stop! Stop! Aren't the two of you shameless? Even if you want this host, you should fight me one by one, right? Chapter 2964. Although the Chaos Divine Earth was taunting the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, its childish voice was not intimidating at all. As one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth had its own pride. Naturally, it would not coexist with the other divine elements. For example, when the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were still in their second forms, the Chaos Divine Flame had thought about it for a long time before it agreed to coexist with the profound divine metal. At that time, the profound divine metal had offered to help the Chaos Divine Flame devour other Chaos Divine Flames in the future. Only then did the Chaos Divine Flame reluctantly agree. After that, the profound divine metal had fulfilled its promise and helped the Chaos Divine Flame devour another Chaos Divine Flame that was in its second form, allowing it to enter its third form. Although the Chaos Divine Earth sounds like a child who has just learned how to speak, it's obvious it doesn't want to coexist with the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to deduce this from the Chaos Divine Earth's words. However, he was not worried about this at all. After all, he believed the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, who were also divine elements, would have thought of this and would have a solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to guide him to the Chaos Divine Earth. Hee hee. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled. The profound divine metal chuckled when it heard the Chaos Divine Earth's taunt. Little guy, it seems like you don't understand the situation. The Chaos Divine Flame and I have come to an agreement to coexist in the same body. We'll work together to deal with the outside world. It doesn't matter if you want to chase one of us out. The other one won't stand by and do nothing. So, you little brat, do you understand the situation now? The profound divine metal's smile widened when it finished speaking. As a second form profound divine metal, being able to oppress the third form chaos divine earth was definitely something to be proud of. Who's the little guy? You're only in your second form, and I'm already in my third form. I should be the one calling you little guy. The chaos divine earth's childish voice was filled with anger. However, due to its childish voice, its anger was not threatening at all. With that voice of yours, aren't you just a baby? Isn't it normal to call you little guy? The profound divine metal teased. What do you think? The little fellow was not convinced. Why don't you play with us again? Shameless. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. The chaos divine earth roared. One-on-one? We're both divine elements, but I'm only in my second form while you're already in your third form. I'd be an idiot to fight you one-on-one. The profound divine metal ignored the chaos divine earth's provocation and said, All right, let's get down to business. Little guy, do you plan to stay with us or leave this body? If my guess is correct, the reason why your aura was so dispirited was because your previous host body had died. Furthermore, when that host body was destroyed, you were also heavily injured. The profound divine metal guessed. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine earth fell silent for a moment before it said, As one of the 5 divine elements, don't you have your own pride? Don't you feel that being in the same body is a blasphemy to your pride? Pride. The profound divine metal laughed. I used to think the same way, the chaos divine earth said. Back then, when the profound divine metal asked me to share a body with it, I was reluctant to do so due to my pride as one of the 5 divine elements. However, what it said to me at that time made me waver. Later on, it was proven that I made the right choice. Putting aside my pride as one of the 5 divine elements and sharing a body with one of the 5 divine elements was beneficial to me. The chaos divine flame said. What did it say to you? A hint of curiosity could be heard in the chaos divine earth's childish voice. At that time I was only in my second form, and it was also in its second form the profound divine metal. It told me that if I encountered other chaos divine flames in their second form, it would help me devour them. Later on, I did encounter another chaos divine flame that was in its second form. With its help, I successfully devoured it and evolved into its third form. I managed to retain my consciousness. The chaos divine flame continued to speak. Upon hearing this, the chaos divine earth fell silent. As long as you stay here with us, it won't be difficult for you to devour a third form chaos divine earth and transform into a fourth form chaos divine earth with our help. The profound divine metal said. Even so, if I encounter a fourth form chaos divine earth, even with your help, I won't be able to stop it from devouring me. Once it devours me, its host will perish as well. At that time, you will lose your host, and your vitality will be greatly damaged. You might even be devoured by other profound divine metals and chaos divine flames because of the lack of a suitable host. The chaos divine earth voiced out its concerns. There are gains and losses. It's fine as long as you accept it. You can't just look at the losses and ignore the gains. Let go of your pride and have a bright future. So what if there's darkness behind you? Don't look back. The chaos divine flame chimed in. Let go of your pride and have a bright future. So what if there's darkness behind you? The chaos divine earth repeated the chaos divine flame's words over and over again. After 15 minutes, it finally decided to stay in Duan Lingtian's body with the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was the master, he had no say in the conversation between the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth. He did not even have the right to choose. Fortunately, he was satisfied with the outcome. The chaos divine flame can be used as a celestial flame, and the profound divine metal can be used as a defensive celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, the chaos divine earth, chaos divine flame, and profound divine metal are all 5 divine elements. It should be able to help me in some way, right? Meanwhile, the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame were still communicating with the chaos divine earth. Why are you in the origin stone? The Chaos Divine Flame asked. Many years ago, when I was still in my second form, I encountered another Chaos Divine Earth in its second form. We were evenly matched during that battle, and our hosts perished during our battle. I was lucky enough to devour it and successfully evolved into the third form of the Chaos Divine Earth. Although I had evolved to the third form, my energy was not enough for me to find another host. For this reason, to protect myself, I could only form a layer of Origin Stone on my body to reduce the loss of energy in my body. In the Origin Stone, I fell into a deep slumber. You know what happened after that? Under your guidance, this host found me. You found another host, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Although the 5 divine elements could exist without a host, they would not die if they did not have a host for a long time. However, the energy in their bodies would disappear, and they would fall into a deep slumber. If another 5 divine element of the same element found them while they were in a deep slumber, even if they were in a higher form, they would still be devoured and absorbed by the other 5 divine elements. For this reason, 5 divine elements with intelligence in their second form or higher would try their best to find a suitable host to reduce the risk of being devoured. Moreover, with a host body, they would have the opportunity to devour other 5 divine elements, which would allow them to further transform and evolve. As expected. Apparently, the profound divine metals guess was right. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly a burst of hearty laughter came from outside. The sound was like thunder, and one could vaguely hear that it was coming from a place far away. I, Bai Jianghu, finally have a royal-grade celestial weapon. After the laughter stopped, an old and loud voice rang in the air. It was so loud that it seemed to resound in the capital of the solitary nation. Bai Jianghu? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Is this person one of the 2 vice-patriarchs of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion? When Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian mentioning the royal-grade celestial weapon, he instantly knew Duan Lingtian was from the Flying Tiger clan. After Bai Gang reported the news of the royal-grade celestial sword to the solitary nation, the members of the Flying Tiger clan rushed to the capital of the solitary nation. Based on his words, it was clear he held a high position in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. To be able to rush here from the Flying Tiger branch clan in just a few days. This person is most likely one of the 2 vice-clan leaders of the Flying Tiger branch clan. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned from Huang Jialong that he was a member of the imperial family. The Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion had a total of 5 golden flying tigers. Moreover, 3 of the golden flying tigers were 10 direction celestial kings. Generally speaking, a peak-advanced king-grade celestial beast like the golden flying tiger could easily break through and become a 9 palaces celestial king as long as they did not die prematurely. However, it was extremely difficult to advance any further. One had to have a certain amount of luck to break through and become a 10 direction celestial king. The 3 golden flying tigers in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion were all 10 direction celestial kings. I heard from Jialong that Uncle Bai told him there's only 1 royal-grade celestial weapon in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. The 2 vice-clan leaders who are 10 direction celestial dukes are also 10 direction celestial kings. Chapter 2965. Duan Lingtian speculated. Bai Jianghu should be the stronger of the 2 vice-clan leaders of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. While Duan Lingtian was speculating, the capital of the solitary nation was in an uproar. Bai Jianghu? He came personally? Heavens! Bai Jianghu is the 2nd strongest person in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. His strength is second only to the patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. The Flying Tiger clan's branch has a royal-grade celestial weapon in the clan leader's possession. Now that another royal-grade celestial weapon has appeared, it's only natural that it belongs to Bai Jianghu. I didn't expect him to come. If it's him, we won't be able to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword. Although many sectless celestial kings had left the capital of the solitary nation, more and more powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion's territory had arrived. The temptation of the royal-grade celestial sword was too great. The 3 sects and 2 clans were not strong enough to obtain the royal-grade celestial weapon since they were only grade 7 forces. However, since they had close ties with the profound Nether Mansion, it would not be difficult for them to obtain the royal-grade celestial weapon as long as they obtained permission from the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, Many powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans came to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword that had appeared in the capital of the solitary nation a few days ago. Apart from the 3 sects and 2 clans, there were also powerhouses from other forces, including celestial beast clans and sectless cultivators. Naturally, there were also powerhouses from grade 8 clans and sections. They were here to join in the fun. Since their forces were not as strong as the solitary nation, they knew the royal-grade celestial weapon was not something they could obtain. Swoosh! At this moment, almost everyone in the capital of the solitary nation heard the earth-shattering sound of a sword whistling in the air. The people who witnessed the huge sword light blooming in the sky above the capital of the solitary nation could clearly see that there was a huge sword light. In the north of the solitary nation, a towering mountain was split in half by this sword ray. Some people approached the mountain peak to take a look, only to see that not only was the mountain peak split in half, but even the crack between the mountain peaks was so deep that one could not see the bottom. The might of this sword shocked everyone. This is the power of a 10-direction celestial king using a royal-grade celestial weapon? That's not an ordinary 10-direction celestial king. That's a peak-advanced king-grade celestial beast, the golden flying tiger. His strength far surpasses ordinary 10-direction celestial kings. That's right. Once the golden flying tiger, a 10-direction celestial king, reveals its true form and uses the royal-grade celestial sword, there are very few human 10-direction celestial kings who are a match for it. How terrifying! I'm afraid only a handful of people in the profound nether mansion are capable of snatching the royal-grade celestial sword from him, right? Most of them have royal-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, it's impossible for them to make a move. That's right. Even if they want to snatch the royal-grade celestial sword from by Jianghu, considering the Flying Tiger clan's background, they won't make a move. Most importantly, the royal-grade celestial sword was obtained by the Flying Tiger clan through stone gambling. It's only natural that it belongs to them. A few days later, the royal-grade celestial sword was found in the capital of the solitary nation. Due to the strength and background of the royal-grade celestial sword's owner, no one dared to object to him obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword. At this moment, the powerhouses from the various sects who had come from afar also left. They returned to where they had come from. As for the powerhouses from the grade 8 clans and sects, they stayed behind for the time being. This was because the imperial family of the solitary nation would be holding the imperial auction tomorrow. If they did not come for the royal-grade celestial sword, they would not be interested in the auction. However, since they were here, they naturally wanted to join in the fun. In the imperial palace of the solitary nation, Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation were staying in the residence. Brother Duan. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and out of the courtyard when Huang Jialong's voice rang from outside. Brother Duan, let's go. Uncle Bai and the senior from the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound nether mansion are waiting for us. A hint of excitement could be seen on Huang Jialong's face when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Huang Jialong's words. The senior wants to reward us for obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword for him and the Flying Tiger clan, Huang Jialong said. According to Uncle Bai, the Flying Tiger clan hates owing people favors. Once they owe someone a favor, they'll return it as soon as possible. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. As it turned out, the powerhouse from the Flying Tiger clan's branch was going to reward them immediately. Jialong, the royal-grade celestial sword. Duan Lingtian was about to say he did not contribute when Huang Jialong interrupted him. Brother Duan, there's no need to beat around the bush. Both of us know how I obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. If it weren't for your suggestion, I wouldn't have been able to buy the sword-shaped origin stones. If I didn't buy the sword-shaped origin stones, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword. For this reason, it's all thanks to you, Huang Jialong said. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect his joke back then would result in a royal-grade celestial sword. Moreover, it would bring him so many benefits. The powerhouse from the Flying Tiger clan's branch would definitely not be stingy since he had obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. There was no doubt about this. Since Huang Jialong had said so much, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. After all, he knew it would be pointless for him to say anything. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian had a good understanding of Huang Jialong's character. At the same time, He was 100% certain Huang Jialong was a friend of Duan Lingtian. He was certain Huang Jialong was a good friend. After all, not everyone was willing to share such benefits with others. After this incident, Huang Jialong's position in Duan Lingtian's heart had changed. He now regarded Huang Jialong as a true friend. In other words, Huang Jialong was a true friend of Duan Lingtian. He had acknowledged Huang Jialong as a friend. After living 2 lives, Duan Lingtian did not have many friends. Although there were people who would occasionally appear by his side, most of them were just passers-by in his life. Bai Jianghu was an old man who was as tall as Bai Gang. His short white hair was spiky, and his face was covered with curly hair. He looked like a white-furred lion. He stood there like an iron tower. His muscles were bulging, giving off an oppressive aura. Vice clan leader, the 2 of them obtained the royal grade celestial sword from the origin stone. Bai Gang, who was standing next to Bai Jianghu, said respectfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong, who had just entered the main hall. Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei were also present. They stood below Bai Jianghu. Even someone as strong as Old Mo didn't dare to breathe loudly before him. He was merely a 1 basic celestial king. However, Bai Jianghu was a 10 direction celestial king. Most importantly, he was only a low-level king-grade celestial beast, while Bai Jianghu was a peak high-level king-grade celestial beast. Regardless of their strength, just the difference in the grade of the immortal beast was enough to make him feel suffocated. Not bad, not bad. As soon as Bai Gang finished speaking, Bai Jianghu looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong and nodded his head in satisfaction. I heard from Bai Gang that you're a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, even though you're not even 100 years old. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the supporting Fall Nation. Bai Jianghu's eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian as he said, "What a pity. Although there are many humans in the Flying Tiger Clan, it's destined that humans won't be able to enter the core of the Flying Tiger Clan. They can only be peripheral members of the Flying Tiger Clan. With your innate talent, it's a waste for you to be an outer member of the Flying Tiger Clan." Bai Jianghu said, "Senior, you flatter me." Duan Lingtian replied modestly, "All right, I'll be leaving the solitary nation soon, so I'll make a long story short." Bai Jianghu raised an eyebrow and smiled. It was obvious he was in a good mood now that he had obtained the royal grade celestial sword. "I have a wind-type king-grade divine ability and an earth-type king-grade celestial method. Both of you can choose one. Naturally, both of you can't choose the same celestial method because I only have 1 memory celestial talisman for each of these celestial methods and divine abilities. I'm sure both of you know that the memory celestial talismans that record celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade are different from those that record celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade. The latter can be used repeatedly, but the former can only be used once. After that, it'll disappear completely." Bai Jianghu explained. Duan Lingtian had learned about this when he was in the supporting Fall Nation. The memory celestial talismans that recorded celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade contained a lot of comprehension of the laws. Therefore, they could only be used once. Earth-type king grade celestial method? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. "Boy, choose the Earth-type king-grade celestial method. As long as you obtain the king-grade celestial method, I'll be able to help you quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth. At that time, your strength will increase tremendously." A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice when it reached the end of its sentence. King-grade divine ability? King-grade celestial method? As soon as Bai Jianghu finished speaking, whether it was Bai Gang, Elder Mo, or even Huang Yuanfei, they were all shocked. Chapter 2966. In the Devata realms, whether it was celestial weapons, celestial methods, or divine abilities, there was a huge gap between the Duke grade and the King grade. Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities were similar to Heaven grade, Earth grade, Black grade, and Yellow grade celestial methods and divine abilities. On the other hand, celestial methods and divine abilities above the King grade were not divided into offensive celestial methods and divine abilities, defensive celestial methods and divine abilities, movement celestial methods and divine abilities, and offensive and defensive celestial methods and divine abilities. Celestial methods and divine abilities above the King grade revolved around the law. The comprehension of the law of a king-grade celestial method and divine ability was ever-changing. The same law could be used for offense, defense, or even speed. For this reason, king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely precious. They were not inferior to king-grade cultivation methods. It should be noted that celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade, such as duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, were much more valuable than celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade. It seems like Lord Vice Patriarch is really happy to have obtained the royal grade celestial sword. Even he doesn't have many memory celestial talismans that contain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Bai Gang thought to himself. Although the memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were one-time use memory celestial talismans, it was much more difficult to inscribe than one-time use memory celestial talismans. This was because one had to comprehend the law contained in the memory celestial method and divine ability to a certain extent before one could inscribe a memory celestial talisman that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Based on his knowledge, there was only one person in the Flying Tiger clan who was capable of inscribing king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. That person was none other than the patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. Moreover, inscribing memory celestial talismans required a lot of energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to inscribe memory celestial talismans endlessly. For this reason, memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare and valuable. Earth-type king-grade celestial technique. When Bai Jianghu mentioned the Earth-type king-grade celestial method, Duan Ling Tian immediately recalled what the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame had told him. The profound divine metal had said that as long as he evolved to the third form and obtained a metal-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, it would be able to help him quickly comprehend the law of metal. The chaos divine flame had also said that as long as he could obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, he would be able to quickly comprehend the law of fire contained in the celestial method or divine ability. He didn't even need to think about it to be certain. The third form of the Chaos Divine Earth would definitely be able to help him quickly comprehend the law of Earth when he obtained Earth-type king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, his heartbeat quickened when Bai Jianghu mentioned the Earth-type king-grade celestial method. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Monarch Mystique? King-grade celestial technique? Huang Jialong was shocked by Bai Jianghu's generosity. It took him a long time to regain his senses. He quickly looked at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, you can choose first. Huang Jialong said. In truth, he was more interested in obtaining the Wind-type king-grade divine ability. Compared to the law of Earth contained in the Earth-type king-grade celestial method, the law of Wind contained in the Wind-type king-grade divine ability was more offensive. Earth elemental laws were more inclined towards defense and support. However, he was more interested in obtaining the Wind-type king-grade divine ability that contained the law of Wind. He was certain Duan Ling Tian would want this divine ability as well. For this reason, he decided to give the Wind-type king-grade divine ability to Duan Ling Tian. Me. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. However, he did not decline and looked at Bai Jianghu. Huang Jialong sighed when he saw this. As expected, the Wind-type king-grade divine ability was very tempting to Duan Ling Tian. He did not decline. At this moment, everyone present on the scene shared the same thoughts as Duan Ling Tian. However, when Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Jianghu, his words shocked Huang Jialong and the others. Senior, I want the Earth-type king-grade celestial method. Duan Ling Tian said in a clear voice. Huang Jialong did not decline because he wanted the Earth-type king-grade celestial method as well. After all, he had the Chaos Divine Earth in his body to help him quickly comprehend the law of Earth contained in the celestial method. Brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this. Huang Jialong smiled bitterly. At the same time, he felt slightly ashamed. He had thought Duan Ling Tian wanted the Wind-type divine ability so much that he did not decline. Now, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind to let Huang Jialong have the Wind-type divine ability. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had chosen the Earth-type celestial method. At this moment, the others had the same thought as well. They thought Duan Ling Tian was using this method to let Huang Jialong have the Wind-type divine ability. Little fella, you better think carefully. Bai Jianghu looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Although it's possible for Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities to contain the law of Earth that's more offensive, most Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities are more defensive and assistive. The law of Earth contained in this Earth-type immortal technique is also inclined toward support. Bai Jianghu said. Humph. Why do these fellows look down on the law of Earth? Although only a small portion of the laws of Earth are offensive profundities, the profundities that are offensive profundities of the laws of Earth are definitely top-tier offensive profundities. The chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. It was clearly angry that Bai Zhenyue, Huang Jialong, and the others looked down on the law of Earth. Moreover, the law of Earth is the orthodox law of the 5 elemental laws. Apart from the law of space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction, the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of ice are all derived from the law of the 5 elemental laws. In terms of defense, the law of Earth is the best. What's the use of having a powerful offense without a powerful defense? The chaos divine Earth was clearly angered. I've made up my mind. I want the Earth-type celestial method. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Zhenyue and said solemnly. After listening to Bai Zhenyue and the chaos divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. He finally understood why Huang Jialong and the others had such an expression on their faces when he chose the Earth-type celestial method. As it turned out, most people in the Devata realms thought the law of wind was more offensive than the law of Earth. For this reason, most people who had not comprehended a law would prefer the law of wind if they had a choice. If Duan Lingtian did not have the chaos divine Earth in his body, he might have made the same choice. However, now that he had the chaos divine Earth in his body, the Earth-type celestial method was the best choice for him. Brother Duan, you don't have to be so modest. Huang Jialong smiled wryly. Jialong, I'm not being modest. I really want the Earth-type celestial method. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even if Huang Jialong did not believe him, he still had to tell the truth. Naturally, he knew Huang Jialong would still think he was being modest unless he told Huang Jialong about the chaos divine Earth. However, he did not bother to explain himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian obtained the Earth-type King-grade celestial method from Bai Zhenyue. The Earth-type King-grade celestial method was called the Black Rock Prison. Crack! After Duan Lingtian crushed the memory celestial talisman that contained the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, a torrent of information surged into his mind. And this information was about the Black Rock Prison. This King-grade celestial method will help you comprehend the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. As soon as the information from the memory celestial talisman entered Duan Lingtian's mind, the chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in his mind. The earth elemental profundity is the fundamental profundity of the law of Earth. The gravitational space profundity is an assistive profundity. The chaos divine Earth paused for a moment before it added, although it's an assistive profundity, the gravitational space profundity has offensive and defensive characteristics as well. It was, without a doubt, venting its displeasure at Huang Jialong and the others' disdain for the law of Earth. Since the purpose of celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade is to comprehend the laws, why is there a need to differentiate between celestial methods and divine abilities? Aren't they all the same? Duan Lingtian asked. It's mainly to differentiate internal assistive profundities. All divine abilities above the king grade contain internal assistive profundity. The chaos divine Earth replied. Internal assistive profundity? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. For example, assistive celestial methods below the king grade are only assistive methods. They can't boost one's celestial origin energy for a short period of time. These assistive methods are called external assistive methods. For example, the gravitational space profundity contained in the Earth-type king-grade celestial method you just obtained is an external assistive profundity. On the other hand, assistive divine abilities below the king grade can boost one's celestial origin energy for a short period of time. These assistive methods are called internal assistive methods. Since this old man has a wind-type king-grade divine ability, it means there's an internal assistive profundity contained in the law of wind in this divine ability. The chaos divine Earth finished speaking in one breath. All divine abilities above the king grade contain internal assistive profundities. As for celestial methods above the king grade, they are all-encompassing. There are profundities that focus on offense, defense, speed, and external assistive profundities. Chapter 2967. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why there was a distinction between celestial methods and divine abilities at the king grade and above. As it turned out, divine abilities at the king grade and above were all divine abilities that contained the law of internal support. For example, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered, was also a type of internal support technique. Previously, Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, told me that the elementary devouring tactic is a modified version of a powerful divine ability, the advanced devouring tactic, in the Devata realms. The advanced devouring tactic is the famous divine ability of a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. The divine ability of a heavenly emperor must be at the king grade or above. Duan Ling Tian recalled that when he was still in the Devata realm, Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had told him about the advanced devouring tactic. Moreover, the advanced devouring tactic is definitely not just a king-grade divine ability. It might even be an emperor-grade divine ability or an emperor-grade divine ability. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. After so many years, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he thought about Hua Lao again. I wonder where Hua Lao is now. In the past, when Hua Lao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda disappeared, Duan Ling Tian had thought Hua Lao had detonated the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and all the celestial weapons in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to save him. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the matter had become more and more confusing. After arriving in the Devata realm, Duan Ling Tian was finally able to ascertain the truth. The weapon spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon could not destroy an emperor-grade celestial weapon even if it detonated itself. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain Hua Lao was still alive. As for the disappearance of Hua Lao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he was certain there was an invisible hand behind the disappearance of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I wonder what kind of law is contained in the divine ability, the Great Devouring Tactic. Could it be the law of devouring that the Chaos Divine Earth mentioned earlier? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Moreover, the law of Earth is the orthodox law of the 5 elemental laws. Apart from some special laws such as the law of space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction, the laws of nature such as the law of wind, the law of lightning, and the law of ice are all derived from the laws of the 5 elemental laws. These were the Chaos Divine Earth's exact words. One of them was the law of devouring. Bai Gang, do you want to follow me back to the clan to receive your reward now, or do you want to wait for a while and receive it yourself? Bai Zhenyue looked at Bai Gang and asked after he passed the memory immortal talisman to Huang Jialong, Vice Patriarch, I'll go back with you. Bai Gang said without any hesitation. His tone was unusually excited, as if the reward he was about to receive was far more valuable than what Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong had received. All right. Bai Zhenyue nodded. Bai Gang left with Bai Zhenyue. He did not greet Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong since both of them were immersed in the celestial methods and divine abilities they had just obtained. He did not greet Old Mo and Huang Yuan Fei. Based on Old Mo and Huang Yuan Fei's expressions, it was clear they knew Bai Gang was going to leave. Father, where's Uncle Bai? Huang Yuan Fei asked. He did not see Bai Gang when he regained his senses. It was only natural for Bai Zhenyue to leave the capital of the solitary nation and return to the Flying Tiger Clan's branch family. However, why was his Uncle Bai gone as well? Your Uncle Bai has returned to the clan. Huang Yuan Fei smiled. You're quite lucky to have obtained a king-grade divine ability. Even your father hasn't obtained a celestial method or divine ability that's above the king grade. Huang Yuanfei was truly happy that his son could obtain a king-class divine art. In fact, he was happier than if he had obtained a king-grade divine ability. He has returned to the clan? Why? Huang Jialong frowned. Will Uncle Bai come back? Huang Jialong asked with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Just like how Elder Mo had watched Huang Yuanfei grow up, Bai Gang had also watched Huang Jialong grow up. Thus, Huang Jialong had deep feelings for Bai Gang. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. He noticed Bai Gang's departure as well. He could sense Huang Jialong's disappointment as well. Don't worry, your Uncle Bai will return once he completes his evolution. Huang Yuanfei continued to say with a smile, It's a good thing for your Uncle Bai to return to the clan. He obtained a royal-grade celestial sword for the Flying Tiger Clan's branch family, so the benefits he reaped aren't any less than the two of you. Huang Jialong's curiosity was piqued when he heard his father's words. Father, what benefits did Uncle Bai obtain? Moreover, he has to return to the clan to reap the benefits? Your Uncle Bai obtained a chance to enter the cleansing pool that only opens once every 10,000 years in the Flying Tiger clan's branch family. Huang Yuanfei's smile widened when he finished speaking. Bai Gang was his brother. The more benefits Bai Gang obtained, the happier he would be for him. The cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian was still wondering about the cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch family, when Huang Jialong's eyes lit up with joy. Father, is this true? Huang Jialong asked excitedly. Uncle Bai. He obtained a chance to enter the cleansing pool? Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded. That's great. That's great. When I was young, I heard Uncle Bai talk about it more than once. He said his biggest dream is to enter the cleansing pool. Huang Jialong was overjoyed. I didn't expect his wish to come true. Uncle Huang Jialong. What's the cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yuanfei and Huang Jialong with a puzzled expression on his face. Brother Duan, that purification pool is a spiritual pool that only opens once every 10,000 years. Every time, only one copper-marked flying tiger can enter. In response to Duan Lingtian's confusion, Huang Jialong took the initiative to explain to Duan Lingtian. After the copper flying tiger enters the purification pool, it only needs to cultivate in seclusion for 10 years to absorb the special energy in the purification pool. After 10 years, it'll evolve into a silver flying tiger, a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. The Profound Nether Mansions branch in the Profound Nether Mansions territory only allows copper flying tigers to enter. Silver-striped flying tigers and golden-striped flying tigers won't be able to enter the pool. It's said that there's a cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan in the Profound Nether Mansions territory that only opens once every 30,000 years. The cleansing pool allows a silver flying tiger to evolve into a golden flying tiger, a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Huang Jialong said excitedly, in other words, when Uncle Bai returns after 10 years, he'll no longer be a peak elementary king-grade celestial beast, a copper-marked flying tiger, but a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast, a silver flying tiger. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Now, he finally understood why Huang Jialong was so agitated earlier. As it turned out, this was how the purification pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch was. Without a fortuitous encounter, a copper-marked flying tiger will forever remain a 3-talent celestial king. However, once it evolves into a silver flying tiger, it'll be able to break through and become a 6-combo celestial king. A 3-talent celestial king and a 6-combo celestial king were on completely different levels. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian knew this was a great opportunity for Bai Gang to be reborn. Little Tian, tomorrow is the day of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Family's auction. If there's no unforeseen circumstances, the auction will start at night. Huang Yuanfei said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. All right, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and old Mo before he left the hall. Huang Jialong followed after him. Brother Duan, what's the name of the Earth-type king-grade celestial method you obtained? Huang Jialong asked curiously after he caught up to Duan Lingtian. Black Rock Prison. Duan Lingtian replied with a glint in his eyes. Black Rock Prison? Based on the name, it seems like the Earth-type celestial method is mainly an assist-type celestial method. It should be a restraining celestial method, right? Huang Jialong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the Earth-type celestial method, he could roughly guess the effects of the celestial method based on its description. Once the Black Rock Prison was formed, the gravitational force inside would be able to change according to one's will, and one could toy with the opponent imprisoned inside. Apart from that, the gravitational force could be used to control and injure people. The Black Rock Prison could also be formed around one's body to defend against attacks. What about the wind-type divine ability you obtained? Duan Lingtian asked. He was also curious about the wind-type divine ability Huang Jialong had obtained. According to the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame, all divine abilities above the king grade were basically divine abilities that contained an assist-type law. For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that Huang Jialong's wind-type divine ability did not contain an attack or speed-type law profundity. It should be an assist-type law profundity. My wind-type divine ability is called the Gathering of Wind and Cloud. It gathers the wind elemental profundity to strengthen one's celestial origin energy. Apart from the wind elemental profundity, this divine ability also contains another profundity from the law of wind called the Gathering Wind profundity. The Gathering Wind profundity is a method of gathering the wind elemental profundity to strengthen one's celestial origin energy. Huang Jialong explained. Huang Jialong's words confirmed the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame's earlier words. All divine abilities above the king grade contained an assist-type law profundity. Chapter 2968. During his conversation with Huang Jialong, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the wind-type king-grade divine ability, Gathering Wind and Cloud. Brother Duan, why don't we exchange our celestial methods and divine abilities? Give me your earth-type celestial method, and I'll give you my wind-type divine ability. Until now, Huang Jialong still thought Duan Lingtian intended to let him have the wind-type divine ability. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Jialong, I really want the earth-type celestial method. Brother Duan, although I haven't come into contact with king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, as the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Huang Jialong's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, although the law of wind gathering wind profundity I've obtained isn't an offensive profundity, there are only a few profundities from the law of wind that aren't offensive profundities. The wind-type divine ability I obtained not only allows me to comprehend the gathering wind profundity, but it also allows me to comprehend the wind elemental profundity. The wind elemental profundity is the foundation of the law of wind. All other profundities from the law of wind must be based on this foundation. With a good foundation, it'll be easier for you to comprehend other profundities from the law of wind in the future. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, a person's energy is limited. A person's energy is limited. If you want to go further on the path of the laws, you have to specialize in one law. If you try to comprehend the profundities of the law of earth now, spend some effort and have some achievements, and have the opportunity to obtain an offensive law like the law of wind in the future, are you going to abandon the law of earth and switch to another law? Huang Jialong was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to give him the earth-type celestial method so he could give the wind-type divine ability to Duan Lingtian. Jialong, upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I plan to cultivate the laws of earth. Even if I have the opportunity to comprehend the laws of wind in the future, I don't plan on switching to the laws of wind. Moreover, it can't be said that the law of earth is definitely inferior to the law of wind. Don't tell me the law of earth is weaker than the law of wind for people of the same cultivation base who have comprehended the law of wind? The laws aren't actually that important. What's important is the person who controls the laws. Duan Lingtian said. The last sentence was what the Chaos Divine Earth had told Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had repeated it to Huang Jialong. Naturally, he felt that the Chaos Divine Earth was right. Moreover, he also knew why Huang Jialong had such thoughts. It was entirely because the laws of wind leaned more towards attack and speed than the laws of earth. Such thoughts had long since taken root in his mind. According to the Chaos Divine Earth, the reason Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and the others had such thoughts was because of this. According to the Chaos Divine Earth, they had only come into contact with a few profundities from the law of earth. More than 80% of the profundities from the law of wind focus on offense and speed. On the other hand, only one profundity from the law of earth focuses on offense and speed. However, the profundities from the law of wind that focus on offense and speed are not inferior to any of the profundities from the law of wind that focus on offense and speed. These were the Chaos Divine Earth's exact words. With your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain profundities from the law of earth in the future. However, most of the people here won't be able to go far. It's already considered good if they can comprehend 2 or 3 profundities from the same law. Since they don't have the opportunity to comprehend all the profundities from the same law, they prefer the law of wind that focuses on attack and speed. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized something. The reason Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and the others thought the law of wind was better than the law of earth was because their horizons were too limited. Naturally, without me, The law of wind will be more helpful to you than the law of earth. Although the law of earth has one profundity that focuses on attack and another profundity that focuses on speed, it's much more difficult to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain both profundities compared to the law of wind's profundities. The chaos divine earth continued to say, with me around, if you want to comprehend the law of earth through celestial methods and divine abilities, you'll be able to comprehend the law of earth at least 10 times faster than someone with the same level of comprehension as you. This is because I'm only in my third form. With my help, you'll be able to comprehend the law of earth 100 times faster than those with the same level of comprehension as you. A hint of temptation could be heard in the chaos divine earth's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. For this reason, boy, you'll have to help me evolve to my fourth form in the future. Duanling Tian found it strange when he heard the chaos divine earth's childish voice that sounded like an old man speaking in an old-fashioned manner. It's true. The chaos divine flame and I feel the same way. The profound divine metal, who had not spoken for a long time, chimed in at this moment. Naturally, with my current strength, I won't be able to help you quickly comprehend the law of metal even if you obtain a king-grade celestial method and divine ability. However, once I evolve to my third form, I'll be able to help you. Now, I only need a first form profound divine metal to reach the third form. A hint of eagerness could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. With its current foundation, even a first form profound divine metal would be enough to help it evolve to its third form. Hey! Chaos divine flame, I think it's fate that the three of us are in the same body. Why don't we rank based on who evolves to the third form first? The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in the air again. It sounded excited as it said, I'm the first one to evolve to the third form among the three of us. I'll be the eldest. Chaos divine flame, you'll be the second eldest. As for the profound divine metal, it's only in its second form. Naturally, you'll be the third eldest. I think that's a good idea. It's decided then. Hey, did you hear that? Don't play dead. At this moment, the chaos divine earth was the only one speaking in Duan Lingtian's body. No matter how much he called out to them, the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal ignored him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huang Jialong and returned to his courtyard. My lord. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, he saw Lu Guanglin standing there. Lu Guanglin greeted him respectfully with bright eyes. It seems like you've stabilized your cultivation base. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Yes. Lu Guanglin nodded before he said, My lord, please forgive me for not following you around for the past few days. For the past few days, Lu Guanglin had not been by Duan Lingtian's side because he was in the final stages of stabilizing his cultivation base. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had been acting alone for the past few days. Tomorrow is the day of the Solitary Nations auction. You should rest well tonight. Come with me to the auction tomorrow. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Lu Guanglin before he returned to his room. After returning to his room, the first thing he did was to speak to the chaos divine earth in his body. Stop shouting. It's obvious that they don't want to talk to you. You sound like a child who has just learned how to talk. Do you think they'll let you be their boss? Duan Lingtian's words hit the nail on the head, causing the chaos divine earth to fall silent. After a long while, it scoffed and said, I can't control my voice. One day, I'll make them willingly acknowledge me as their boss. You're ambitious. Duan Lingtian praised the chaos divine earth. Then he asked, as the chaos divine earth, don't you have any abilities? Senior profound divine metal can protect my soul and help me fend off soul attacks. It can also conceal my aura. According to him, as long as it evolves into its third form, it can possess my celestial artifact and strengthen its power. Senior Chaos Divine Flame can help me refine pills and forge weapons. Although I don't have a celestial fire, it can help me become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian intentionally praised the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine Flame so the Chaos Divine Earth could tell him how it could help him. Brat, you've said so much because you want to know how I can help you. Do you think I can't tell? Alas, the Chaos Divine Earth saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It chuckled and said, It's not difficult for me to help you in any way you want me to help you. You just have to promise me one thing. The Chaos Divine Earth said. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. He did not expect the Chaos Divine Earth to be so smart despite its childlike voice and childlike personality. Convince the Chaos Divine Flame and Profound Divine Metal to become my subordinates. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled. Forget it. I don't need your help. With your strength, you're not even worthy of carrying the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame's shoes. How dare you think you can become their boss? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he shrugged. Brat, your provocation won't work. My voice may sound childish, but my thoughts aren't. Don't treat me like a child. The Chaos Divine Earth said, slightly annoyed. You know how to provoke me? I really didn't expect you to be so smart. All right, I'm not interested in knowing how strong you are for now. I'd like to see how you're going to help me comprehend the law of Earth. Chapter 2969. The Black Rock Prison was an Earth-type King-grade celestial method. The most important profundity it contained was the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. With the gravitational space profundity and the black rock pillars formed by the Earth elemental profundity, the Black Rock Prison would be formed to imprison one's opponent. In order to prevent one's opponent from escaping, the gravitational space profundity would imbue the prison with a gravitational force that would affect one's opponent. In order to master the Black Rock Prison, one must first comprehend the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. The Earth elemental profundity was the foundation profundity. All King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would have a corresponding foundation profundity. For this reason, many people called King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities the foundation of laws. If one did not obtain a King-grade celestial method or divine ability, one would not be able to comprehend a Royal-grade celestial method, divine ability, or Emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability. After all, Royal-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and Emperor-grade celestial methods did not have a foundation profundity. If one wanted to comprehend a law's foundation profundity, one had to obtain a corresponding King-grade celestial method or divine ability. This was common knowledge in the Devata realms. Boy, I told you earlier that with my help in my third form, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of Earth will be 10 times faster than other people with the same level of comprehension. The profundities from the law of Earth I'm talking about are only the profundities from the law of Earth other than the Earth elemental profundity. The Chaos Divine Earth said when it saw Duan Lingtian was about to comprehend the law of Earth using the Black Rock Prison. What do you mean? Are you saying you can't help me comprehend the law of Earth's foundation profundity, the Earth elemental profundity? Duan Lingtian, who was meditating with his eyes closed, frowned when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Of course not. The Chaos Divine Earth said proudly, I can help you comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, in one night. You have to know that if an ordinary person wants to comprehend the fundamental profundity of a law, even if they have a higher comprehension ability, they would still need at least 3 to 5 years without the help of external forces. For those with a lower comprehension ability, they might need a few decades or even 100 years. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say indifferently. In fact, some of the more foolish ones won't be able to comprehend the fundamental profundities of a law. These people are destined to have no fate with the law. Comprehending it overnight? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. The Chaos Divine Earth's words meant that, with the help of the Chaos Divine Earth, he would be able to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity? Was the Chaos Divine Earth really that powerful? Comprehending the Earth element in a single night. Are you kidding me? Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty. Humph. You'll find out tomorrow morning whether I'm kidding or not. A hint of displeasure could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it heard Duan Lingtian's words. Relax your body and clear your mind. Then, spread your divine consciousness out. I will guide your divine sense to communicate with the Earth elemental essence in this world. During this process, what you need to do is to sense the characteristics of the Earth elemental essence, as well as other things that you can sense. Once you've familiarized yourself with the Earth elemental profundity, you'll be able to fuse your celestial origin energy with the Earth elemental profundity. At that time, your attacks will be much more powerful. After the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, it fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed the Chaos Divine Earth's instructions and calmed down. He relaxed his body and cleared his mind before he spread his divine consciousness around aimlessly. Initially, Duan Lingtian, who had cleared his mind, did not feel anything. However, after a dozen breaths, He was shocked to discover his divine consciousness had easily penetrated the ground and entered the depths of the earth. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Did the chaos divine earth do this? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he discovered another problem. After his divine consciousness entered the depths of the earth, he could clearly hear vibrations in the air. It was as though the earth in the distance was resonating with his divine consciousness. Thump, thump, thump. A series of vibrations that sounded like a human's heartbeat rang in the air. Thump, 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 thump. A series of rapid vibrations rang in the air. It sounded as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The sound was so powerful that it seemed as though it could crack the earth. In the end, the vibrations were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was hard to fathom. During this process, Duan Ling Tian discovered his divine consciousness seemed to have become one with the earth. It was as though he was carrying countless things with the earth. There were buildings rooted in the earth, plants, humans, celestial beasts, and many other life forms. There were also towering mountains and precipitous ridges that seemed to have become one with the earth. Time continued to pass quietly. Duan Ling Tian did not know how much time had passed. He only knew his divine consciousness had merged with the earth. It felt as though he could sense everything in the earth. During this process, he had also familiarized himself with the earth that formed the earth. He knew the earth was not the same as the loose earth used to carry the plants. The rocks that formed the towering mountains, as well as the rocks that were harder than steel that had been formed over tens of thousands of years, were also soil. However, it was earth that had been baptized by nature for a certain period of time. At some point, Duan Ling Tian discovered his divine consciousness had left the earth and entered the air. At this moment, he discovered the air was filled with earth. Even the air was filled with the aura of earth. It was a gentle, thick, and steady aura that gave people a strong sense of security. Is this the earth elemental element? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Time continued to pass. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he discovered the night had already passed. The sun was rising from the east, and it shone on him through the window screen. The earth elemental element. As Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the air around him began to vibrate. Following that, rays of earth and yellow light began to shine around his celestial origin energy. Soon after, the celestial origin energy that surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body transformed into khaki energy that coiled around his body like khaki pythons. The celestial origin energy that has merged with the earth elemental element is so powerful? Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp when he sensed the power of his celestial origin energy that had merged with the earth elemental element. After obtaining the earth-type king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of the differences between king-grade celestial methods and celestial methods below the king grade. Unless one mastered a celestial method or divine ability that could replace a celestial method or divine ability below the king grade, one could still use a celestial method or divine ability below the king grade to fill the gap. Just like Duan Ling Tian, the earth elemental element was only a basic profundity from the law of earth. In other words, after Duan Ling Tian had merged his celestial origin energy with the earth elemental element, he could still use any technique he had learned in the past to maximize his strength. This was because the earth elemental element did not conflict with his celestial origin energy. With my current strength, I can defeat Jia Long with just one move even without the energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Huang Jia Long with just one move. However, he had mostly relied on the remaining energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. After that, unless he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, he would not stand a chance against Huang Jia Long. Now that he had comprehended the earth elemental profundity, overnight, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Duan Ling Tian was confident he could defeat Huang Jia Long with just one move. The genius Sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation defeated everyone below the Celestial Dukes with his Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial Cultivation base. It seems like he has mastered the power of the law. Previously, I was surprised by the power of the law. However, it seems like I'm not surprised at all. Even if he has only mastered the fundamental profundity of a law and merged it with his celestial origin energy, as long as he has mastered celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade, it won't be difficult for him to defeat everyone below the Celestial Dukes. After comprehending the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of how powerful the law was. Even so, that person's innate talent is extraordinary. After all, he's not even 100 years old, but he has mastered the power of the law and defeated everyone below the celestial dukes in a nation. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brat, do you still doubt me? Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming nation when the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. I don't doubt you anymore, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. However, I think if I obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of fire senior Chaos Divine Flame, you should be able to help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity overnight, right? This. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth was speechless. After all, the Chaos Divine Flame was indeed able to help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity overnight. If you obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll help you comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours. The primal Chaos Divine Flame's ancient and prideful voice resounded. Chapter 2970. Chaos Divine Flame. What are you being so smug about? The Chaos Divine Earth said angrily as soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking. If it wasn't for the fact that this brat has been using you to refine pills and is familiar with you, he would have been able to sense the fire elemental profundity. You're able to help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity in 3 hours? The Chaos Divine Flame's words belittle the Chaos Divine Earth as though helping Duan Lingtian to comprehend the Earth elemental profundity in one night was not worth mentioning. How could the Chaos Divine Earth endure such humiliation? Alas, the Chaos Divine Flame remained calm in the face of the Chaos Divine Earth's anger. The process isn't important. I only care about the results. If you want to be my boss, you have to at least surpass me in a certain aspect. However, based on the current situation, you can't even help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity as quickly as I can. How are you qualified to be my boss? A hint of disdain could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it spoke. You. The Chaos Divine Flame was so angry that it was at a loss for words. After all, it did not know how to respond to the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Old Flame, you're really ruthless. Little Two is such a talkative child, but he fell asleep because of you. The profound Divine Metal's voice rang in the air. It was obvious it was taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was no longer on the 5 divine elements in his body. His eyes were as bright as the stars as he thought to himself. As it turns out, the Chaos Divine Flame can help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity? Moreover, it can help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity? Once I obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll be able to comprehend it? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became excited. At the same time, he was eager to obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability in the near future. The royal auction will only be held when night falls. Let's take a look around the solitary nation's royal palace. Let's go to the library first. When Duan Lingtian remembered the imperial family's auction would only begin at night and it was still early in the morning, he called out to Lu Guanglin and both of them left the courtyard together. I'm sure Jia Long is busy comprehending the wind-type king-grade divine ability right now. I won't disturb him. After taking a look at Huang Jialong's residence, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin out of the palace the solitary nation's imperial family had arranged for them. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's, Dun, and Duan Lingtian, Huang, D&D and Sir, the people living in that palace are from the East Ming nation. They are here for the golden nematode that will be auctioned tonight. Lu Guanglin said when Duan Lingtian looked over. The nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He had come to the imperial family's auction to obtain the golden nematode, one of the main ingredients needed to refine the profound golden pill. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation had personally asked the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematode. If the emperors of the Moran nation and the East Ming nation had not asked the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematode, the emperor of the solitary nation would have given it to the emperor of the supporting Fall nation as a favor. However, since the emperors of the Moran nation and the East Ming nation wanted the golden nematode as well, The emperor of the solitary nation could only put the golden nematode up for auction. This way, it would be fair and they would not offend each other. After all, it was not wise to offend the emperors of the other nations for the sake of a favor. While Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were looking at the people from the East Ming nation, the people from the East Ming nation also noticed the duo. These two people are from the supporting Fall nation. Don't tell me that purple-clad young man is the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation, Duan Lingtian? It should be him. I heard that there are only 2 young men among the 5 people from the supporting Fall nation. One of them is Huang Jialong, the young master of the supporting Fall nation's Passage City. I've met Huang Jialong before, so I know him. He's not Huang Jialong. As the people from the East Ming nation discussed among themselves, their eyes finally landed on one of the 2 young men who was leading the group. The young man was dressed in a gray robe. He had a cold expression on his face and a sheathed sword on his waist. He looked like a cold-faced swordsman. Duan Lingtian? Hearing the discussions of the group of people behind him, the originally indifferent eyes of the gray-clothed youth flickered for a rare moment. In the next moment, swoosh! His eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His divine consciousness followed the gray-clad young man. In just a blink of an eye, his divine consciousness told him that the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. It's really him. He was certain the young man who had walked out of the supporting Fall nation's temporary residence was the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation. It's him. When the gray-clad young man discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, the silver-clad young man beside him had also discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like he's indeed Duan Lingtian. He's not even 100 years old, but he defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the supporting Fall nation's Passage City, with just one move. Huang Jialong is considered one of the strongest peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. He's only a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but he defeated Huang Jialong with just one move. Most importantly, according to the news from the supporting Fall nation, he didn't use the power of the law. The silver-clad young man looked at the gray-clad young man next to him and asked, "Brother Ju Yun, do you think this is possible?" A hint of fear could be seen in the silver-clad young man's eyes as he looked at the gray-clad young man. Previously, during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation, the gray-clad young man who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below Celestial Dukes in the East Ming nation had been defeated with just one move. From the beginning until the end, the gray-clad young man did not even draw his sword. He only used his celestial origin energy and the profundity of the law to form a sword and sent the gray-clad young man flying. Even though the gray-clad young man had held back, the gray-clad young man was still severely injured. It took him half a month to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the gray-clad young man was only a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, and he was not even 100 years old. From that moment on, the gray-clad young man had replaced him as the strongest person below Celestial Dukes in the East Ming nation. The gray-clad young man was completely convinced by the gray-clad young man's strength. The world is full of wonders. It's not impossible for a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to defeat a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, who hasn't comprehended any profundity of the law. The gray-clad young man's eyes were calm, and his voice was emotionless. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyun, the genius Seckless cultivator who had risen to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation. "Brother Ju Yun, are you confident you can win if you fight him?" the silver-clad young man asked. "I don't know much about him, so I can't say I'm confident I can defeat him," Ling Jueyun replied indifferently. It seems like the gray-clad young man is the genius Seckless cultivator who appeared in the East Ming nation not long ago. He's really not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun from afar. When he discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, he could not help but speculate. In fact, he felt a sense of camaraderie when he saw the gray-clad young man. I wonder if he's a celestial who has reincarnated. If he is, he must have been extraordinary in his past life. If he isn't, his innate talent is heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "Guanglin, let's go." After retracting his gaze from Ling Jueyun, Duan Lingtian called out to Lu Guanglin before he led the way into the imperial palace. Duan Lingtian's destination was the library in the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation. The library was a library that the Solitary Nation opened to its guests. There were many books, some memory celestial talismans, and some floating image pearls inside. The floating image pearls in the library recorded the duels between powerhouses. However, most of the floating image pearls recorded the duels between powerhouses below the Celestial King realm. Even if there were floating image pearls that recorded the duels between powerhouses above the Celestial King realm, they were only Celestial Kings who had yet to comprehend the profundities of the laws. The Solitary Nation had a few floating image pearls that recorded the duels between powerhouses above the Celestial King realm who had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but they were not kept in the library. This was because those were valuable items that the Solitary Nation's imperial palace was unwilling to reveal. In fact, the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation also had floating image pearls that recorded the duels between celestial dukes who had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but they were not kept in the library. Brother Ju Yun, do you want me to challenge him and the people from the supporting Fall Nation to a duel on your behalf? If he loses to you, the supporting Fall Nation will forfeit the bid for the golden nematode. The silver-clad young man narrowed his eyes and asked for Ling Jueyun's opinion when he saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin leaving. What if I lose? Ling Jueyun asked indifferently. Lose? The silver-clad young man's mouth twitched. He did not expect the arrogant Ling Jueyun would say such a thing. Moreover, his opponent was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The group of people standing behind the two young men was also confused. They looked at Ling Jueyun's back in surprise. It was as though they had just met Ling Jueyun for the first time. I'm Ling Jueyun, a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I don't care who it is, as long as they can withstand a sword strike from me, I'll admit defeat. Previously, during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation, the young man's arrogant words were out of his mind. However, today, the young man actually said he might lose to the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. This was unbelievable. Chapter 2971. In the library of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace. After revealing his identity, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin into the library. Guanglin, since you're here, you can look through the things that interest you. There's no need to follow me. After entering the library, Duan Lingtian noticed that Lu Guanglin's eyes lit up when he saw the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls on the shelves. He could tell that Lu Guanglin was also interested in the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library of the Solitary Nation. Thank you, my lord. Lu Guanglin thanked Duan Lingtian profusely before he began to wander around the library. There were thousands of books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. It would take at least a few years to finish reading all of them. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin only had a day to read all of them. Therefore, they could only browse selectively to learn more about the books. Duan Lingtian's figure shuttled back and forth in the library. Duan Lingtian glanced at the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. Detailed explanation of the laws and profundities? After a while, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a shabby and ancient book. He reached out and picked it up. This! After picking it up, Duan Lingtian discovered that apart from the cover and the first few pages, there was not a single complete page in the back of the book. Some pages were only left with 10 to 20% of them. Only a few words could be seen. Although the book was shabby, Duan Lingtian continued to read it with great interest. This was because he discovered that the shabby book recorded some of the profundities of the laws. For example, the various profundities of the law of earth were recorded in the book. The fundamental profound meaning of the law of earth was the element of earth. Other profound meanings included gravitational space, ground evasion, vibration, recovery. Because the page was incomplete, Duan Lingtian could only see this part of the profound meaning of the law of earth. The fundamental profound meaning of the laws of fire was the fire elemental essence. Other profound meanings included explosion, corrosion, fire elemental technique. But because the page was incomplete, only these profound meanings of the laws of fire could be seen. As for the law of metal, it was even more incomplete. Only the fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, and another profundity called the metal body technique were visible. The laws of wind are rather complete. There are 7 or 8 profound meanings recorded. Duan Lingtian flipped through the books in his hands, feeling dazzled. All sorts of profound mysteries of the laws were displayed before his eyes. The laws of wood, the laws of water, the laws of light, the laws of darkness, the laws of ice, the laws of thunder. Of course, the pages that recorded some of the laws and profundities were incomplete, and only the basic profundities could be seen. Every law has its own fundamental profundity. For example, the law of wood has the wood elemental essence, the law of darkness has the dark elemental essence, and the law of thunder has the thunder elemental essence. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and slowly digested the information he had just read. To a certain extent, the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth were considered profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. Apart from the fundamental profundities, the other profundities of the laws of heaven and earth were divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage. As it turns out, king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities can only help one comprehend the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the rudimentary stage. If one wants to progress further, one must find a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the same profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the initial stage. If one wants to comprehend the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the mastery stage, one must not only obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, but one must also obtain an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the same profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. The profundities of the laws of heaven and earth are divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage. The profundities of the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from one another. Moreover, if one has mastered some complementary profundities of the laws of heaven and earth, the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Duan Lingtian needed some time to digest all the information that the book had given him. Duan Lingtian needed some time to digest all the information. During this day, Duan Lingtian's greatest gain was the information about the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. At the very least, he had gained a deeper understanding of the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, evening had arrived. "My lord, it's about time for us to leave." When Lu Guanglin arrived next to Duan Lingtian was looking at a mirror image pearl that had been recorded. In the mirror image, 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were fighting. Both of them had comprehended the fundamental profundity of the laws of heaven and earth. One of them had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. The other person had comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Both of them had similar techniques. However, in the end, the person who had comprehended the law of fire emerged victorious. Throughout the entire process, Duan Lingtian came up with an idiom. Fire is fueled by wind. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of fire and had fused with the fire elemental profundity celestial origin energy with the fire elemental profundity collided with his opponent's celestial origin energy that had fused with the wind elemental profundity, the wind elemental profundity celestial origin energy soared and defeated his opponent. It seems like the person who has comprehended the law of fire will have an advantage over the person who has comprehended the law of wind. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After withdrawing his divine consciousness from the floating image pearl, Duan Lingtian left the library of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace with Lu Guanglin. After leaving the library, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin back to the temporary residence that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for them. At this time, Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and old Mo were already waiting in the courtyard. "Brother Duan, you went out?" Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian returning from outside. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I had nothing to do this morning, so I went to the library of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace to take a look. I thought you'd stay in seclusion like me and focus on comprehending the fundamental profundities of the celestial methods and divine abilities." Huang Jialong smiled. "However, although I've heard that the fundamental profundities of the laws are easier to comprehend compared to other profundities, I still couldn't figure it out even after a day and night." Huang Jialong shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. "Humph." Huang Yuanfei scoffed. "You're trying to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, in just a day and a night? Even in the entire profound nether mansion, there might not be anyone with such innate talent." Huang Yuanfei said. Huang Jialong smiled wryly. He did not expect his words would incur his father's displeasure. It must be because he didn't have the chance to comprehend the law of wind himself. He must be displeased when he sees my son comprehending the law of wind. Huang Jialong comforted himself inwardly. At the same time, he was secretly pleased. Huang Yuanfei was unaware of his son's thoughts. If he knew, he would have slapped his son twice. How could he criticize his own father like this? Brother Duan, did you try to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, last night? Huang Jialong did not dare to argue with Huang Yuanfei, so he shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How was it? Huang Jialong asked. It went well. Duan Lingtian said. Successful? When Huang Jialong heard Duan Lingtian's words, he assumed that Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo naturally had similar thoughts. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Earth elemental profundity. The Earth elemental profundity. City Lord Huang. Elder Mo. After a while, a loud voice came from outside, and a tall figure walked in. The newcomer was clad in silver light armor and had a tall and sturdy build. This person was none other than the commander of the Imperial Guards, He Feng, who had led them to the Solitary Nation's palace a few days ago. Commander He. Huang Yuanfei nodded at He Feng, while Elder Mo only nodded at He Feng as a form of greeting. Where is Bai Gang? At this moment, He Feng nodded at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong before he looked around and discovered one person was missing from the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation. He followed Senior Bai Jianghu back to the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. Huang Yuanfei replied. What reward does Senior Bai Jianghu intend to give him? He Feng's eyes widened slightly. He knew Bai Gang had returned with Bai Jianghu to receive his reward for finding a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. The 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation had sent a message to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation when Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone. When the Emperor of the Solitary Nation learned Bai Gang was going to hand the royal-grade celestial sword to the Flying Tiger Clan's branch, he knew Bai Gang was going to be lucky. Senior Bai Jianghu has promised to let him enter the cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. Huang Yuanfei smiled. Bai Gang was his brother. With such a great opportunity, he was happy for Bai Gang. What? He Feng's expression changed slightly as he gasped. The cleansing pool? The cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion? It's said to be able to help a copper flying tiger evolve into a silver flying tiger in just 10 years? That's right. Huang Yuanfei nodded. That fellow. He'll be even more proud of himself in the future. He Feng shook his head with a wry smile on his face. However, his eyes shone brightly. It was clear he was happy for Bai Gang. Chapter 2972. Although the auction held by the Solitary Nation's royal family was called the Royal Auction, it was not held in the royal palace. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, there would be all kinds of people participating in the auction. Naturally, the imperial family of the Solitary Nation would not allow all of them to enter the imperial palace. The imperial auction was held in an auction venue that was 10,000 meters away from the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation. The auction venue belonged to the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. It was usually rented to sects and clans to hold auctions. In the Solitary Nation, the imperial family would hold an imperial auction every once in a while. It had become a tradition in the Solitary Nation. The threshold to enter the imperial auction was usually the highest among all the auctions in the Solitary Nation. Those who could not prove their identity, or those with ordinary identities, would have to spend a large amount of celestial crystals to enter the auction venue. Duan Lingtian, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was an honored guest of the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. Naturally, they were arranged to enter one of the best rooms in the auction venue. Not only that, but there was also a banner with the words supporting Fall Nation written on it outside the window of the private room that was next to the auction venue. It was obvious the flag was meant to inform the people outside of the room about the identity of the people in the room. I'm afraid this flag is meant for the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Duan Lingtian walked up to the window of the room. With just a glance, he saw that there were 2 room windows nearby that were diagonally facing him. There was also a flag hanging above them. One of the flags had the words East Ming Nation written on it, while the other one had the words Moran Nation written on it. At the same time, the people who entered the auction venue also noticed the flags hanging outside the windows of the 3 rooms upstairs. The people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are all here? Even the flags are hanging outside. It seems like the people from the 3 nations are here for the same thing. It seems like I made the right choice to come to the imperial auction of the solitary nation. It's a good thing I didn't leave. Initially, I just wanted to stay and watch the show. I didn't expect to see a treasure being auctioned. It must be something extraordinary if it can attract the people from the 3 nations. I'm really looking forward to it. Most of the people from Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces, who had gathered in the capital of the solitary nation, because of the appearance of the royal grade celestial sword. These people had decided to stay in the capital of the solitary nation, even after the royal grade celestial sword had been decided to go to the imperial auction today. Originally, they just wanted to join in the fun. Who would have thought that a treasure would appear in the imperial auction held by the solitary nation's imperial family? Moreover, it was a treasure that even the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were interested in. Furthermore, judging from the flags hanging from the windows of the 3 private rooms, the people inside were all sent by the emperors of the 3 countries. In other words, the treasures that appeared in the solitary nation's royal auction this time could even tempt the emperors of the 3 nations. The breathing of the people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces quickened. This was especially true for the people from the Grade 8 forces. They were already rubbing their hands together, preparing to bid for that item with all their might. As for the people from the Grade 9 forces, they were well aware of their own limitations, but they were also looking forward to the excitement of the auction. Don't tell me you don't know that the people from the 3 nations are here for the golden nematode that's required to refine the profound golden pill? Just as the group of people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces were discussing among themselves, some of the locals of the solitary nation could not help but remind them of the situation. Profound golden pill? Golden nematode? The people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces were disappointed when they heard the people from the solitary nation's royal grade celestial sword. Although the golden nematode was difficult to obtain, it was not a rare treasure. Even if they obtained the golden nematode and gathered all the other ingredients needed to refine the profound golden pill, they might not be able to find someone to successfully refine it. Unless they could hire a celestial alchemist at the king grade or above to refine the pill. Moreover, even a Grade 7 force might not have a king-grade celestial alchemist, let alone a celestial alchemist. Moreover, the success rate of a duke-grade celestial alchemist refining the profound golden pill was less than 1%. After all, out of 100 duke-grade celestial alchemists, there might not even be 1 duke-grade celestial alchemist who could successfully refine the profound golden pill. As for prominent celestial alchemists, there might not even be 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists who could successfully refine the profound golden pill. For this reason, the golden nematode was useless to most people even if they obtained it. Little Tian, are you really confident you'll be able to refine 2 profound golden pills with the help of 2 golden nematodes? Huang Yuanfei asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. Uncle Huang, I'm not a boastful person. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian's words were, without a doubt, a reply to Huang Yuanfei. He was not boasting, he was truly confident. All right. I believe you. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, the auction hall was filled with people. One could see the bustling crowd through the windows of the private rooms. Not long after, the auction officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the imperial auction of the solitary nation. A skinny gray-clad old man walked up to the innermost stage of the auction hall. He glanced at the auction hall indifferently as he spoke. This old man is not simple. When the old man walked up to the auction stage, Duan Lingtian had a feeling the old man was not simple. He must be a celestial king. Father, this old man is not simple. At this moment, Huang Jialong could tell the old man was not simple. Moreover, the old man was not as enthusiastic as the other auctioneers. He stood there with a calm expression on his face as though he was saying, "It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Of course he's not simple." He's a one basic celestial king who serves the emperor of the solitary nation. Huang Yuanfei said. As the emperor of the solitary nation, it was only natural that he had many celestial kings by his side. After all, not every celestial king was willing to serve the emperor of a grade 8 nation. A one basic celestial king? Huang Jialong sucked in a cold breath. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm. He had already sensed the old man's presence earlier. After all, he had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to boost his strength for a short period of time. Therefore, he was very familiar with the aura of a celestial king. In today's auction, I hope that everyone will be able to get what they want. The gray-clad old man stood on the auction stage and said indifferently, "Next up is the first item of the solitary nation's imperial auction." As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a celestial talisman that shone with a faint purple light appeared in his hand. This is a celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial king who has comprehended the law of thunder's thunder arrow profundity. It's called the Arrow Explosion Talisman. Once this Arrow Explosion Talisman is crushed, it'll release tens of thousands of lightning arrows that will kill anyone below a celestial duke within a radius of 10 meters. The old man explained as he took out the celestial talisman. Apart from powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials, ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials won't be able to survive within a radius of 100 meters. Even if it's a one basic celestial duke or a two-form celestial duke, the Arrow Explosion Talisman will be able to injure them as long as they're within a short distance. After the old man finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the auction hall before he continued to say, "The starting bid for this Arrow Explosion Talisman is 3,000 prominent celestial crystals." If it was an ordinary auction host, he would have bragged about the value of the Arrow Explosion Talisman. After the old man said what he needed to say, he didn't say anything else. 3,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone made a bid. It was an old man dressed in embroidered robes. "I can buy this Arrow Explosion Talisman for my grandson to protect himself." Clearly, the Arrow Explosion Talisman was a great defensive weapon for those below a celestial duke. There's such a celestial talisman? Duan Lingtian was shocked. It's possible to inscribe such a powerful offensive celestial talisman through the use of the law of thunder? Duan Lingtian knew there were offensive celestial talismans in the past. However, the offensive celestial talismans he knew were of little value. In terms of power, they were nothing compared to the Arrow Explosion Talisman before him. Once the Arrow Explosion Talisman was crushed, anyone below a celestial duke within a radius of 10 meters would die. How terrifying was this celestial talisman? This Arrow Explosion Talisman is considered a low-end law celestial talisman. A powerful law celestial talisman can kill a celestial duke or even a celestial king. Huang Yuanfei said. A law celestial talisman? When Duan Lingtian learned the offensive celestial talisman was called a law celestial talisman, he was dumbfounded. A law celestial talisman can kill celestial dukes and celestial kings? Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded. Although a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial duke is precious, it's not difficult to obtain it. As for a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king, it's not easy to obtain it. This is because even a celestial emperor would have to spend a lot of time and effort to inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king. As for a celestial lord, it's basically impossible for him to inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king. After all, there's a limit to how much energy he can infuse into a law celestial talisman. After listening to Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the power of a law celestial talisman. A celestial emperor can inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king? Chapter 2973. How powerful was a celestial king? Although Duan Lingtian had temporarily gained strength comparable to a celestial king through the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he could still sense the strength of a celestial king's celestial origin energy and soul. How could such a powerhouse be killed by a mere celestial talisman? Although celestial emperors can inscribe celestial talismans that can kill celestial kings, it's extremely difficult to inscribe celestial talismans. Moreover, the inscriber has to be a powerful celestial emperor as well. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Yuanfei added, Based on what I've heard, most of the celestial talismans that can kill celestial kings are made by titled celestial emperors. Titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his eyes widened slightly. Titled celestial emperors were powerful celestial emperors who had passed the test of the title temple. They were the cream of the crop among celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian had heard about this when he was still in the borderlands.
However, the strongest person in the Southern Heaven Territory seemed to be the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory.
Although the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord was a titled celestial lord, titled celestial lords were considered the cream of the crop among celestial lords. Even the weakest celestial emperor was stronger than a titled celestial lord.
There were no celestial emperors in the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone the cream of the crop among titled celestial emperors.
Moreover, it said that not all celestial kings can be killed by the celestial talismans inscribed by titled celestial emperors.
Those celestial kings who can be killed are usually weaker celestial kings who have not comprehended the profundities of a law.
Upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. If that was the case, he could accept it. Otherwise it would be too ridiculous. After all, how could a celestial king be killed by a celestial talisman? 4,300 prominent celestial crystals. 4,500 prominent celestial crystals. While Duan Lingtian and Huang Yuanfei were conversing, the price of the Law Celestial Talisman, the Arrow Explosion Talisman, continued to rise. In just a blink of an eye, the price had risen to 4,800 prominent celestial crystals. Based on the power of this Arrow Explosion Talisman, it seems like it was inscribed by a powerful celestial king. Based on the effect of this Arrow Explosion Talisman and the fact that it's a one-time use item, it'll be difficult for the price to exceed 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the next moment, as if to prove Huang Yuanfei's words, after the price of the Arrow Explosion Talisman was raised to 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, no one else increased the price. Although the Arrow Explosion Talisman is not bad and can be given to the younger generation to protect themselves, it can only be used once. In the Thousand Lands, 5,000 superior celestial crystals is the maximum price for a talisman of this level. If you still want to raise the price at this time, then your head must be kicked by a donkey. 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals. This Arrow Explosion Talisman has sold for the price it deserves. Similar whispers could be heard throughout the auction hall. 5,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Going once. 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals. Going twice. On the auction stage, the gray-clad old man said indifferently, 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, going thrice.
Sold. As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, he raised his hand. The celestial talisman in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it shot toward the person who had bid for the Arrow Explosion Talisman. In just a blink of an eye, the Arrow Explosion Talisman arrived in front of the middle-aged man who had bid for the Arrow Explosion Talisman.
Swoosh. As soon as the middle-aged man received the Arrow Explosion Talisman, he took out 5,000 prominent celestial crystals and placed them in a spatial ring. Then, he used his celestial origin energy to guide the spatial ring to the old man on the auction stage. This scene could be said to be a perfect example of one hand for the money, one hand for the goods. The second item is a mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the Origin Explosion Pill. The starting price for this Origin Explosion Pill is 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. On the auction stage, the old man took out a pill bottle. He took out a pill from the pill bottle and showed it to the crowd before putting it back on the table. An Origin Explosion Pill? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The Origin Explosion Pill was a common celestial pill in the Devata realms. However, it could only be refined by a supreme celestial alchemist. The Origin Explosion Pill was divided into 3 types. The Supreme Origin Explosion Pill, the King Origin Explosion Pill, and the Royal Origin Explosion Pill. The 3 types of Origin Explosion Pills were further divided into 3 grades: primitive, mediocre, and superior. The superior grade was the best while the inferior grade was the worst. A mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the Origin Explosion Pill, can elevate a celestial Duke celestial origin energy by 2 levels in just 15 minutes. Naturally, if a 9th-grade celestial Duke consumes it, his celestial origin energy will only be elevated to the peak of a celestial Duke celestial origin energy for 15 minutes. A 10-direction celestial duke would only be able to elevate his celestial origin energy after consuming it. As a celestial alchemist, Duan Ling Tian knew a thing or two about the origin explosion pill. While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the price of the origin explosion pill had already risen to 8,000 prominent celestial crystals. After all, the origin explosion pill could turn the tables in a battle between celestial dukes. In the end, the origin explosion pill was sold for 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Following that, the gray-clad old man brought out many other items. However, most of them were celestial talismans, pills, and the like. Although the prices of the items increased, none of them caught Duan Lingtian's attention. The 9th item is a pair of golden nematodes, and they'll be auctioned together. The starting bid for the 2 golden nematodes is 30,000 high-grade immortal crystals. The gray-clad old man announced. However, no one made a bid for the 2 golden nematodes for a few breaths after he finished speaking. Instead, some people began to complain. The starting bid for these 2 golden nematodes is 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. As far as I know, the price of these golden nematodes in the black market is only 15,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, the Solitary Nation's royal auction actually set the starting price at this price. It's because the imperial family of the Solitary Nation knows that the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are after the golden nematodes. The rarer an item is, the more valuable it is. Based on the wealth of the 3 nations, the price of these 2 golden nematodes is definitely higher than the black market price. That's right. Although the black market price of these golden nematodes is higher than the black market price, it's often priceless.
As everyone discussed among themselves, an indifferent voice rang from the direction where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals.
It was none other than Huang Yuanfei who had joined the bidding. Father, you're bidding so soon? This isn't your style. Huang Jialong was slightly surprised. This was not his first time attending an auction with his father. However, even if his father wanted something, he would not be the first to bid. Huang Jialong was dumbfounded by what he saw next. Apart from Huang Jialong, everyone else in the auction hall was shocked as well. I thought the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation want the golden nematodes as well? What? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned as well. This was because after Huang Yuanfei bid 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation did not bid at all. The people in the auction hall who had been anticipating the people from the 3 nations to compete for the golden nematodes were in disbelief. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Going once. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Going twice.
The gray-clad old man who had been calm all this while began to lose his composure.
His voice was a lot louder when he said, "Going twice." He glanced at the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation's rooms, only to discover that there was still no movement from them. In the end, the gray-clad old man had no choice but to bid again. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Going thrice.
As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, it meant the 2 golden nematodes in his hands belonged to Huang Yuanfei from the supporting Fall Nation.
What's going on? Didn't the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation come for the golden nematodes as well?
I wonder.
Are the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation asleep? I wonder what the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation are thinking. What? What are they doing? While the auction hall was in an uproar, the private rooms where the people from the Moran Kingdom and the East Ming Kingdom were not calm either. In the room where the people from the Moran Nation were seated, "Uncle Yen, why aren't you bidding for the golden nematodes? Moreover, you told me not to bid. What's going on?"
The 7th prince of the Moran Nation said with a frown on his face as he looked at the blue-clad middle-aged man in front of him.
Although the Moran Nation might not be able to refine the golden nematodes into the profound golden pill even if they managed to obtain the golden nematodes, there was still a chance. Nevertheless, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, now that they had lost the 2 golden nematodes, there was no hope at all. The blue-clad middle-aged man was a basic celestial king who served the emperor of the Moran Nation. For this reason, the 7th prince of the Moran Nation could only suppress his anger. Earlier, I received a voice transmission from Huang Yuanfei from Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, so I've decided to give up on the golden nematodes.
Facing the seventh prince's question and facing the other people's doubtful gazes, the blue-robed middle-aged man unhurriedly picked up the teacup on the table and continued to leisurely drink his tea. Meanwhile, in the room where the people from the East Ming nation were seated.
Elder Hu? Why did you give up? Moreover, you didn't allow me to bid. Aren't you holding Brother Ju Yun back?
How are you going to explain this to my father if you don't bring the golden nematodes back? A young man dressed in a silver robe said with a frown on his face as he looked at the old man who was the leader of the group of people from the East Ming nation who had come to the capital of the solitary nation. Second prince, although you're a prince, you're not as calm as little brother Ling. The old man glanced at the silver-clad young man before he shifted his gaze to the gray-clad young man.
Chapter 2974.
Brother Ju Yun, aren't you worried?
The second prince of the East Ming nation smiled bitterly when he saw how calm Ling Ju Yun was. It was as if he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. I trust Elder Hu. Ling Jueyun looked at the old man who was the leader of the group from the East Ming nation before he shifted his gaze away. The old man looked at Ling Jueyun approvingly and nodded in satisfaction. Little brother Ling, I won't let you down. Based on your words, I'll do my best to obtain the profound golden pill for you.
As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent.
In the private room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were seated, the gazes of Duan Ling Tian, Huang Jialong, and Elder Mo descended upon Huang Yuan Fei. Although the current situation was a little strange, they unanimously felt that Huang Yuan Fei must have done something in secret.
Father,
what did you do?
Huang Jialong looked at his father in shock. It was as though this was the first time he had met his father.
Duan Ling Tian and Elder Mo did not ask any questions, but their eyes were filled with confusion as they looked at Huang Yuan Fei. It's nothing.
I just sent a voice transmission to the leaders of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation and told them that if they give me the golden nematodes, I'll take out a profound golden pill for them to bid on.
Huang Yuan Fei replied nonchalantly to the confusion on the faces of the three men from the Duan Ling Tian nation. I told them that I can ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine 2 profound golden pills with 2 golden nematodes. However, I'll take one for myself and the other for them to bid on. After Huang Yuan Fei finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. The most important person in this matter was Duan Ling Tian. After all, if Duan Ling Tian failed to refine 2 profound golden pills or only 1 profound golden pill, he would be labeled as a liar. Moreover, he would offend the 2 powerhouses from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. The 2 powerhouses were both one basic celestial kings. Huang Jialong was stunned, and so was Elder Mo. They did not expect Huang Yuan Fei would lie to the leaders of the 2 nations and say he could ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. Naturally, the king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, there was no king-grade celestial alchemist here. Duan Ling Tian was grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill. At this moment, both of their gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian at the same time. The people from the 2 nations should only be able to ask a duke-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill. Otherwise, the Emperor of the East Ming nation and the Emperor of the Moran nation would have taken one of the golden nematodes away before His Majesty even asked the Emperor of the solitary nation. It's precisely because they can't ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill that they want both of the golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill. Huang Yuan Fei continued to say, for this reason, when they found out I was able to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine a profound golden pill and offered a profound golden pill to them, they were willing to let me have the 2 golden nematodes. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face. He knew clearly in his heart that his father was able to make such a decision completely because he trusted this brother Duan. If Duan Ling Tian failed to refine the profound golden pill, his father would become enemies with the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. At this moment, Old Mo looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Uncle Huang. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Yuan Fei solemnly and said, I won't let you down. He did not expect Huang Yuan Fei to trust him so much. Huang Yuan Fei was willing to risk offending the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. If Huang Yuan Fei failed to refine the profound golden pill, not only would he offend the 2 celestial kings, but he would also offend the emperor of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. Little Tian, when do you plan to refine the profound golden pill? Huang Yuanfei asked as he handed the 2 golden nematodes to Duan Lingtian. When Huang Yuanfei won the bid for the golden nematodes, the old man on the stage had sent them to the private room. Huang Yuanfei had also given him 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Let's wait until the auction ends. Duan Lingtian took the jade box that contained the 2 golden nematodes as he replied to Huang Yuanfei. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Huang Yuanfei and said, Uncle Huang, you can tell the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation to come to the palace we're staying in to bid for the profound golden pill in 10 days. All right. Huang Yuanfei was touched by Duan Lingtian's confidence. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. 10 days? All right. City Governor Huang, I'll bring my men to visit the palace you're staying in 10 days. The celestial kings from the Moran nation quickly responded. City Governor Huang, will you be able to meet the king-grade celestial alchemist? The celestial kings from the East Ming nation were clearly interested in the king-grade celestial alchemist. Old Hu, I'm afraid that won't be possible. The celestial alchemist doesn't like to meet outsiders. Huang Yuanfei replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he could not tell the celestial kings from the East Ming nation that he could not hire a king-grade celestial alchemist and that the person who refined the profound golden pill was a prominent celestial alchemist. In the past, if someone had told him that a prominent celestial alchemist was confident he could refine the profound golden pill, he would not have believed them. However, based on Duan Lingtian's confidence and steadiness, Huang Yuanfei trusted Duan Lingtian. Although it was risky, Huang Yuanfei still trusted him. Nevertheless, he still chose to trust Duan Lingtian. He had a feeling this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old had something that ordinary people could not understand. For example, when Duan Lingtian was only a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial and did not use any profundities, he had defeated his son, Huang Jialong, with just one move. In the past, he did not even dare to think about this. Therefore, he had no way of questioning this purple-clothed young man whom he could not see through at all. What a pity! The celestial kings from the East Ming nation were not disappointed when they heard Huang Yuanfei's words. It was obvious they had expected this outcome. The imperial family's auction continued amidst the confusion in the auction hall. Soon after, the people in the auction hall shifted their attention to the next item. They no longer cared about why the East Ming nation and the Moran nation did not compete with the supporting Fall nation for the 2 golden nematodes. These are the golden nematodes? Duan Lingtian opened the jade box, and 2 worms that were as long as an adult's index finger lay in the jade box. The worms were golden in color and as thin as a thread. Although they were lifeless, they gave off a sharp aura. It was as if these golden thread-like worms could easily cut through anything. In fact, a living golden nematode could indeed cut through many things with a swing of its body. It was said that it could even cut a primitive celestial weapon in half with a swing of its body. Mediocre celestial pills could be cut in half with just a few swings of its body. After Duan Lingtian learned that the golden nematode was one of the 2 main medicinal ingredients required to refine the profound golden pill, he went to learn more about it. The golden nematode was a type of celestial beast. However, it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It lived on instinct like a wild beast. While Duan Lingtian was flipping through the golden nematodes, the auction house was bustling with noise and excitement as the sounds of bidding rose and fell. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the following items. He did not see anything that piqued his interest. Although Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of the items, he did see a few items that piqued his interest. However, he did not manage to buy anything in the end. Based on his expression, it was clear he did not care about the items. It was clear he was only slightly interested in the items. As time passed, the imperial family's auction gradually came to an end. Next up is the last item in the imperial family's auction of the solitary nation. This item is a little special. It was entrusted to us by a senior sectless cultivator, who's a 4-phenomenon celestial king. The old man on the stage spoke again. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire auction hall fell silent again. However, it did not take long before the crowd burst into an uproar again. Heavens! A four-phenomenon celestial king entrusted the item to be auctioned? A four-phenomenon celestial king's item is definitely something extraordinary. What is it? A king-grade celestial pill? Or is it a special treasure? I can't wait to see what's going on. A four-phenomenon celestial king's treasure must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were in an uproar as well. A four-phenomenon celestial king entrusted the item to be auctioned? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow.
Although he did not know what the four-phenomenon celestial king had entrusted the item to be auctioned, he knew it would be extraordinary. However, the items that the four-phenomenon celestial kings put up for auction were definitely not ordinary. After all, the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation was only a three-talent celestial king. Even the emperors of the three nations would have to treat a sectless cultivator, who was a four-phenomenon celestial king, with respect. Soon after, under everyone's watchful eyes, the gray-clad old man on the stage took out a long jade box. The jade box was 3 feet long, 1 foot wide, and half a foot tall. What's that? When the gray-clothed old man raised his hand and slowly opened the jade box, the gazes of everyone present landed on the jade box one after another.
They stared at the jade box without blinking. Chapter 2975. A four-phenomenon celestial king was considered one of the strongest powerhouses in the Thousand Nations territory. How could the items that such an existence would take out to auction be ordinary? For this reason, everyone was filled with anticipation when they heard the old man say that the item was auctioned off by a four-phenomenon celestial king. What did the rogue cultivator who was a four-phenomenon celestial king put up for auction in the solitary nation? I didn't expect to see a four-phenomenon celestial king auctioning off a treasure here. Fortunately, I didn't leave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to witness such a grand occasion. That's right. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. If it's possible, I'll bid for it at all costs. A four-phenomenon celestial king auctioned off a treasure that's auctioned off by a four-phenomenon celestial king can't be ordinary. The jade box is about to be opened. A group of people stared at the jade box in the old man's hand that was slowly opening. Meanwhile, in the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated, Duan Lingtian was also looking at the jade box that was slowly opening in the old man's hand. Crack! The jade box was completely opened. At the same time, the item in the jade box was revealed to everyone. A strangely shaped tree branch was quietly lying in the jade box. Although it was a branch that had been separated, it was emerald green. Even the leaves on it were very lush and did not give off the feeling of wilting at all. Logically speaking, if a tree branch was detached from the tree, it would lose its nutrients and would gradually wither away. However, that tree branch was quietly lying in the jade box. It did not show any signs of decay. Not only that, but it also showed no signs of withering. At this moment, anyone who extended their divine consciousness to touch the tree branch would be able to sense the vitality in it. This is... heavens! Why is there such a thing here? Why is there such a thing here? Just when Duan Lingtian's gaze was attracted by the branch in the jade box, 3 voices resounded in his body at almost the same time, and the voices were filled with disbelief. These 3 voices belonged to the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Do all of you recognize this tree branch? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. At the same time, the atmosphere in the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were seated was tense. What's this? Why does it have such a strong vitality? Not only did this tree branch not wither away, but it also has such a strong vitality. It's not an ordinary tree branch. Who knows what tree it is? Maybe it's some kind of rare material. This thing doesn't look ordinary. Although none of the people present could recognize what the branch in the old man's hand on the auction stage was, they could clearly feel that the branch was not simple. Most of the people who knew it? What's this? Yes. What's this thing? Many curious gazes fell on the old man on the auction stage. Many people couldn't help but ask the old man. Facing the curious gazes, the old man said calmly, "What is this?" "I don't know." Phenomenons of the phenomenons heaviness. Everyone was stunned. I'm not the only one who doesn't know what it is. Even the four-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it doesn't know what it is.
The old man continued to speak.
What? Even the four-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it doesn't know what it is. How? How are we supposed to bid for it? I don't even know what this is. Although this thing doesn't look simple, it doesn't seem to have much value before we know how to use it, right?
Many people in the auction hall frowned when they learned that even the four-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it did not know what it was.
Although I don't know what it is, it contains a strong vitality. The old man took the tree branch out of the jade box and showed it to everyone.
At the same time, he raised his other hand and slashed it at the tree branch.
Buzz! The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. Spurt!
A faint sound rang in the air as a deep cut appeared on the tree branch. At the same time, the branch swayed as though it would break at any moment.
The crowd was puzzled by the old man's actions when a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes.
He saw that the broken part of the tree trunk, where the branches were almost cut off, had strands of light green light wriggling, but the broken part was recovering at a very exaggerated speed.
About 10 breaths later, the tree trunk that was almost broken completely returned to its original state, as if it had never been damaged.
This. Unbelievable.
This is unbelievable. This is too inconceivable. It was clearly about to break, but in just a few breaths of time, it returned to its original state?
This tree branch is definitely not simple.
Even if I don't know what this tree branch is made of, I'll do my best to bid for it. It's because of its terrifying recovery ability.
In the vast auction venue, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths of air rose and fell like rolling waves, frequent to the extreme.
The starting bid for this nameless tree branch is 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. The old man said loudly on the auction stage. After he finished speaking, he quickly added, every bid must be at least 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. Moreover, the imperial family of the solitary nation is also interested in this tree branch. Therefore, I'll bid for it as well. The old man added.
As soon as he said this, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Even the imperial family of the solitary nation was interested in this nameless tree branch?
It seems like the four phenomenon celestial kings are really auctioning this tree branch. Otherwise, the imperial family of the solitary nation would have already bid for it. Even so, it's possible that the imperial family of the solitary nation is deliberately raising the price of this nameless tree branch. We have to be careful. No matter what, this nameless tree branch is really tempting. I'm afraid the final bid won't be lower than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's equivalent to the price of 2 king-grade celestial weapons. In the auction hall, the sounds of discussion and whispers continued without end. 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. At the same time, a voice rang from the private room where the people from the Moran nation were seated.
The person who made the bid was none other than the leader of the group from the Moran nation. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe and had a dignified expression on his face.
200,000 prominent celestial crystals.
As soon as the person from the Moran nation made the bid, the old man on the auction stage said, doubling the price of the nameless tree branch.
Wah! An uproar broke out instantly.
Not only was the old man the second person to bid for the nameless tree branch, but he had also doubled the price of the nameless tree branch. After the old man finished speaking, he added, this is the price that the imperial family of the solitary nation has set. If someone bids more than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, the imperial family of the solitary nation will no longer bid for it. As soon as the old man finished speaking, no one made a bid for the nameless tree branch.
The imperial family of the solitary nation has set the price at 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. It seems like the imperial family of the solitary nation doesn't think much of the nameless tree branch.
Well, it's normal.
Even the four phenomenon celestial kings couldn't find any clues about the nameless tree branch. Therefore, the imperial family of the solitary nation has no use for it. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals for a collector's item. That's too extravagant. That's right. It's equivalent to exchanging 2 king-grade celestial weapons for a collector's item. It's impossible for ordinary people to have such boldness. The people from the Moran nation remained silent for a long time. It was clear that they had given up on bidding for the nameless tree branch. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. Going once. The old man on the auction stage began to count down. 210,000 prominent celestial crystals. An old voice rang from the private room where the people from the East Ming nation were seated. It was none other than the old man from the East Ming nation. 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Yuanfei, who was in the private room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were seated, joined the bid as well.
Father, do you know what the nameless tree branch is? Huang Jialong didn't expect his father to participate in the auction and was stunned for a moment.
No, I don't. Huang Yuanfei shook his head in response to Huang Jialong's question. I just think it's not as simple as it looks, so I'm just casually bidding for it. If someone else raises the price again, I won't buy it anymore. Casually bidding for it. Huang Jialong was speechless.
He did not expect his father to be even more willful than him.
Old Mo, do you know what the nameless tree branch is? Huang Yuanfei asked the old man next to him who was frowning. I don't know.
The old man shook his head. 260,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man raised his bid, surpassing Huang Yuanfei's bid in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man instantly became the center of attention. Isn't he Gu Zhang, the vice-sect leader of the Great 8,000 Hands sect?
It's him.
I didn't expect him to be here as well.
It seems like Gu Zhang is interested in the nameless tree branch as well. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, not only were the 1,000 celestial kingdoms in the 1,000 nations territory Grade 8 forces, but there were also some sects and clans that were Grade 8 forces as well. However, most of the Grade 8 sects and clans were not as strong as Grade 8 celestial kingdoms. Even so, they were still stronger than Grade 9 forces. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Hands sect, Gu Zhang, an indifferent voice sounded out from the private room and shifted everyone's attention. It's the people from the supporting Fall Nation again. The voice came from the private room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated. Chapter 2976. Boy, you must get it. Whatever it takes. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth urged Duanling Tian to bid for the nameless tree branch. Under such circumstances, although Duanling Tian did not know what the nameless tree branch was, he still hastily raised the price. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duanling Tian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Duanling Tian's bid. All the celestial crystals in his possession amounted to about 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. Apart from celestial crystals, he also had king-grade celestial weapons that he could sell in exchange for celestial crystals. Before he came here, Huang Jialong had told him that he could use some items as collateral in exchange for celestial crystals. For example, a complete king-grade celestial weapon could be used as collateral for 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory, a complete king-grade celestial weapon could be sold for at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals or even more. Not only are my king-grade celestial weapons complete, but they're also not the worst king-grade celestial weapons. I'll lose a lot of money if I use them as collateral. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Then he thought about the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's reaction. However, it's worth it if I can get the nameless tree branch. Although they had not told him what the nameless tree branch was, it was clear that they had not told him what it was. Based on their reaction, it was clear the nameless tree branch was not ordinary. Could this nameless tree branch be one of the 5 divine elements, the clear heaven's divine wood? Duanling Tian thought to himself. The 5 divine elements corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 divine elements were the profound divine metal, the clear heaven's divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Duanling Tian had heard about this from the chaos divine flame. Brother Duan? Huang Jialong stared at Duanling Tian, dumbfounded, when he saw Duanling Tian joining in the bidding and bidding 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. As for Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo, their gazes also landed on Duanling Tian. Little Tian, do you know what that is? Huang Yuanfei asked tentatively. I don't know. Faced with Huang Yuanfei's question, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just feel that this thing isn't simple. If I miss it, I might regret it.
This thing is indeed not simple.
In my life, this is the first time I've seen such a strange phenomenon. Huang Yuanfei said. If this thing is a medicinal ingredient used to refine celestial pills, the celestial pills refined with this would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, Huang Jialong regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Brother Duan, are you suspecting that this nameless tree branch is some kind of alchemy material? However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was staring at the nameless tree branch in the old man's hand. It was as though he did not hear Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was not the only one who thought Duan Lingtian was silent. Even Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo thought Duan Lingtian had acquiesced to Huang Jialong's words. That's not the clear heaven's divine wood. If it's just the clear heaven's divine wood, the three of us wouldn't have lost our composure. When the Chaos Divine Flame heard Duan Lingtian asking if the tree branch was the clear heaven's divine wood from the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Flame immediately denied it. If it's not the clear heaven's divine wood, then what is it? Duan Lingtian asked. It's the divine tree of life. The profound divine metal said. The divine tree of life? What's that? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lad, you don't need to know what the divine tree of life is. All you need to know is that if you obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life, one of the top laws in the world, the Chaos Divine Flame said. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to speak. Its childish voice was filled with sincerity as though it was worshipping Buddha. The law of life isn't something that can be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. The strongest law that can be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered a second-tier law. The law of life, on the other hand, is one of the top laws in the world. The Chaos Divine Earth added. As one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, the nameless tree branch won't only allow you to comprehend the law of life. It has many other uses as well. It'll be very beneficial to you in the future. The profound divine metal paused for a moment before it continued to say, naturally, it'll be of great help to us as well. A hint of eagerness could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it finished speaking. Lad, as long as you obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, I won't just tell you what I can help you with. If you need help, I'll help you unconditionally. The Chaos Divine Earth said again. Its childish voice was filled with eagerness. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. It seemed like the main branches from the divine tree of life were of great help to the profound divine metal, the Chaos Divine Flame, and the profound divine metal. Otherwise, they would not have urged him to obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life so eagerly. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals. Gu Zhang, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Hands sect, raised the price again after Duan Lingtian had placed his bid. This time, his bid was even higher than Duan Lingtian's. Before the crowd could react, Duan Lingtian's voice rang again. Duan Lingtian said, 350,000 prominent celestial crystals. He added another 40,000 prominent celestial crystals as soon as he opened his mouth. Gu Jing frowned upon hearing this. He did not expect someone from the supporting Fall Nation's private room would bid for the nameless branch in such a manner. This time, Gu Zhang stopped bidding after Duan Lingtian made his bid. To him, the reason why he participated in the auction was because he was curious about the nameless tree branch and wanted to collect it for himself. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals was the limit of what he could afford. I don't think the bidder from the supporting Fall Nation's private room is Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, right? Based on the voice, it seems to be a young man. As far as I know, there are only 2 young people from the supporting Fall Nation who came this time. One of them is Huang Yuanfei's son, Huang Jialong. The other one is Duan Lingtian, a genius sectless cultivator who recently appeared in the supporting Fall Nation's Southern Heaven combat. This voice must belong to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, many people guessed that the bidder was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that he knows the divine tree of life? In the private room where the people from the East Ming Nation were seated,
A gray-clad young man with a cold expression on his face had a subtle glint in his eyes. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyun, the genius sectless cultivator who rose to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation. As soon as the old man on the stage opened the jade box, Ling Jueyun recognized it as one of the main branches of the Divine Tree of Life. The main branch of the Divine Tree of Life was a precious treasure to ordinary people. Ordinary people would be able to comprehend the law of life if they obtained the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. However, it was useless to Duan Ling Tian. This was because the law of life and his clan's law of life restrained each other. Moreover, his bloodline prevented him from comprehending the law of life for the rest of his life. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going once. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going twice. After Duan Ling Tian made his bid, no one else made a bid. At this moment, the old man on the stage began to count down. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian really recognized the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, or if he's just trying to keep it. If it's the former, then this Duan Ling Tian is not a simple person. After all, even in the small Southern Heaven territory, including the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, I don't think anyone can recognize the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. If it's the latter, then this Duan Ling Tian can only be considered lucky. Ling Jueyun thought to himself as he stood by the window of the private room when he saw the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life was about to be obtained by Duan Ling Tian. He had no intention of telling the people from the East Ming nation that the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life was the culprit. This was because he knew the people from the East Ming nation would not understand or believe him even if he told them about it. Moreover, there was a risk of exposing his identity. For this reason, he did not say anything to the people from the East Ming nation. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going thrice. At this moment, the old man on the stage announced the winner of the Divine Tree of Life. With this, Duan Ling Tian successfully obtained the Divine Tree of Life. Brother Duan, you don't have enough celestial crystals, right? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in the private room. I have about 25 million mediocre celestial crystals, which is equivalent to 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, I'll just take out a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Although he did not have enough celestial crystals, he would have enough if he took out a king-grade celestial weapon. Little Tian, there's no need to pawn a king-grade celestial weapon. Huang Yuanfei stopped Duan Ling Tian and said, I'll lend you 100,000 prominent celestial crystals first. You can return the remaining prominent celestial crystals to me after you sell the profound golden pills. In that case, thank you, Uncle Huang. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew Huang Yuanfei was doing this for his own good. If he pawned a king-grade celestial weapon, he would definitely suffer a loss. Huang Yuanfei clearly did not want him to suffer a loss. Therefore he did not refuse. Moreover, he was confident he could refine 2 profound golden pills with the 2 golden nematodes. As long as he sold 1 profound golden pill, it would not be difficult for him to earn 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Ling Tian giving away the spatial ring that contained enough celestial crystals and putting the Divine Tree of Life away, he could not help but exclaim, Duan Lington, you're really lucky. I really have to hand it to you, Brother Duan. Chapter 2977. Duan Ling Tian did not have many prominent celestial crystals in his possession. In fact, he had almost used up all his prominent celestial crystals when he was buying origin stones in West Lane City of the Solitary Nation. Naturally, he did not have many prominent celestial crystals, but he had a lot of mediocre celestial crystals. He had killed a 9 palaces celestial duke and a 1 basic celestial king from the blissful sect and a 10 directions celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect in the borderlands. The wealth that the 3 of them had brought to him was shocking in the borderlands. The 3 of them had given him more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. As such, the number of intermediate immortal crystals he had in his possession was shocking. He had more than 25 million intermediate immortal crystals, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals and 25 million mediocre celestial crystals. Is this sectless genius from the supporting Fall Nation taking advantage of this opportunity to take out all his mediocre celestial crystals?
The gray-clad old man on the auction stage was shocked when he saw the number of mediocre celestial crystals in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a genius. Not many people in the Southern Heaven territory possessed more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals, let alone the solitary nation. After all, mediocre celestial crystals were of a low grade. Naturally, this was the gray-clad old man's opinion. At this moment, the gray-clad old man did not know that there was another area at the edge of the Southern Heaven territory outside the formation barrier. It was called the Borderlands. There were only primitive celestial crystal veins in the Borderlands. The most they could produce was mediocre celestial crystals. Although there were some prominent celestial crystals in the Borderlands, most of them came from the central area. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian had plundered some wealth in the Borderlands, there were only a few thousand prominent celestial crystals. Most of them were mediocre celestial crystals. Naturally, there were also many primitive celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. Where did you get the 25 million mid-grade immortal crystals? While Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in shock, Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. I obtained these mediocre celestial crystals when I was in the Borderlands. It's rare to see prominent celestial crystals in the Borderlands. Duan Lingtian said. The imperial auction held by the Solitary Nation's imperial family came to an end after Duan Lingtian obtained the main branch from the Divine Tree of Life. Of course, outsiders did not know that it was the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. Even if someone said that it was the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, they didn't know what it was, let alone its true value. Not many people in the spirit overarching heaven knew about the Divine Tree of Life, let alone the Southern Heaven territory. After the auction ended, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin, Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Elder Mo back to the Solitary Nation's imperial palace. Along the way, He Feng, the commander of the Solitary Nation's imperial guards, caught up with them. As soon as he caught up with them, he immediately asked Huang Yuanfei. He asked, City Governor Huang, how did you do it? The people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation aren't ordinary people. It's unbelievable that they gave up on bidding for the golden nematodes. A hint of curiosity could be seen in He Feng's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Commander He, are you the one who's curious? Or is that person the one who's curious? Huang Yuanfei asked as he looked at He Feng. Huang Yuanfei emphasized the words that person. His Majesty is indeed curious. That's why he sent me a message. However, I'm curious as well. After all, the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation came for the 2 golden nematodes, but they gave up on bidding at the crucial moment. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you must have done something, City Governor Huang, He Feng said. Huang Yuanfei nodded. It's nothing. In response to He Feng's question, Huang Yuanfei said indifferently, I told them that as long as I obtain the 2 golden nematodes, I'll be able to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine 2 profound golden pills. I'll keep 1 profound golden pill for myself. As for the other profound golden pill, I'll let them bid for it. For this reason, they gave up on bidding for the 2 golden nematodes. It was clear Huang Yuanfei did not intend to hide this matter. Naturally, he knew he would not be able to hide it even if he wanted to. 10 days later, one of the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation would not be able to obtain the profound golden pill. Under such circumstances, they would not continue to hide this matter. A king-grade celestial alchemist? He Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Huang Yuanfei's words. He did not expect to receive such an answer. Although the emperors of the Solitary Nation could hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, they would have to pay a high price. The emperors of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation wanted to obtain the 2 golden nematodes because they did not want to pay a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist. They only wanted supreme celestial alchemists who were confident in refining the profound golden pill. For this reason, the higher the number of golden nematodes, the higher the success rate. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is really bold. He Feng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He Feng thought the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was willing to pay a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to help Duan Lingtian become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the Southern Heaven ancient realm opened. The emperor of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation could not compare to him. However,
It did not cross He Feng's mind that the person who wanted the 2 golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill was not a king-grade celestial alchemist, but Duan Lingtian himself. After He Feng and Duan Lingtian returned to the solitary nation's imperial palace, they bade farewell to each other and left. After that, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the palace that the imperial palace of the solitary nation had arranged for them.
Little Tian, if there's anything you need to refine the profound golden pill, just let me know. I'll do my best to help you.
Huang Yuanfei said to Duan Lingtian after they returned to the imperial palace. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he still felt pressured when he thought about how he would offend the celestial kings of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation if he could not produce the profound golden pill in 10 days.
Don't worry, Uncle Huang. I won't let you down.
After informing Huang Yuanfei, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and began to refine the profound golden pill. He was the only one who knew he was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. Ordinary prominent celestial alchemists relied on prominent celestial fires to refine pills, but Duan Lingtian relied on his chaos divine flame to refine pills. Although the third form of the chaos divine flame was comparable to a prominent celestial fire, it was not something a prominent celestial fire could compare to. In fact, in many aspects, even a high-grade celestial fire could not compare to a prominent celestial fire.
Hee.
Little boy, didn't you say you'll help this brat as long as he obtains the main branch from the divine tree of life? The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. Based on its words, it was clear it was talking to the chaos divine earth. Although it won't be difficult for him to refine the profound golden pill with Old Hua's help and his innate talent in alchemy, he still can't guarantee a 100% success rate.
If you make a move, I'm sure you can guarantee a 100% success rate.
Duan Lingtian nodded. When Duan Lingtian heard the profound divine metal's words, he had already guessed the chaos divine earth would be able to help him refine the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the profound divine metal's words. As long as the chaos divine earth helped him, it would be able to refine the profound golden pill? Although the chaos divine earth was confident it would be able to refine the profound golden pill, it was only 80 to 90% confident it would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, after listening to the profound divine metal's words, it was clear the chaos divine earth would be able to refine the profound golden pill. When Duan Lingtian thought about the pressure Huang Yuanfei would have to endure, he took a deep breath and prepared to ask the chaos divine earth for help.
There's no need for you to remind me.
Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the chaos divine earth's voice rang in the air.
Of course, I remember what I said.
After snorting at the profound divine metal, the chaos divine earth turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Brat, take out your pill cauldron." Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian took out his pill cauldron even though he did not know what the chaos divine earth wanted. As soon as the prominent celestial pill cauldron was taken out, Duan Lingtian could feel the chaos divine earth in his right arm glowing with a yellow light. A moment later, a khaki-colored energy shot out from his hand and entered the upper-grade celestial artifact pill cauldron.
Swoosh!
The pill cauldron shook, and Duan Lingtian saw a layer of yellow light on the surface of the pill cauldron. The chaos divine earth can be fused with a celestial alchemist's pill cauldron to increase the success rate of refining pills. With the chaos divine earth and my help, you'll be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. The chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air.
Let's begin.
The chaos divine flame reminded Duan Lingtian when it realized he was still in a daze. Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian began to refine the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was one of the most difficult prominent celestial pills to refine. The steps to refine it were extremely complicated. However, Duan Lingtian was able to refine it with ease. After all, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills had surpassed most Duke-grade celestial alchemists, and was almost on par with King-grade celestial alchemists. While Duan Lingtian was refining the profound golden pill, the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation learned about the profound golden pill from their leader. The reason they did not bid for the 2 golden nematodes during the imperial family's auction was because the supporting Fall nation invited a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill? The emperor of the supporting Fall nation is really bold.
I don't think the emperor of the supporting Fall nation is that bold. I suspect the king-grade celestial alchemist from the Flying Tiger clan is willing to help Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2978.
The Flying Tiger Clan? To be more precise, it's the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Now that you mention it, I remember that the vice-clan leader of the Flying Tiger Clan came to the capital of the Solitary Nation 2 days ago for a royal-grade celestial weapon. I'm afraid you're unaware that Duan Ling Tian obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon from a sword-shaped origin stone. He gave the royal-grade celestial weapon to Bai Gang, a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. Bai Gang is one of the people who accompanied the leader of the group from the supporting Fall Nation. It makes sense now that Duan Ling Tian obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. It's enough for them to send a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. Although the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation were in their respective palaces, their speculations were the same. The leader of the group from the supporting Fall Nation promised me that he'll offer a profound golden pill to us and the Moran Nation in 10 days. The old man said to the people from the East Ming Nation. The profound golden pill. Ling Jueyun's expression changed slightly when he heard the old man's words. Previously, he had only wanted 2 golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill. However, since no king-grade celestial alchemist was willing to refine the profound golden pill, Ling Jueyun was only slightly hopeful that the 2 golden nematodes would be able to refine the profound golden pill. But now, with the refined profound golden pill, the little bit of expectation in his heart disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of anticipation. Elder Hu, I'm determined to obtain the profound golden pill. Ling Jueyun said to the old man through voice transmission. I roughly know the upper limit of the celestial crystals that His Majesty has set for the 2 golden nematodes. If you can help me obtain the profound golden pill, not only will I return your personal celestial crystals, but I'll also owe you a favor. Ling Jueyun's words revealed his determination to obtain the profound golden pill. Little brother Ling, with your words, I will definitely do my best. The old man replied with a voice transmission. His eyes were filled with determination. He had high hopes for Ling Jueyun. In fact, during their journey from the East Ming Kingdom to the Solitary Kingdom, he vaguely felt that Ling Jueyun was not a rogue cultivator, but someone from a big family. Although his words and actions were filled with indifference, there was also an air of nobility that made him feel ashamed many times. Therefore, he believed that as long as he helped Ling Jueyun, he would definitely be rewarded in the future. It was only a matter of time. No wonder Elder Hu gave up on bidding for the 2 golden nematodes. It turns out that the people from the supporting Fall Nation made such a promise. Hearing the old man's words, the second prince of the East Ming Kingdom and the other people of the East Ming Kingdom were enlightened. It turned out that the person from the supporting Fall Nation had promised to offer a profound golden pill to the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Moran Nation also learned from the middle-aged man that the person from the supporting Fall Nation was going to offer a profound golden pill to them and the people from the East Ming Nation. A profound golden pill, a profound golden pill. The 7th prince of the Moran Nation looked at the middle-aged man eagerly and said in a deep voice, Uncle Yen, I know Father gave you an upper limit on the number of celestial crystals to bid for the 2 golden nematodes. However, our goal is not the golden nematodes, but the profound golden pill. Therefore, I hope you can ignore the upper limit. If it's necessary, Uncle Yen, you can pay me some celestial crystals first. I'll ask Father to return the celestial crystals to you when we return to the nation. The 7th prince of the Moran Nation was extremely excited when he learned he had a chance to obtain the profound golden pill. As long as he obtained the profound golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At that time, he was confident he would become the strongest person below celestial dukes in the Moran Nation. Although he was not as talented as Duan Ling Tian from the supporting Fall Nation and Ling Jueyun from the East Ming Nation, it was still enough for him to perform better in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do. The middle-aged man replied indifferently. In the palace of the Solitary Nation, there was a palace in the middle of the palace. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation had just finished listening to He Feng's words. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation wants a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for Duan Ling Tian? As soon as He Feng finished speaking, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation shook his head and said, That's impossible. I know the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation very well.
He's not that bold. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation said confidently.
As the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, which was adjacent to the supporting Fall Nation, he knew the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation very well.
The price of hiring a king-grade celestial alchemist was too high.
The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was the kind of person who would not act unless he was certain Duan Lingtian would bring him great benefits.
Otherwise, he would not pay such a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist. If the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation didn't hire a king-grade celestial alchemist, could it be Huang Yuanfei? He doesn't have the ability to do that, right? He Feng frowned slightly. He doesn't have the ability to do that. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation said indifferently. However, don't forget about the people around him. For example, Bai Gang. Bai Gang?
Upon hearing the Emperor of the Solitary Nation's words, He Feng's eyes widened as a thought appeared in his mind. Your Highness, are you saying that Duan Lingtian obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon from the sword-shaped origin stone and asked the Flying Tiger clan to send a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him?
Apart from that, I can't think of any other possibilities. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation said.
After listening to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation's words, He Feng was certain this was the truth.
10 days passed in just a blink of an eye for people in the Devata realms. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes as a bright smile appeared on his face. I've finally become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura had changed slightly. With just a thought, the celestial origin energy that appeared on his body was no longer the same as before. This was because Duan Lingtian had officially become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill's efficacy is really strong. With a wave of his hand, a pill bottle appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It contained one of the 2 profound golden pills he had refined a few days ago. As for the other profound golden pill, he had consumed it a few days ago. He had only regained consciousness after he had completely digested its efficacy and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'm sure Uncle Huang has been waiting for a long time. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, he immediately looked up and saw it was almost noon. It seemed like the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation had arrived.
Brother Duan, you're finally out.
Before Duan Lingtian could look away, a relieved voice rang in his ears. He could tell it was Huang Jialong's voice. Jialong, Duan Lingtian finally saw Huang Jialong standing next to Lu Guanglin in the courtyard. Brother Duan, did you succeed? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. Right now, his father and elder Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Kingdom and Moran Kingdom in the main hall of the temporary residence they were currently residing in. The people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation had come for the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian was worried because he did not know if the profound golden pill had been successfully refined. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and shook the pill bottle. Then, he tossed the pill bottle to Huang Jialong as though it was a piece of trash. Is this the profound golden pill? Huang Jialong took the pill bottle with a solemn expression on his face. He opened the bottle and saw the pill lying inside. The fragrance of the pill assailed his nostrils. Coupled with the unique glow on the pill, Huang Jialong could tell it was the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he confirmed the pill bottle was the profound golden pill. He knew Duan Lingtian had succeeded. Brother Duan, did you only manage to refine 1 profound golden pill, or did you refine 2? Huang Jialong asked. He heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed the pill bottle contained the profound golden pill. What do you think? Duan Lingtian deliberately revealed the aura of his soul to Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up as a bright smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, Brother Duan. I didn't expect you to be able to refine 2 profound golden pills. Huang Jialong sighed. To think that I didn't have high hopes for you. I even thought Father was blind to trust you so much. It seems like I'm not as good as Father after all. As Huang Jialong lamented, a hint of guilt appeared on his face. Congratulations, my lord. At this moment, Lu Guanglin also congratulated Duan Ling Tian.
A hint of admiration could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Although he had confidence in his master, when he learned that his master had really refined 2 profound gold pills, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably shocked. The people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation should be here by now, right?
Duan Ling Tian asked.
They're in the main hall. Father and old Mo are entertaining them.
Since you've come out of your closed-door cultivation, let's go together. I'd like to see how many celestial crystals the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation are willing to pay for the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong was anxious when he first arrived. However, when he returned, he no longer felt anxious. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 2979. It was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian's residence to the main hall of the imperial residence. Along the way, Huang Jialong said guiltily, "Brother Duan, I didn't believe you'd be able to refine the profound golden pill. You won't blame me, right?" Clearly, he was very concerned about this matter. After all, to a certain extent, this was because he did not trust Duan Ling Tian.
"Why would I blame you?"
Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. "If I were you, I wouldn't believe I'd be able to refine the profound golden pill. After all, the profound golden pill is not an ordinary prominent celestial pill. However, I'm only a prominent celestial alchemist." After refining the profound golden pill, Duan Ling Tian finally realized how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. It was no wonder it was rumored that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists would be able to refine the profound golden pill. In fact, not even 1 in 100 supreme celestial alchemists would be able to refine the profound golden pill. If I didn't have the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, I wouldn't even have a 10% chance of successfully refining the profound golden pill with my current level of mastery in the alchemy Dao. Before refining the profound golden pill, Duan Ling Tian had no idea how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. However, he now had a deeper understanding of the difficulty of refining the profound golden pill. If it were not for the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, he would not have been able to refine the profound golden pill. However, I didn't expect the Chaos Divine Earth to possess a cauldron and increase my success rate. Moreover, it seems like it can possess a defensive celestial artifact to increase its defensive ability? Previously, Duan Ling Tian had thought the Chaos Divine Earth would be able to help him. However, he was still pleasantly surprised when he learned about the Chaos Divine Earth's ability. In the main hall, Huang Yuanfei and old Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. There were 3 people from the East Ming Nation. Only 2 people from the Moran Nation had come. Brother Duan, the old man in the lead, is a one basic celestial king from the East Ming Nation. His name is Hu Qing, Duan Ling Tian said. As for the 2 young men beside him, the silver-robed young man is the second prince of the East Ming Nation, while the gray-robed young man is the genius rogue cultivator, Ling Jueyun, who made a name for himself during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. Before entering the main hall, Huang Jialong had already introduced the people from the East Ming Kingdom and the Moran Kingdom to Duan Ling Tian. There are 2 people from the Moran Nation. One of them is a one basic celestial king of the Moran Nation. His name is Lian Zhengxing. The other person is the 7th prince of the Moran Kingdom. By the time Huang Jialong finished his introduction to Duan Ling Tian, they had already crossed the threshold and entered the main hall. "Father." Huang Jialong entered the hall and directly walked in front of Huang Yuanfei and handed over the pill bottle. Huang Yuanfei's eyes brightened when he saw Huang Jialong's action. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Although he was confident in Duan Ling Tian, he still felt pressured when facing the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. "Uncle Huang." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian followed Huang Jialong to Huang Yuanfei's side. "Little Tian, thank you for your hard work." Huang Yuanfei nodded and smiled at Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. At this moment, he had already learned from his son that Duan Ling Tian had successfully refined 2 profound golden pills. Moreover, he had already consumed one of them and successfully became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. "Little Tian, allow me to introduce you." After Duan Ling Tian arrived, Huang Yuanfei introduced the 5 people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he also introduced Duanling Tian to the 5 people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. So, this is the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation who participated in the Southern Heaven combat. You're indeed young and capable. Lian Zhengxing, the Celestial King from the Moran Nation, glanced at Duanling Tian before he turned to look at Ling Jueyun from the East Ming Nation. I wonder who's stronger between little brother Duan and little brother Ling? Lian Zhengxing was clearly trying to drive a wedge between the two of them. Alas, his attempt to drive a wedge between them was futile. Duanling Tian and Ling Jueyun looked at each other and smiled at each other. It was as though they had just met for the first time.
There was no hint of hostility in their eyes at all.
Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he saw this. It seemed like Duanling Tian was acquainted with the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation. However, what he did not know was that Duanling Tian and Ling Jueyun did not know each other at all. They had only met once yesterday morning, and there was nothing else between them. In fact, they did not even speak to each other at all. They know each other? Lian Zhengxing's expression was slightly unsightly.
He did not expect his attempt to drive a wedge between the two of them would end in this manner.
City Governor Huang, you asked your son to retrieve the profound golden pill earlier. Now that he's back, he's passed this pill bottle to you. Is the profound golden pill in this bottle? Hu Qing, the Celestial King from the East Ming Nation, asked solemnly as he looked at the pill bottle in Huang Yuanfei's hand. That's right. Huang Yuanfei nodded as he poured the pill out of the bottle. It was a pill that emitted a faint fragrance and was shrouded in a unique light. The profound golden pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation confirmed it. It was indeed a profound golden pill. Since the profound golden pill is here, let's not waste any more time. City Governor Huang, please state the starting price. Lian Zhengxing urged as he looked at Huang Yuanfei. At this moment, Hu Qing also looked at Huang Yuanfei. There's no need for a starting price. Both of you, please state the price. Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. He was not worried that either of them would back out at the last minute since the profound golden pill was extremely important to both of them. In that case, I'll throw a brick to attract jade. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Lian Zhengxing immediately made a bid. He offered 200,000 high-grade celestial crystals. This price was equivalent to the price of 2 ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, this was the highest price the Emperor of the Moran Nation could bid for the 2 golden nematodes. The Emperor of the Moran Nation did not think it was worth it to bid any higher. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as Lian Zhengxing finished speaking, Hu Qing immediately made a bid and added 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was as though the prominent celestial crystals were just a pile of rocks in his eyes. Elder Hu, you're really bold. Lian Zhengxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's bid. He gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals. 400,000 prominent celestial crystals. Hu Qing's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently. Lian Zhengxing's expression changed immediately. The 7th Prince of the Moran Nation's expression changed as well. They did not expect Hu Qing from the East Ming Nation would bid 400,000 prominent celestial crystals for the profound golden pill without batting an eyelid. After all, the profound golden pill had appeared in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory before. However, the price of the profound golden pill on the black market was, at most, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was rare for the price to exceed 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. After a few breaths, Lian Zhengxing remained silent. Huang Yuanfei looked at Lian Zhengxing and asked, Mr. Lian, are you going to continue bidding? Uncle Lian. The 7th Prince of the Moran Nation cried out anxiously as he looked at Lian Zhengxing. 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Lian Zhengxing took a deep breath and stared at Hu Qing intently before he said in a deep voice, Elder Hu, if you continue bidding, I'll give up on the profound golden pill. However, is it really worth it to spend 500,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy a profound golden pill for an outsider? Lian Zhengxing asked with a hint in his voice. He had bought the profound golden pill for the 7th Prince of the Moran Nation. The seventh prince of the Moran nation was a direct descendant of the Moran nation's imperial family. However, Hu Qing was bidding for the profound golden pill for an outsider. For this reason, Lian Zhengxing asked Hu Qing, "I know whether it's worth it or not. However, I still have to thank Brother Lian for giving up the profound golden pill," Hu Qing said indifferently. 510,000 prominent celestial crystals, Hu Qing said calmly. Then, he bid again. Humph. Lian Zhengxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's bid. He scoffed before he left with the seventh prince of the Moran nation. The seventh prince of the Moran nation's expression was unsightly when he left. However, he knew he would not be able to obtain the profound golden pill today. 500,000 prominent celestial crystals was the limit he could afford. He did not think it was worth it to spend more than that. Congratulations, Elder Hu. Huang Yuanfei raised his hand and returned the profound golden pill to Hu Qing when he saw the seventh prince of the Moran nation and the seventh prince of the Moran nation leaving. Hu Qing also took out 510,000 prominent celestial crystals and handed them to Huang Yuanfei. Farewell, City Lord Huang. After the transaction was completed, Hu Qing bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei before he left with Ling Jueyun and the second prince of the East Ming nation. For a time, only Duan Ling Tian and the others were left in the spacious hall. Little Tian, you can keep this Sumera ring. Huang Yuanfei removed the ownership of the spatial ring Hu Qing had given him and passed it to Duan Ling Tian. I've counted the spatial ring. There's a total of 510,000 prominent celestial crystals inside. Not a single one more or less. Uncle Huang, what are you doing? Duan Ling Tian did not reach out to take the spatial ring. Although I'm the one who refined the profound golden pill, you're the one who bought the golden nematode for me. The other profound spirit flower that I used was also given to me by you, Uncle Huang. Of these 510,000 high-grade immortal crystals, I'll take 200,000 at most. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with determination when he spoke. He had his principles, and he knew how to repay kindness. However, Huang Yuanfei was equally determined. Little Tian, you're going overboard. If it weren't for you, who can guarantee that the materials wouldn't be wasted? How about this? I'll take 10,000 prominent celestial crystals, and you can keep the remaining 500,000. Chapter 2980. In the end, Duan Ling Tian gave in to Huang Yuanfei's demands and accepted the 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. According to Huang Yuanfei's words, His Majesty gave me 30,000 prominent celestial crystals to bid for the 2 golden nematodes. His Majesty is willing to pay so much for you because he wants you to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial so that you'll stand out in the southern heaven ancient realm and be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans. His Majesty will then be rewarded generously by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Therefore, you don't have to feel guilty. Just treat the 10,000 prominent celestial crystals as compensation for selling the profound spirit flower to you. You don't have to feel guilty, and you don't have to feel like you owe me a favor. These were Huang Yuanfei's exact words. However, despite Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Ling Tian was certain he owed Huang Yuanfei a favor. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that Huang Yuanfei's words were not cheap. Let alone 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Even if it was only 100,000 or 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, it was still a huge sum to Huang Yuanfei. Now that we've settled our business in the solitary nation, it's time for us to return. Huang Yuanfei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, Little Tian, go back and get ready. We'll return to the supporting Fall Nation tomorrow morning. Yes, Uncle Huang. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Early the next morning, Duan Ling Tian brought Lu Guanglin along with him to meet up with Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo. When they arrived, the group stood on Elder Mo's main body and was led by Elder Mo on the way. When they returned, it was the same. However, when they returned, there was one person missing. It was none other than Bai Gang, who had left the solitary nation a few days ago. Bai Gang did not return to the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he returned to the Flying Tiger Clan with Bai Jianghu, the vice-patriarch of the Flying Tiger Clan. During their journey, Duan Ling Tian cultivated and comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity with the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison Method. Now that he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his cultivation base had improved as well. One more step and they would become celestial monarchs. With the help of the chaos divine earth, he had quickly comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. The gravitational space profundity was one of the profundities of the law of Earth. With the help of the chaos divine earth, Duan Ling Tian was gaining new insights every second. Whether it's Earth, the mundane realms, or the Devata realms where I'm currently in, there's a gravitational force. Earth's gravity, under the circumstances of not using any power, one's body will fall towards the Earth's core. It's a gravitational force that belongs to the direction of gravity. As for the gravitational space profundity of the Earth laws, it does not only allow one to comprehend a downward gravitational force. Instead, it allows one to comprehend a gravitational force in any direction. For example, when the gravitational space power Upanishad shrouded something, it could use the gravitational force to move it everywhere. And not just in one direction. With the help of the chaos divine earth, Duan Ling Tian comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity through the earth elemental profundity and the Black Rock Prison celestial method. During this time, he gained a deeper understanding of the gravitational space profundity. He knew the gravitational space profundity was one of the most powerful profundities in the law of Earth. Once I comprehend the gravitational space profundity, I'll be able to master the Black Rock Prison celestial method. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew he only needed to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the initial stage to master the Black Rock Prison celestial method. This celestial method would only allow him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. If he wanted to improve his gravitational space profundity, he would have to obtain a royal grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. A royal grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity would allow him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the initial stage. If he wanted to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the mastery stage, he would have to obtain an emperor grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. About 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian and the others returned to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. After greeting Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Old Mo, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin returned to their residence in the Origin Gathering Hall. As soon as they entered their room and closed the door, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Boy, take out the main branch from the divine tree of life that you obtained from the solitary nation. HM? Although Duan Ling Tian did not know why the profound divine metal had asked him to do so, he still took out the main branch from the divine tree of life. After so many days, the main branch from the divine tree of life was still as green as ever. Now, drip a drop of blood on it. The profound divine metal said. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to prick his finger, the chaos divine flame's voice rang in his mind. Although he has 99 heavenly veins and his innate talent is enough to gain the divine tree of life's approval, he's not a celestial duke and hasn't established his own little world. I'm afraid he's not strong enough to gain the approval of the divine tree of life, right? Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Ling Tian realized the profound divine metal had asked him to do so to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. Now that he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be beneficial to him if he gains the approval of the divine tree of life. Moreover, he'll be able to sense the powerful life energy in the divine tree of life and increase his chances of comprehending the law of life. The profound divine metal said, I know he's not a celestial duke and hasn't established his own little world, so he's not strong enough to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. However, that's if he doesn't have our help. If we work together, we'll be able to deceive everyone and gain the approval of the divine tree of life. Although it'll consume a lot of our energy, it'll be worth it. Letting the divine tree of life recognize him as its master in advance can also help him refine and absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, increasing his cultivation speed. Although the divine crystal in his hand can also help him absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, it can't be refined. You should know the difference between the purified heaven and earth spirit energy and the unpurified heaven and earth spirit energy on his cultivation speed. After listening to the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame fell silent for a moment before it said, You're right. We all hope he'll grow stronger as soon as possible. If that's the case, We'll work together to gain the approval of the Divine Tree of Life. The Chaos Divine Earth won't have to do anything. After all, we still have to help him comprehend the law of Earth, the Chaos Divine Flame said. That's right. That's why I don't want the Chaos Divine Earth to do anything. The profound Divine Metal reminded Duanling Tian, boy, don't waste time. Hurry up and drip your blood on the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. Although Duanling Tian only understood half of the profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame's conversation, he could tell they were doing it for his own good. For this reason, he did not hesitate to prick his finger and drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. Drip. As soon as Duanling Tian's blood landed on the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, green halos appeared on the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. The halos blocked Duanling Tian's blood, making it difficult for Duanling Tian's blood to enter the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh. The two energies that were not unfamiliar to Duanling Tian intertwined with each other and whistled out of his body. The gold and gray energies merged with each other and merged with Duanling Tian's blood. The vast energy seemed to be compressed and condensed at this moment. After all, the volume of a drop of blood was only so big. When the golden and gray energies merged with Duanling Tian's drop of blood, the drop of blood seemed to have become extremely heavy. Drip. Another soft sound rang out. That drop of blood directly broke through the layer of jade-green halo. The whole process was like a drop of water penetrating a stone. Drip. 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 There was a soft sound, which meant that a layer of green light had been pierced through. After a few times, the rings of green light around the Tree of Life were all pierced through. Drip. In the end, Duanling Tian's blood fell on the sacred Tree of Life as he wished. To be precise, it fell on the main branch of the sacred Tree of Life. This was not the complete Divine Tree of Life. It was only one of the main branches of the Lord of Life. The blood fell and fused with the main branch of the Tree of Life. In an instant, it was like water and milk, completely fusing into one. At that moment, Duanling Tian clearly sensed a mysterious connection between him and the main branch of the sacred Tree of Life. Through this connection, he could clearly sense the powerful life force contained within the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. This powerful life force gave him a majestic and boundless feeling. He had never felt such a powerful life force from anyone or anything. Whoosh! While Duanling Tian was still feeling the powerful life force of the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life turned into a ray of light and entered his body. At the same time, Duanling Tian came back to his senses and looked inside himself. When he discovered the location of the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, he was scared out of his wits again. Heavens! What did he see? The main branch of the Divine Tree of Life was like the roots of an old tree, tightly entrenched in his heart. At the same time, a powerful life force surged into his heart and spread throughout his body. Chapter 2981. However, even after Duanling Tian had retracted his aura, he could still clearly feel the boundless vitality in his body. However, it was no longer as ostentatious as before. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though his entire body was filled with vitality. It was as though he had been reborn. What's the Divine Tree of Life? I feel like every single part of my body has been infused with an extremely powerful life force. Under such circumstances, I wonder if my recovery ability will be as good as the Tree of Life's main branch. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he recalled what had happened during the auction in the Solitary Nation. At that time, the old man on the auction stage had almost severed the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life. However, in just a few breaths, the branch had returned to its original state. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian opened his eyes and looked at his left arm. In the next moment, he raised his right arm, and a faint beam of light swept past his left arm, leaving a wound that was 1 inch deep. Normally, with his physique as an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would be able to heal such a wound in just a day even if he did not use his celestial origin energy or take any pills. However, as soon as the wound appeared, Duanling Tian was shocked to discover that the wound on his arm had disappeared. Although he did not use his celestial origin energy or take any pills to heal the wound, it only took him 2 breaths to heal it completely. In the time of 2 breaths, Duanling Tian witnessed his wound wriggling and healing at an extremely exaggerated speed. This Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect he would have the same recovery ability as the Divine Tree of Life. As soon as the Divine Tree of Life acknowledged you as its master, it shared its recovery ability with you. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in his ears again. This is just one of the main branches from the Divine Tree of Life. One of the main branches of the Divine Tree of Life. How many main branches does the Divine Tree of Life have? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Apart from the main trunk, the Divine Tree of Life has a total of 80 main branches. Including the main trunk, it has 81 main branches, the same number as the main branches in the Devata realms. However, what you've obtained is only one of the 80 main branches of the Divine Tree of Life that's inferior to the main trunk. Just this main branch alone possesses such amazing self-healing and recovery abilities. You can imagine how terrifying the self-healing and recovery abilities of a complete Tree of Life are. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it reached the end of its sentence, its voice trembled slightly. It was clear it knew how terrifying a complete Divine Tree of Life was. I've only obtained one of the main branches of the Divine Tree of Life? Apart from the main trunk, it's one of the other main branches of the main trunk? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had thought that the main branch of the Tree of Life he had obtained must be very important to the Tree of Life, since it possessed such terrifying self-healing abilities. It did not cross his mind that it was only one of the main branches of the Divine Tree of Life. Moreover, it was one of the main branches that was not that important. Although you've only obtained a small part of the Divine Tree of Life, it's enough to show how lucky you are. This isn't something an ordinary person can possess. The Hongmeng Divine Tree continued. You've already seen the regenerative ability of this small branch of the Divine Tree of Life. You can imagine how powerful the complete Divine Tree of Life is. It's not something an ordinary person can destroy. Moreover, the Divine Tree of Life can only be found in the realms of gods. There's only one Divine Tree of Life in each realm of gods. At this moment, Duan Lingtian interrupted the Chaos Divine Earth. Realms of gods? Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the Divine Offering Land where Kerr and his family and friends were. Could the Divine Offering Land be the realm of gods that the Chaos Divine Earth had mentioned? Duan Lingtian thought so because of the strength of the people from the Divine Offering Land. Kerr's cousin in her past life, Yun Qingyan, had easily defeated the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Although they were not master and disciple, Feng Qingyang was forced to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, Feng Qingyang was already the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, the solitary destructive heaven. The Divine Offering Land is separated from the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian remembered the words of Xianxia, Kerr's third uncle in her past life. For this reason, when the Chaos Divine Earth mentioned the realms of gods, the first thing that came to his mind was the Divine Offering Land. What? Boy, you haven't heard of the realms of gods? The Chaos Divine Earth asked when it saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. After all, you're still far from knowing about the realms of gods. The realms of gods. Are they superior to the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian asked. Sort of. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. Sort of? What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian frowned. The realms of gods are much smaller than the Devata realms. However, the powerhouses in the realms of gods are much stronger than those in the Devata realms, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Chaos Divine Earth said, since ancient times, there have only been 18 realms of gods. It said that the 18 realms of gods were created by 18 supreme powerhouses. They're different from Devata realms and mundane realms. The former is created by humans, while the latter is created by humans. Supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the Divine Offering Land was indeed one of the realms of gods. Moreover, there were only 18 realms of gods like the Divine Offering Land since ancient times. In the beginning, only the family and friends of the 18 supreme powerhouses and their descendants lived in the realms of gods. Later on, their descendants would enter the Devata realms to look for their partners and bring them back to the realms of gods. As time passed, more and more people came to the realms of gods. Some of them even wanted to enter the realms of gods to break through the shackles of becoming a celestial emperor and become a god. This was because there were many people who were stronger than celestial emperors in the realms of gods.
They were called gods. Their strength was far stronger than celestial emperors. Some of them could even easily defeat heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice grew louder as it spoke. A hint of warning could be heard in its voice as it continued to say, "For this reason, boy, you might think that heavenly emperors in the Devata realms are invincible." As Duan Ling Tian continued to communicate with the Chaos Divine Earth, he gained a deeper understanding of the realms of gods. The Divine Offering Land was indeed one of the realms of gods. Since ancient times, there were only 18 realms of gods. It was not because there were only 18 supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods. It was because there were only 18 realms of gods in the realms of gods. Once a new supreme powerhouse was born, as long as he could kill another supreme powerhouse, he would be able to destroy the other supreme powerhouse's realms of gods and create his own realms of gods. On the other hand, if one was killed instead, he would die, let alone create his own realms of gods. Apart from that, 6 of the realms of gods existed in the same space, parallel to each other. Every 10,000 years, 2 of the realms of gods would collide with each other, and this would last for 1,000 years. At that time, the realms of gods would tremble, and the spatial passages leading to the Devata realms would be closed. During this time, those who were in the Devata realms would not be able to return to their realms of gods, and those who were in the Devata realms would not be able to return to their realms of gods. It seems like the Divine Offering Land and another realm of gods gave me these 1,000 years of time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Moreover, the Divine Offering Land is going to enter an eventful period, so Kerr won't be forced to marry during this time. However, once peace is restored in the Divine Offering Land, Kerr will be forced to marry. Kerr's father and Yun Qing Yen will threaten Kerr with the lives of my family and friends. Duan Ling Tian clenched his fists when he thought about this. His eyes were bloodshot as he thought to himself, I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. There are many gods in the realms of gods. Many of them are even stronger than heavenly emperors. After learning about the existence of the realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian felt even more insignificant. Although the realms of gods were not as big as the Devata realms, the heaven and earth spirit energy in them was much more abundant than in the Devata realms. It was difficult for a Devata realm to produce a god that was stronger than a celestial emperor. However, the realms of gods could easily produce a god. This was the biggest difference between the realms of gods and the Devata realms. Boy, do you know how the supreme powerhouses who created the realms of gods were born? The Chaos Divine Earth asked with a chuckle. How? Duan Ling Tian asked. Most supreme powerhouses have at least one of the 5 divine elements with them. Most of their strength comes from the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The final form of the divine elements? Duan Ling Tian was confused. He had 3 divine elements by his side, so he naturally knew how difficult it was for the divine elements to transform and evolve into their final forms. Yes. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, the 5 divine elements can help any living being become a supreme powerhouse. Once the omnipotent expert is born, the final form of the 5 divine elements will also be born at the instant of the omnipotent expert's birth. By borrowing the power that appeared at the same time as the omnipotent expert's birth, they will be able to give birth to their own bodies. Chapter 2982. The profound divine metal and primal chaos divine flame in our bodies are also from this. As long as the 5 divine elements evolves to the second form, they'll be able to gain sentience. Sentience is a new form, but because we have inherited memories, we know what we are and what we'll face in the future. We'll either be devoured by the same 5 divine elements, lose our sentience, and disappear from heaven and earth. Or, we'll continue to devour the same 5 divine elements until we reach our final forms. At that time, we'll be able to help our host become a supreme powerhouse and leave the 5 divine elements to form our own bodies. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice sounded a little dejected as it continued to say, in the long river of history, there are very few 5 divine elements who manage to reach their final forms. I only hope that the 3 of us will be able to reach the end if we follow you. When the Chaos Divine Earth reached the end of its sentence, it did not seem to be very confident. Duan Ling Tian remained silent. After a while, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, why can there only be 18 realms of gods? Why can't there be a 19th realm of gods? No. That's because of the law of heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth states that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth. The chaos divine earth said, even the strongest powerhouses can't change that. The law of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian was stunned.
What's that?
The law of heaven and earth is vague. No one can say for sure what it is, but it exists. For example, the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms is one of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, it's also one of the laws of heaven and earth in the Devata realms. Very few people can cultivate to godhood. It's also one of the laws of heaven and earth that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth. In this world, the strongest known experts are those supreme experts who have the ability to establish outstanding divine planes. But even those supreme experts are like ants in front of the laws of heaven and earth. There was once a supreme powerhouse who tried to create a 19th realm of gods.
Do you know what happened to him in the end?
The chaos divine earth asked Duan Lingtian.
What happened?
Duan Lingtian was curious. Since this realm could only hold 18 realms of gods at most, it would be a violation of the laws of heaven and earth if someone tried to create a 19th realm of gods by force.
The laws of heaven and earth sent down heavenly punishment and instantly obliterated him.
Moreover, it was the type that turned him into ashes,
said the chaos divine earth. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A supreme expert.
The existence that stood at the pinnacle of this world was reduced to ashes in front of the heavenly punishment of the heavens and earth? At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized just how terrifying the laws of heaven and earth were. That was definitely an existence that could not be defied. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and changed the topic.
You said earlier that most people who become ultimate powerhouses have the divine elements in their final form by their side.
Based on what you're saying, there's actually someone who managed to become a paragon without the 5 divine elements by his side.
Duan Lingtian asked curiously.
Yes, the chaos divine earth replied. The chaos divine earth nodded before it continued to say, those people's comprehension abilities surpass heaven and earth. They've comprehended one of the 4 top laws to its peak and mastered it. That's how they're rewarded by the law of heaven and earth, allowing them to be reborn and become supreme powerhouses.
The 4 supreme laws.
Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Don't tell me you're referring to the first-tier supreme laws that are impossible to comprehend in celestial methods and divine abilities?
That's right.
The chaos divine earth replied. The strongest law in celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered as the second-tier supreme laws. As for the laws, they are generally divided into 2 great echelons. The first echelon only has 4 laws, while the second echelon has many. The chaos divine earth's tone changed slightly when it mentioned the first-tier supreme laws. Apart from the law of life, what are the other 3 types of laws in the first-tier supreme laws?
Duan Lingtian asked curiously.
The other 3 types of laws are the law of time, the law of space, and the law of death. The chaos divine earth replied to Duan Lingtian solemnly. The law of time and the law of space are collectively known as the law of space-time. The law of life and the law of death are collectively known as the law of life and death. The supreme laws in heaven and earth are the law of space-time, the law of life, and the law of life and death. Nothing can escape from the 4 supreme laws. The chaos divine earth said in one breath. The law of time, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death correspond to time, space, life, and death respectively.
Duan Lingtian took a deep breath.
Indeed. Nothing could escape from time, space, life, and death. Time was constantly flowing, and nothing in the world could go against it. Space was the foundation upon which all things stood. Life was the foundation of everything. Death was the calamity of everything. With the same cultivation base, the profundities comprehended from the laws are similar as well. However, if one has only comprehended the second-tier supreme laws, and the other has comprehended the first-tier supreme laws, the latter will be able to suppress the former. It's because he has comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. The chaos divine earth said, of course, the 4 supreme laws are powerful, but it's extremely difficult to comprehend them. First of all, one needs a fortuitous encounter. Secondly, one needs a high level of comprehension. The 4 supreme laws have a high requirement for one's comprehension. The chaos divine earth paused for a moment before it continued to say, for this reason, we can only say that you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life after obtaining the divine tree of life, but we can't guarantee that you'll be able to comprehend the law of life.
Since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you'll be able to sense its powerful vitality. This is also your fortuitous encounter with the law of life. If you're lucky and have a high level of comprehension, you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. However, if you're unlucky and have a low level of comprehension, you won't be able to comprehend the law of life even if the divine tree of life acknowledges you as its master. Moreover, not just anyone can make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master. The most important condition to make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master is to possess 99 heavenly veins. Apart from that, you must be a celestial duke. However, it's not difficult to deceive the heavens with some tricks. The most important condition is that even a supreme powerhouse can't deceive the heavens. This is also a restriction set by the law of heaven and earth. Everyone has to abide by it. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized that the reason the divine tree of life had acknowledged him as its master was because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. Are there many people with 99 heavenly veins? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. According to my inherited memories. In this world, under the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the number of people with 99 heavenly veins that exist at the same time in each era will not exceed 100. Apart from that, not everyone with 99 heavenly veins can become a supreme powerhouse. Only a small number of supreme powerhouses possess 99 heavenly veins. However, those people, without exception, are the best of the best among the strongest. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to explain. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Having 99 heavenly veins was only a small part of his advantage. It would not affect his future achievements. Apart from myself, Huan is the only other person with 99 heavenly veins I've met in my life. I didn't expect there to be so many people with 99 heavenly veins like me and Huan in this world. As for those with 99 heavenly veins, in this world where experts are as common as the clouds, there should be many who have fallen. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Apart from that, don't think you're amazing just because you possess 99 heavenly veins. In fact, if news of you possessing 99 heavenly veins spreads, even supreme powerhouses without 99 heavenly veins might try to kill you. That's because once an existence with 99 heavenly veins becomes an omnipotent expert, their strength will surpass the majority of omnipotent experts without 99 heavenly veins. Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses with 99 heavenly veins who died in the hands of supreme powerhouses when they were on the verge of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Of course, before you've truly matured and become a supreme expert, those who don't possess 99 heavenly veins won't target you. After all, at that time, you're not even worth mentioning in their eyes. Because of that, with a warning of history, as long as one knew about this period of history, one would not easily expose the fact that one possessed 99 heavenly veins. Having 99 heavenly veins is both a blessing and a curse. Therefore, boy, although you possess 99 heavenly veins, it's best if you don't reveal it so easily. Otherwise, you'll be killed when you reach that level. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was heavy when it reached the end of its sentence. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. It was fine if he did not know about it in the past. However, now that he knew about it, he would not easily reveal that he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No matter what happens in the future, the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and I will do our best to help you. However, you'll have to depend on yourself to see how far you can go. Chapter 2983. Unless you're really unlucky and die halfway, we won't change hosts so easily. After all, we won't be able to find a better host than you, the Chaos Divine God said. Huang Xiaolong nodded. It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian realized the reason the 5 divine elements were willing to stay in his body was because he had 99 heavenly veins. He was the most suitable host for any of the 5 divine elements. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to process the information that the Chaos Divine Earth had just told him. Although it was not a lot of information, it was still shocking. The realms of gods. Supreme powerhouses. The 4 supreme laws. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He asked the Chaos Divine Earth again. Previously, the Profound Divine Metal said that the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life is beneficial to all of you as well, right? Yes. Since you've obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life, your body will undergo a complete transformation. You'll possess powerful healing abilities.
The Chaos Divine Earth replied.
In that case, we'll be affected as well. If we encounter another 5 divine element in the future, we won't have to fear them even if we have to fight them one-on-one. After all, the main branch of the divine tree of life will provide us with an endless supply of vitality. To put it simply, now that the profound divine metal and primal chaos divine flame are in a deep slumber, even if the third form chaos divine earth tries to devour and assimilate me, I won't be afraid of it since I have the divine tree of life's main branch to provide me with strong life energy. Even if I'm injured, I'll be able to recover quickly. After listening to the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Ling Tian realized how terrifying the main branch of the divine tree of life was. Even if the chaos divine earth, chaos divine flame, and profound divine metal were injured, the main branch could help them heal quickly. Lad, the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its host. It's not just a change in your physique. The chaos divine earth chuckled before it said, "Now, try cultivating it." Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the Tai mystic skill, a king-grade divine art. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time cultivating after the main branch of the divine tree of life had recognized him as its master. When Duan Ling Tian absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, he discovered his current speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster than when he had the help of the divine crystal. He actually broke through the limit? Duan Ling Tian originally thought that with the help of the divine crystals, the speed at which he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already the limit. But now, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much faster than when he had the help of the divine crystals. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to discover that, after the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, it didn't immediately flow into his heavenly veins. Instead, it flowed into the main branch of the divine tree of life around his heart. After circling around the main branch, it flowed into his heavenly veins through his heart. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that after the world energy of heaven and earth circulated around the main branch of the divine tree of life, it became extremely pure. There were no impurities at all. The efficiency of circulating the world energy of heaven and earth in one's body was several times higher than the usual amount of world energy of heaven and earth. It feels like my cultivation speed is at least 10 times faster than when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes abruptly. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the world energy of heaven and earth. He did not expect the divine tree of life to bring him such benefits after it had recognized him as its master. The divine crystals paled in comparison to the divine tree of life. How is it? The moment Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, the chaos divine earth asked, "Do you feel the benefits of the divine tree of life now? How can it be so great? Previously, when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals, my cultivation speed wasn't even 1/10 of what it is now." Duan Ling Tian's tone was filled with astonishment. "It's not that great," the chaos divine earth said indifferently. "The divine crystals you mentioned are rare in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, they're not rare at all. As for the divine trees of life, they can only be found in the realms of gods. Moreover, there's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. This is the law of heaven and earth. In other words, there are only 18 divine trees of life in this world, and you've obtained one of the main branches of one of the divine trees of life." The chaos divine earth continued to say, "Let alone those from the Devata realms, even those from the realms of gods might not have such fortuitous encounters. After all, not just anyone can destroy the divine tree of life. Even a supreme powerhouse wouldn't be able to do so. The divine tree of life would only be damaged when the realms of gods collide. The damaged divine tree of life would lose some of its branches and fall into the spatial turbulence before it's lost in a Devata realm. Generally speaking, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck. Naturally, there are also those who don't know what's good for them and give them away. Just like the main branch of the divine tree of life you obtained. That bullshit immortal king didn't know what was good for him, so you took advantage of him." Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the origin of the main branch from the divine tree of life. When the realms of gods collide, Will the divine tree of life lose many of its main branches? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Not necessarily. Some divine trees of life might lose more than a dozen main branches when they're heavily damaged. Some divine trees of life might only lose a few main branches when they're not damaged. Some divine trees of life might be damaged, but they'll heal themselves in time and won't lose a single main branch. In this world, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Lingtian nodded. If the main branch from the divine tree of life in my body is exposed, will it be taken away by others? Duan Lingtian asked. After experiencing the benefits of the main branch from the divine tree of life, he wished the main branch would stay rooted in his body forever. First of all, the main branch from the divine tree of life will only acknowledge those who possess 99 heavenly veins as their master. Even if you drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life, it won't acknowledge you as its master. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the Chaos Divine Earth continued to explain. Secondly, although ordinary people can't make the main branch of the divine tree of life acknowledge them as their master, they can still carry it with them and use it to comprehend the law of life. Of course, it'll be more difficult for them to comprehend the law of life under such circumstances. This is because if the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, the person who owns it won't be able to get close to it and sense its powerful vitality. If the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, it can be taken away. However, if the main branch of the divine tree of life recognizes its master as its master, even if its master is killed, it'll tear a hole in space and escape into the chaotic current of space when its master's heart stops beating. Therefore, since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you don't have to worry about it being taken away by others. Those who are capable of discovering the main branch of the divine tree of life will also discover that the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master. Unless they have a grudge against you, they won't kill you and harm you without benefiting themselves. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian was certain the divine tree of life in his body would not be taken away by others. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that some powerful beings would steal the divine tree of life from him after discovering it. Divine Crystal. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a necklace pendant appeared in his hand. When he opened it, the divine crystal was inside. It was the divine crystal that Huaner had left for him. Now that I have the main branch of the divine tree of life, the divine crystal is useless to me. Huaner, where are you? Every time Duan Lingtian saw the divine crystal, he would be reminded of Huaner who had left it for him. Usually, he could suppress his emotions. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life had replaced the divine crystal, he could no longer suppress his emotions. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was akin to a saint land in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many entrances to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Southern Heaven territory that were located in Grade 6 celestial mansions. The authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was usually in the hands of the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Generally, Grade 6 celestial mansions would delegate the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to Grade 7 forces. Naturally, Grade 7 forces that were granted the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were all subordinate forces of Grade 6 celestial mansions. Even if they were not direct subordinates of Grade 6 celestial mansions, they would be indirect subordinates of Grade 6 celestial mansions. As a Grade 6 celestial mansion, the Profound Nether Mansion had a total of 5 Grade 7 forces in its territory. They were known as the 3 sects and 2 clans. As the name implied, the 3 sects and 2 clans consisted of 3 sects and 2 clans. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion was located above a lake called the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake was a vast lake with clear water. The surface of the lake was shrouded in a layer of mist that resembled white clouds. This was where the name, Scaling Cloud Lake, came from. Over the past few days, the Scaling Cloud Lake that was rarely visited by people from all over the place was now filled with people from all directions. These people were gathered here for the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that would open in 3 days. This is the Scaling Cloud Lake. A group of people flew over from the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake? This is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion? Chapter 2984. They were none other than Duan Tian and the others from the supporting Fall Nation. After traveling from the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Tian and the others arrived at the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 3 days in advance. It was the Scaling Cloud Lake. Your Majesty, is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the bottom of this lake? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he stood next to Duan Tian and looked at the leader of the group of people. The leader of the group was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. He was none other than Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. However, Hu Lin-Yi did not wear the dragon robe that he usually wore in the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he wore a long dark golden robe that made him look very low-key. Apart from the emperors of the thousands of Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory, even the 3 sects and 2 clans would send their powerhouses to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, Hu Lin-Yi did not dare to wear the dragon robe that symbolized the emperor. Previously, when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, an emperor from a Grade 8 celestial kingdom had come to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm wearing a dragon robe. In the end, he was killed by a powerhouse from the 3 sects and 2 clans for not showing any respect to the 3 sects and 2 clans and the profound Nether Mansion. Since then, no other emperor from a Grade 8 celestial kingdom dared to wear a dragon robe in such a place. It's not at the bottom of the lake. It's above the center of the lake. Hu Lin-Yi smiled in response to Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Even in the past, Huang Yuanfei had taken great care of this capable son of his, let alone now that Huang Yuanfei's status in Passage City had changed. Ever since Bai Gang, a powerhouse from the city governor's estate in Passage City, obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon from the Flying Tiger clan, a grade 6 force in the profound Nether Mansion, Hu Lin-Yi knew Bai Gang was no longer the same person he used to be. After Huang Yuanfei returned, Hu Lin-Yi learned Bai Gang would return as a silver-striped flying tiger in 10 years. At that time, he knew that even he couldn't treat Passage City as the Passage City of the past. Therefore, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Huang Yuanfei's son, he did not dare to slight them in the slightest. This time, the leader of the supporting Fall Nation was none other than the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Lin-Yi. An old man stood next to Hu Lin-Yi. He was a one basic celestial king from the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The remaining 9 people, including Duan Tian and Huang Jialong, were the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. Among them were Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family, and Huang Jia-chao, the son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong was Huang Jialong's younger brother. There were also 5 other people, 3 men and 2 women. Both women had outstanding appearances, especially one of them. Very few women could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was also a rogue cultivator. Beside her was an old lady. She was also a one basic celestial king. The old lady was also a rogue cultivator. During their journey, Duan Tian had heard about the old lady from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. For this reason, not only was he aware the old lady was a one basic celestial king, but he was also aware she was the grandmother of the woman next to her. The woman's name was Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu's grandmother was called Meng Pa. Meng Qiu is stronger than He Qian. Duan Tian's gaze lingered on Meng Qiu for a moment before he shifted his gaze to the other woman among the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was He Qian, the daughter of a powerful clan in the supporting Fall Nation. Let's go! Let's go! Hu Lin-Yi said before he took the lead and flew into the sky above the Scaling Cloud Lake. Duan Tian and the others followed closely behind him. So many people! Before entering the Scaling Cloud Lake, Duan Tian saw many people. However, as he neared the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake, he saw a huge crowd of people. They were so dense that they looked like dark clouds. It was as though a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. Brother Duan, I've told you before that there will be more than 15,000 people entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, Duan Tian said with a smile. Now that the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is about to open, I'm sure there will be more people coming. Take the supporting Fall Nation as an example. There are 3 people from each of the sects who came. Even if each of the sects only sent 2 or 3 people, it's still a huge number.
When Huang Jialong saw the shock in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he said with a smile, "When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens in 3 days, I'm sure there will be at least 20,000 people gathered above the scaling cloud lake."
Duan Lingtian lifted his eyes to look at his surroundings.
After a rough calculation, he found that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people in his field of vision.
This place was only close to the center of the scaling cloud lake. It was not the center of the scaling cloud lake. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is opened by powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They'll usually arrive a day before the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to distribute accumulative point jades to those who are preparing to enter the lower realm. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, explained to Duan Lingtian and the others as he led them to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Accumulative point jades? Duan Lingtian and the others were confused when they heard this.
After all, none of them knew about the rules of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
The accumulative point jade is a type of celestial artifact that the 3 sects and 2 clans specially prepared for all of you. Naturally, it can only be considered as a low-grade celestial artifact. Moreover, unlike other celestial artifacts, not only does it not possess any offensive or defensive abilities, but it also cannot assist all of you. They don't have any offensive or defensive abilities, Hu Linyi explained. Moreover, every accumulative point jade is unique to its owner. In the beginning, each accumulative point jade only contains 1 point. If you want to accumulate more points, you'll have to kill other people to obtain more points. Hu Linyi glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others who were preparing to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, those who were unaware of the rules to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including Duan Lingtian, gasped when they heard the rules. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a place where overarching heavenly supreme celestials can kill each other? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he glanced at Huang Jialong. It was no wonder Huang Jialong had told him the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a cruel place. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to escape alive. Huang Jialong did not tell him the reason. Huang Jialong knew the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would tell him later. He did not want Duan Lingtian to think too much about it. There are many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm such as cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, medicinal pills, precious materials, king-grade celestial weapons, and so on. However, it's up to your luck and strength to obtain them. You can hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm until the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if you don't obtain anything, you'll still be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, those who were weaker sighed in relief. They had regretted winning a place in the Southern Heaven combat after learning about the dangers in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As long as they could hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it would not be difficult for them to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. For a time, they calmed down and decided to hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Perhaps, they would be able to obtain some treasures while keeping a low profile in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It did not cross their minds at all. Your Majesty, when will the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian asked. Previously, they would only reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after 60% of the people who entered the lower realm have died. However, once the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is reopened, you won't be able to obtain any points even if you kill the person who entered the lower realm. Correspondingly, after you enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll only be able to kill each other and obtain points once the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is reopened. Does this mean it's the same this time? Duan Lingtian asked again. 60%. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, the few overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were not confident in their strength began to feel anxious again. This ratio. In other words, based on the ratio, only 4 of the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation would be able to survive after entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be the same. Hu Linyi glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others before he said indifferently. In other words, the 9 of you only have a 40% chance of surviving. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more likely you'll be able to survive. Even if you're not strong, you'll still be able to survive by relying on luck and keeping a low profile. Naturally, I hope you'll try your best to obtain as many points as possible. After all, you'll only be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans if you manage to rank high on the scoreboard. Hu Linyi continued to speak. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not agree with Hu Linyi's words. Naturally, they knew why Hu Linyi said that. If they managed to survive and rank high on the scoreboard, Hu Linyi would naturally be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans since he was the one who had recommended them. The higher one's ranking was, the better the reward would be. On the other hand, the lower one's ranking was, the worse the reward would be. Ha! Isn't that Emperor Hu from the supporting Fall Nation? Chapter 2985. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the voice, they noticed Hu Linyi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had stopped in his tracks. They followed Hu Linyi's gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 12 people flying toward them in the distance. Moreover, they were flying toward them. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a green robe. He had a dignified aura about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Behind him, 2 old men followed him like shadows. One of the old men carried a sheathed sword on his back, while the other carried a sheathed saber on his waist. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes were cold. They gave off a murderous aura. Behind the 3 of them were another 9 people. Most of the 9 people were young. There were only 2 middle-aged men and 1 old man. Only one of them was a woman. Emperor Shui? Hu Linyi raised an eyebrow when he saw the person in the lead. He quickly led Duan Lingtian and the others forward. Brother Duan, they must be from the southern Qi nation. I've seen the leader with my father before. He's Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Just like his majesty, he's a 2-formed celestial king. Huang Jialong's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, his majesty doesn't have a good relationship with Shui Mingkai. I'm afraid a battle of words is inevitable. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. At the same time, as Hu Linyi and Shui Mingkai approached each other, everyone could clearly feel the tension between them. Emperor Shui. Hu Linyi stopped when he was near Shui Mingkai. He looked at Shui Mingkai coldly. Emperor Hu, I heard the supporting Fall Nation recruited a genius sectless cultivator during the Southern Heaven combat half a year ago. He's only a Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but he defeated a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial with just 1 move. Moreover, that peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was the most outstanding son of the city governor of Passage City. Shui Mingkai looked at Hu Linyi and asked with a faint smile, May I know who that genius is? As soon as Shui Ming finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the group of people standing behind Hu Linyi. His gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had done his research on Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator who had won the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. I've also heard that your second prince is a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, who has comprehended the law of thunder. He's so strong that he's the strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial in the Nanqi Nation. Don't tell me you want your second prince to spar with Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation? A sneer appeared on Hu Linyi's face when he heard Hu Linyi's words. If the supporting Fall Nation did not have Duan Lingtian, Hu Linyi would not have the confidence to face Emperor Shui today. However, with Duan Lingtian, Hu Linyi was confident he could face Emperor Shui today. In Hu Linyi's opinion, Hu Linyi was confident. Even if Duan Lingtian could not defeat Emperor Shui's second prince, it would not be difficult for Hu Linyi to come to a draw with Hu Linyi. As expected, no one knows me better than Emperor Hu. What do you think? Emperor Hu, are you interested in making a bet? Let's bet on the outcome of the battle between my second prince and that genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation called Duan Lingtian. Shui Mingkai narrowed his eyes as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hu Linyi frowned when he heard Shui Mingkai's words. In the next moment, Hu Linyi's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Shui Mingkai and I are sworn enemies. He wants to make a bet with me because he wants to embarrass me if I lose. If you're willing to help me, I'll pay for the bet if you lose. If you win, you'll have to pay for his loss. Apart from that, I'll also give you something as a reward for helping me. If it's a draw, I'll pay you as well. In Xianxia's opinion, it was only natural that he had the right to represent his son. However, in Hu Linyi's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only a sectless cultivator. He only had a beneficial relationship with Duan Lingtian. If he wanted Duan Lingtian to help him, he would have to obtain Duan Lingtian's permission first. You're too kind, Your Majesty. I'll agree to your request, Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. At the same time, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Hu Lini said, the second prince of the southern Qi nation was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who had comprehended the law of thunder. Ever since I comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, I've never fought anyone before. An opponent like this is perfect for me to test my strength. It'll allow me to have a better understanding of my current strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Duan Lingtian's permission, Hu Lini's heart settled. At the same time, he looked at Xue Mingkai and narrowed his eyes. Since Emperor Xue wants to bet, I'll play along. But what do you want to bet? Let's bet a king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingkai said calmly. To him, the bet was secondary. What he wanted to do the most was to humiliate his old rival, Hu Lini, in public. Sure. Hu Linyi was not surprised that Xue Mingkai only wanted to bet a king-grade celestial weapon. After all, he knew why Xue Mingkai proposed this bet. However, how could his thoughts not be the same? Since Xue Mingkai wanted to humiliate him, how could he not want to humiliate Xue Mingkai as well? The second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder? I've heard of the second prince of the southern Qi nation. It's said that he's a genius in cultivation. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak great overarching golden celestial. The most shocking thing is that he has comprehended the law of thunder. A person has to comprehend at least one profundity from a law before they can claim to have comprehended the law of thunder. In other words, the second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. At this moment, 3 young men from the supporting Fall nation who were standing near Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong whispered among themselves. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity is so strong. I'm afraid he'll be defeated with just one move. One of the young men didn't continue. His gaze fell on Huang Jialong, and it wasn't difficult to tell that he wanted to say Huang Jialong's name. Humph. Huang Jialong snorted and glanced at the young man indifferently. The young man's face turned pale, and his body trembled in fear. Huang Jialong's background was far superior to his. Moreover, Huang Jialong's strength was not something he could compare to. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and stood next to Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Huang Jialong's action drew Huang Jialong's attention back to Duan Lingtian. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He knew very well that Huang Jialong could kill him without any hesitation if he wanted to. Even if Huang Jialong killed him in front of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, it would not be a crime. The other 2 young men shut their mouths tightly at this time. They didn't dare to say anything more for fear of provoking Huang Jialong. Brother Duan, are you confident? The second prince of the southern Qi nation isn't a simple person. Huang Jialong asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I haven't met him yet. How can I be confident? I'll just do my best. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. He's here. As soon as Duan Lingtian replied to Huang Jialong's voice transmission, the people from the supporting Fall nation saw a figure standing in front of them. Among the 9 people behind Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi state, a young man with a medium stature stepped forward and stood beside him. The young man's build was similar to Xue Mingkai's, and his face resembled Xue Mingkai's as well. If it were not for the fact that he was so young, people might have mistaken him for Xue Mingkai's brother. The second prince has comprehended the law of thunder. Back then, he defeated the 8 of us with just one move. Apart from the young man who had just stepped forward,
The other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had come to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm looked at the young man's back with a burning gaze. The young man who had stood in the southern heaven combat of the southern Qi nation was like an invincible god of war.
The law of thunder is too terrifying. The second prince's celestial origin energy contained the thunder elemental profundity. If he didn't stop in time, at least half of us would have died. I heard that the sectless genius from the supporting Fall Nation didn't use the power of a law during the southern heaven combat. I don't think he has comprehended the law yet. Not everyone can comprehend the law. First, one needs to have high comprehension ability. Secondly, one needs an opportunity. After all, not everyone can obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the power of a law. The other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had obtained a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm whispered among themselves. They were certain the sectless genius from the supporting Fall nation, Duanling Tian, would be defeated by the second prince of the southern Qi nation. Jianghu from the southern Qi nation.
The second prince of the southern Qi nation stood next to the emperor of the southern Qi nation and looked at Duanling Tian indifferently.
Duanling Tian from the supporting Fall nation. Duanling Tian replied calmly. At the same time, the emperor of the southern Qi nation and the supporting Fall nation began to retreat. The people from the southern Qi nation and the supporting Fall nation followed suit, creating space for Duanling Tian and Jianghu to fight. Ha! Someone's fighting over there? It seems like they're from 2 different forces. Ha!
Isn't that Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation?
That's Xue Ming Kai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. They're sworn enemies. It seems like the overarching heavenly supreme celestials they brought are going to fight? Chapter 2986. Ha! Isn't that Jianghu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation? It's him. Jianghu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, is no ordinary person. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended the law of thunder. His innate talent is one of the best among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like Jianghu is going to fight someone? The emperor of the southern Qi nation and the emperor of the supporting Fall nation have always been at odds with each other. It seems like the second prince of the southern Qi nation is going to fight someone from the supporting Fall nation. The purple-clad young man must be one of the people from the supporting Fall nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I heard that half a year ago, a genius sectless cultivator appeared in the supporting Fall nation's southern heaven combat. He didn't comprehend any laws, and he defeated the second strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall nation with just one move. Is it possible that the purple-clad young man is the sectless prodigy from the supporting Fall nation? Among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall nation, only that sectless prodigy is strong enough to fight the second prince of the southern Qi nation. A heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who hasn't comprehended any laws is definitely not a match for the second prince of the southern Qi nation. As Duanling Tian and Jianghu stared at each other, more and more people began to gather. Some of them even recognized Jianghu. At the same time, many of them guessed that Duanling Tian was the person who had shocked the supporting Fall nation during the southern heaven combat 6 months ago. Make your move. If I make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make your move. Jianghu said nonchalantly as he looked at Duanling Tian indifferently. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with confidence. It was as though he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian in just a second if he made a move. How arrogant! Many people exclaimed. They thought Jianghu was arrogant. Humph! He's arrogant because he has the right to be arrogant. Many of them felt that Jianghu's arrogant. Duanling Tian's arrogant. Duanling Tian, he has the right to be arrogant. I just don't know if Brother Duan can defeat him. Huang Jialong stood aside and looked calmly at Duanling Tian and Jianghu. Although he already had a rough understanding of Duanling Tian's strength, he also knew that Duanling Tian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity of the laws of earth. However, considering that Duanling Tian had also comprehended the profundity of the lightning element, he did not dare to say that Duanling Tian would definitely win. Of course, He did not think that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose.
He felt that this battle was very likely to end in a draw.
Since the second prince is so courteous, I won't refuse. Facing the arrogant Xue Jingyu, Duan Lingtian was not angry.
Instead, he smiled and stepped into the air.
With just a single step, he traversed an extremely long distance. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body gushed out of his 99 heavenly veins. At the same time, he also executed various immortal arts and divine abilities that he had mastered. Elementary devouring tactic. Purple Qi from the east.
Immovable King Ming.
A golden Buddha statue with purple lightning swirling around its body appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. A whirlpool seemed to have appeared in the Buddha statue and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A long rod appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as he channeled his celestial origin energy into the rod, it began to vibrate violently. The slightly dim light on the rod suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian charged toward Xue Jingyu and waved the long rod in his hand.
A long rod with purple lightning swirling around it appeared in the hand of the golden Buddha silhouette that was shrouded in purple lightning.
As soon as the rod moved, clouds began to gather. Boom, 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 boom. As Duan Lingtian's body moved, the void trembled violently as terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Who said Duan Lingtian is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's clearly a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian has broken through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If that's the case, doesn't this mean his strength has increased by another level compared to 6 months ago? Duan Lingtian did not bother to conceal his celestial origin energy that surged out of his body.
Some of the more powerful ones could easily tell his celestial origin energy was that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A sneer appeared on Xue Jingyu's face as his celestial origin energy began to rise from his body. If that's all you've got, I'll be able to defeat you with just one move. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was considered rare among overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Xue Jingyu did not think much of him. In fact, Xue Jingyu felt that Duan Lingtian was too weak. Based on Duan Lingtian's current strength, he did not think he could defeat Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, with just one move. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Huang Jialong was widely acknowledged as the second overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation. The first overarching heavenly supreme celestial was Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Let's wait and see. In the face of the arrogant Xue Jingyu, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as usual. His tone was light, and there was no fluctuation in his emotions at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Duan Lingtian drew closer to Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned purple as soon as it came into contact with the air. After his celestial origin energy turned purple, it turned into bolts of lightning that intertwined with one another. It was dazzling. In the next moment, Xue Jingyu stepped into the air, and the bolts of purple lightning twined around his body, following him like a shadow.
At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into the god of thunder.
This is the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. He's using the law of thunder's thunder elemental profundity as soon as he makes his move. It seems like Xue Jingyu intends to defeat Duan Lingtian once and for all. Based on how easily he can control the thunder elemental profundity, it's obvious he has completely mastered the law of thunder's fundamental profundity. With his strength, he should be ranked in the top 100 among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the southern heaven ancient realm this time, right? A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Xue Jingyu making his move. Many of them looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Bas, 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 bas. When Xue Jingyu made his move, the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity roared. A portion of the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity transformed into lightning blades. Hundreds and thousands of thunder sabers roared out. Between each thunder saber, there was a purple thunderbolt, which complemented each other. Condense! Xue Jingyu cried out as a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. The hundreds and thousands of lightning sabers were suddenly shrouded by a gray energy before they merged into the long saber in Xue Jingyu's hand. The long saber shone brightly with a dark light. Its aura was even more terrifying than Duan Lingtian's long rod. Clearly, the long saber was also a king-grade celestial weapon. Bas! Purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc on the celestial saber as Xue Jingyu charged out with a gray energy shrouding it.
It was clear Xue Jingyu had also cast a celestial method and 2 divine abilities when he used the thunder elemental profundity.
I'll defeat you with a single saber strike. Without warning, Xue Jingyu shouted again.
His entire body was surrounded by lightning, and in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Duanling Tian. As for the long blade in his hand, it was as if it had transformed into a thick bolt of lightning at this moment.
It was held in his hand and whistled as it shot out. On the long saber, thunderbolt swallowed and spat out like the wind, cutting the air into pieces. One could vaguely see faint traces of the air cracking in the void. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Xue Jingyu's body was surrounded by lightning as he held a terrifying bolt of lightning in his hand. The bolt of lightning was like a poisonous snake as it stared at Duanling Tian. As he charged toward Duanling Tian, lightning bolts intertwined on his body and formed a lightning net in front of him. A saber wall that was shrouded in gray energy could be vaguely seen on the lightning net. The saber wall was intertwined with the lightning net to form a powerful defense. I'd like to see if your defense is stronger than mine. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian smiled mockingly.
Then, he raised his left hand and an umbrella appeared in his hand.
Chaos Divine Earth. Duanling Tian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth before he tossed the umbrella out with his left hand. The golden Buddha silhouette caught the umbrella in its hand. Golden light shone on the umbrella as purple energy shrouded it like a shadow. At the same time, the celestial origin energy shrouding the umbrella turned khaki as a heavy aura rose from it. The Earth Elemental Profundity. At this moment, Duanling Tian had used the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. As soon as he used the Earth Elemental Profundity, a khaki energy surged out of his body and merged with the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand. This khaki energy was the Chaos Divine Earth's energy. Due to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity, had attracted the attention of the onlookers, the appearance of the Chaos Divine Earth's energy was not conspicuous at all. Is that the Earth Elemental Profundity? Heavens! Who said that the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation hasn't comprehended a law? This is the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. This genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. He's not even 100 years old. His innate talent is terrifying. A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Duanling Tian using the Earth Elemental Profundity. Since most of the onlookers' attention was on the Earth Elemental Profundity, and the Chaos Divine Earth's energy were similar to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity, nobody noticed the khaki energy that had entered the umbrella. Boom! Rumble! Chapter 2987. Duanling Tian used the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity to block Xue Jingyu's lightning net. Apart from that, the Golden Buddha raised his umbrella to block Xue Jingyu's lightning-fast celestial saber. The Earth Elemental Profundity? Although Xue Jingyu was taken aback by Duanling Tian's sudden use of the Earth Elemental Profundity, he was like an arrow that had been knocked. It was too late for him to change his attack. If he changed his attack, it would not be as powerful as it was now. For this reason, he could only grit his teeth and endure. You've comprehended the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity, and I've also comprehended the law of Thunder's Thunder Elemental Profundity. My Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are definitely not inferior to yours. I'd like to see how you're going to face me head-on. Xue Jingyu sneered disdainfully as he thought to himself, if Duanling Tian dares to face me head-on, I'm sure he'll be at a disadvantage. Chaos Divine Earth, are you sure you're capable of blocking his attack? You should know that I won't be able to block his attack. At most, I'll be able to block a portion of his attack. Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Earth when he saw Xue Jingyu charging toward him like a bolt of lightning.
Brat, how dare you doubt me?
Just watch and see. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was filled with anger and embarrassment. Clearly, it was angered by Duan Lingtian's words. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian calmed down and unleashed his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth Elemental Profundity.
This was the first time he had unleashed his celestial origin energy without holding back since he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
Moreover, his celestial origin energy had been boosted with the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity. Its strength was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy. Boom! Rumble! The long staff in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a dragon.
When the celestial core power, which was infused with the earth element, surged out, the long staff in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that rose from the surface of his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon.
The staff rose and fell as if it contained an earth-shattering power. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's staff and Xue Jingyu's immortal saber crossed each other, as if intentionally avoiding Xue Jingyu's immortal saber. The next moment, the long staff in his hand, with the power of thunder, smashed fiercely into the thunder net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body. This Duan Lingtian actually dodged Xue Jingyu's direct attack? Is he planning to perish together with Xue Jingyu? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they'll perish together. But, it's certain that both sides will suffer. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I wonder if Xue Jingyu will choose to perish together with Duan Lingtian or retreat with only minor injuries. However, if that's the case, Xue Jingyu will only suffer minor injuries, and Duan Lingtian won't be injured. It won't be difficult for Xue Jingyu to defeat him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a daredevil. He dodged Xue Jingyu's attack and attacked Xue Jingyu's body, allowing Xue Jingyu's attack to land on his body. This scene shocked the onlookers. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong was dumbfounded. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, and the others who were standing next to him were also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so ruthless. At this moment, many onlookers felt their scalps go numb when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This purple-clad young man was a madman. Moreover, he was a madman who did not care about his own life. You want to perish together? All right. I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see who's more injured, you or me. Xue Jingyu was frightened by Duan Lingtian's daredevil attack. He was furious as well. He swung his celestial saber with all his might as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's long rod landed on the lightning net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body with a loud bang. At the same time, it slowed down a little. It was clear the rod had suffered a lot of resistance. Chi! At the same time, the celestial saber in Xue Jingyu's hand shot out lightning bolts in all directions and landed on the umbrella held by the golden Buddha silhouette. The khaki-colored light on the umbrella rippled like a stone falling into a calm lake. After about a breath, the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's long rod's energy was slightly depleted by the lightning net, it still managed to shatter the lightning net. On the other hand, no matter how hard Xue Jingyu tried to wield the celestial saber in his hand, and no matter how hard the khaki-colored light on the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shook, he still could not break the umbrella's defense. Boom! After the lightning net was shattered, Duan Lingtian brought his long rod down on Xue Jingyu's body. Whoosh! At this moment, the silhouette of a suit of armor suddenly appeared on Xue Jingyu's body.
The golden light on the armor was so dense that it seemed as though nothing could penetrate it.
Upon closer inspection, one could see purple lightning bolts intersecting in the golden light.
It was clear the golden light had been infused with Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the thunder elemental profundity.
That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? I've long heard that the imperial family of the southern Qi nation has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon called the Golden Light Celestial Armor. I didn't expect the second prince of the southern Qi nation to have it. The emperor of the southern Qi nation is really generous. It's only natural that the emperor of the southern Qi nation gave the second prince of the southern Qi nation to protect himself since he's about to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy is much stronger than Duan Lingtian's second king-grade celestial weapon. It's an offensive-defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The crowd was still in shock when they saw the golden armor on Xue Jingyu's body. I was just about to stop, but I didn't expect Xue Jingyu to be wearing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was about to withdraw his hand, stopped. The rod that contained a tyrannical force smashed onto the golden armor. This time, the golden light celestial armor lasted for 3 breaths. However, after 3 breaths, the golden light celestial armor was destroyed. Xue Jingyu's robe was torn to shreds, revealing a dimly glowing armor. It was none other than the golden light celestial armor, the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the southern Qi nation's imperial family. Since most of Xue Jingyu's strength was focused on offense, there was a limit to the amount of energy he could use on his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, it was still shocking that the golden light celestial armor could last for 3 breaths. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's staff had only expended a little of its energy after Xue Jingyu's first layer of defense, the golden light celestial armor. This time, Duan Lingtian's staff was mostly depleted by the golden light celestial armor. The remaining energy landed on Xue Jingyu's body and sent him flying. However, he was only slightly injured. Bang! After the onlookers saw Xue Jingyu's body fly out like an arrow from a bow, they heard a loud sound. It was a very solid sound. Barf! As his body was sent flying, the pale-faced Xue Jingyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, the crowd's attention only lingered on the injured Xue Jingyu for a moment before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Because Duan Lingtian currently stood there with an umbrella in one hand and a rod in the other, and his expression remained unchanged as he was carefree as before. Most importantly, he was completely unscathed. How's this possible? He's unscathed. What a terrifying defense. Don't tell me he has mastered another defensive profundity from the Law of Earth? That's impossible. If he had used another profundity, the celestial kings here would have noticed it, right? The crowd was shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed while Xue Jingyu was injured. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. At this moment, even Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was looking at Duan Lingtian in a daze. In truth, he did not have full confidence in Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was prepared to fight to a draw or Duan Lingtian would be defeated. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Not only did Duan Lingtian defeat Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, but he was also unharmed. Duan Lingtian had completely withstood Xue Jingyu's lightning-fast attack. Based on Xue Jingyu's earlier attack, even a one basic celestial duke who hasn't comprehended any profundities wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily, right? After a while, Hu Lin Yi finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian might be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Lin Yi was certain Xue Jingyu would be able to rank in the top 100 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Hu Lin Yi was even more confident that Duan Lingtian would be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Hu Lin Yi did not dare to think about Duan Lingtian ranking in the top 3 or even first place. The Thousand Nations territory was vast. Apart from the people from the Thousand Nations territory, there were also people from other Grade 8 forces and Grade 7 forces among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. In the profound Nether Mansion, Grade 7 forces were led by the 3 sects and 2 clans. The strength of the other Grade 7 forces was inferior to the 3 sects and 2 clans. If the other Grade 7 forces wanted to join the profound Nether Mansion, they would have to show their talents to the high-ranking officials of the profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, they would have to go through the 3 sects and 2 clans. For this reason, every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, many genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces would enter and join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Occasionally, there would be some genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Although Duan Lingtian is very strong, it seems like he hasn't comprehended a second profundity from the Law of Earth. He's still not strong enough to face the genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces. Chapter 2988. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian for the first time. He had originally thought that he already understood this brother Duan well enough.
However, it seemed like his knowledge of Duan Lingtian was only a drop in the ocean. No wonder he's able to defeat me with just one move, even though he's a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial without comprehending any profundities from the law. I can't believe I thought he's no match for Jianghu. Huang Jialong was shocked and sighed repeatedly. At this moment, the other people from the supporting Fall Nation regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. How's this possible? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth. I think so as well. Otherwise, how did he defeat the second prince so easily? Moreover, he defeated the second prince unscathed. The people from the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief when they regained their senses. The emperor of the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Lingtian after he was certain his son was fine. His expression changed drastically. He did not expect such an outcome. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would never have initiated the bet, because the outcome of this bet was purely him lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. He wanted to humiliate the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, but he did not expect he would be the one humiliated in the end. It was not a big deal for him to lose a king-grade celestial weapon. What was more important to him was his pride. Thank you, Emperor Shui. Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, laughed when he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. At this moment, he felt extremely proud of himself. Emperor Hu, I have to admit that you're quite lucky to have such a talented sectless cultivator come to the supporting Fall Nation to compete for a spot in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Shui Mingkai remained calm when he saw Hu Lin-Yi's smug expression. No matter what, you and the Southern Qi nation have lost. Hearing Shui Mingkai's words, Hu Lin-Yi knew that Shui Mingkai was deliberately saying that. I've lost this bet. However, in terms of how outstanding your son is, you, Emperor Hu, have to admit that you're inferior to me, right? Shui Mingkai smiled. Humph. Stop trying to change the topic. Hu Lin-Yi's face darkened when Shui Mingkai hit his sore spot. You'd better take out the money you lost. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Shui Mingkai smiled faintly as he took out a sword and handed it over to Hu Lin-Yi. The sword was a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian. After tossing a king-grade celestial sword to Hu Lin-Yi, Shui Ming turned to Duan Lingtian and said with a grin on his face, if you're interested in entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on behalf of the Southern Qi nation, I'm willing to give you my son's golden celestial armor. Shui Mingkai's words caused an uproar. Emperor Shui is really generous. The golden celestial armor is the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Qi nation's imperial family. It's worth at least 1 million prominent celestial crystals in the black market. It's 10 times more valuable than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Emperor Shui has high hopes for Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it'll be a piece of cake for him to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If he manages to rank in the top 30 after he leaves the lower realm, Emperor Shui will be able to obtain more benefits than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. In my opinion, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it's not impossible for him to rank in the top 10. If Duan Lingtian manages to rank in the top 10, Emperor Shui will definitely benefit more than a purely defensive celestial weapon. When the onlookers saw Shui Mingkai was trying to use a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to poach Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, even Jianghu, who had returned to Shui Mingkai's side in his golden celestial armor, did not show any displeasure. In fact, as though he was complimenting Shui Mingkai's words, he put on a new robe and removed the golden celestial armor from his body. Hu Lin-Yi's expression was unsightly. He did not expect Shui Mingkai would be so shameless as to openly poach him from the supporting Fall Nation. Hu Lin-Yi took a deep breath before he handed the king-grade celestial sword to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he took out a green celestial talisman and handed it to Duan Lingtian. This is a Gale talisman inscribed by a 7-star celestial king. It can only be used once. Once you crush it,
You'll gain speed comparable to a celestial king for 15 minutes. Hu Linyi added, in fact, he's even faster than most celestial kings.
Clearly, this was the Gale talisman that Hu Linyi had promised to give to Duan Lingtian as a reward for helping him win the bet.
Faster than most celestial kings? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he received the Gale talisman.
He asked instinctively, "Faster than you, your majesty?"
My speed isn't even half as fast as this talisman. Hu Linyi smiled wryly. The Gale talisman that he had given to Duan Lingtian was something that could save his life at a critical moment. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more.
Based on his understanding of celestial talismans, the value of such a talisman was not inferior to an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon.
At this moment, Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, scoffed and said, "Emperor Hu, you're really stingy." Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to represent the southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, not only will I give you the golden radiant celestial armor, but I'll also give you 2 celestial talismans. One of them is a Gale talisman that's even more powerful than the one Hu Linyi gave you. Apart from that, I'll also give you an offensive celestial talisman that's comparable to the full-strength attack of a 1 basic celestial king.
If you find the right opportunity, even an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke won't be able to escape death from this offensive celestial talisman."
Xue Mingkai said, "This offensive celestial talisman is worth more than the 3 Gale talismans I gave you."
In the Devata realms, the more powerful an offensive celestial talisman was, the harder it was to inscribe it.
Therefore, the value of an offensive celestial talisman that was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 1 basic celestial king was much higher than a speed celestial talisman that was comparable to the 5 elements godly king's speed for a period of time. Gasp, 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 gasp. Hearing Xue Mingkai's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if Duan Lingtian managed to rank in the top 30 after he left the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Xue Mingkai's reward would only be comparable to Duan Lingtian's. You! Hu Linyi was infuriated. Xue Mingkai's words made Hu Linyi speechless again. If Duan Lingtian did not make it into the top 30 in the end, the thing Xue Mingkai took out from the 3 sects and 2 clans would, at most, be equivalent to what he had to give. Hu Linyi knew Xue Mingkai was betting on Duan Lingtian being able to rank in the top 10. Moreover, even if Hu Linyi lost the bet, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be as easy as eating or drinking for him to rank in the top 30. Even if Xue Mingkai did not suffer any losses or gain, as long as Duan Lingtian changed sides, he would be able to disgust Xue Mingkai. In the end, Hu Linyi took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian again before he spread his hands. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a crimson vest appeared in Hu Linyi's left hand. The vest was completely made up of crimson scales. These scales were connected together, and there were no signs of stitching at all.
There was a faint crimson light wrapped around them, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary item.
At the same time, a round object that looked like an iron bead with a bumpy surface appeared in Hu Linyi's right hand. It was dull and inconspicuous. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has such an item as well? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has kept it a secret.
I've never heard of the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possessing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon.
Is he planning to give the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian?
It seems like Emperor Hu has no choice but to pay a hefty price for Emperor Xue's attempt to poach him.
At this moment, many people recognized the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's left hand as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Father has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was shocked when he saw the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's hand. It was obvious that even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was unaware that Hu Linyi possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he saw the vest in Hu Linyi's left hand. The defensive strength of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was incomparable to other king-grade celestial weapons that were both offensive and defensive. Although the umbrella in his hand was also a king-grade celestial weapon with defensive capabilities, it was not as good as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon.
If I can obtain this purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, my strength will rise to a whole new level. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's hand.
Duan Lingtian, you can choose one of these two items.
This bead looks ordinary, but it's not ordinary at all. Even with all my techniques, I can't leave a mark on it. Its value should be comparable to a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Hu Linyi allowed Duan Lingtian to choose one of the two items in his hand.
A first form profound divine metal. Chapter 2989.
A first form profound divine metal.
Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice, Duan Lingtian immediately shut his mouth. He was about to choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon when he heard it.
This is a first form profound divine metal?
Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Earth. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Linyi's hand.
There's no mistake.
The Chaos Divine Earth replied, as one of the 5 divine elements, I can recognize a first form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal is quite lucky. It managed to find a first form profound divine metal while it was sleeping. Lad, as long as you obtain this first form profound divine metal, you can devour and assimilate the profound divine metal in your body when it wakes up.
At that time, the profound divine metal in your body will evolve to the third form, and it'll be of great help to you.
The Chaos Divine Earth reminded Duan Lingtian when it sensed Duan Lingtian's desire for the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As for defensive king-grade celestial weapons, with your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain one once you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The Chaos Divine Earth was worried Duan Lingtian would choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon instead of the first form profound divine metal. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already decided to choose the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Linyi's hand after he confirmed it was a first form profound divine metal. Although the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was good, it was not as valuable as the first form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian looked at the scarlet vest in Hu Linyi's hand reluctantly.
He was about to choose the first form profound divine metal when a burst of laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. Hu Linyi had no choice but to pause and look at the person who was laughing. The person who was laughing was none other than Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation.
What are you laughing at? Hu Linyi's expression darkened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. After a long while, Xue Mingkai stopped laughing.
He looked deeply at Hu Linyi and said with a smile that was not a smile, Emperor Hu, if I'm not wrong, the bead in your hand should be the one you bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction 200 years ago, right?
If I remember correctly, you only spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to get this pearl, right?
Xue Mingkai looked at Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, it seems like Emperor Hu is reluctant to give you his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a lousy pearl. It seems like he's taking a gamble. If you choose this broken pearl, he won't have to give you the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon.
Why don't you come to our southern Qi nation? At the very least, I won't be as petty as Emperor Hu.
Xue Mingkai glanced at Hu Linyi mockingly. Hu Linyi's expression changed drastically when Xue Mingkai mentioned the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would know about it. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would reveal his true intentions in front of so many people. Indeed, he was trying to mislead Duan Lingtian into choosing the pearl when he said it was worth more than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon.
Just as Xue Mingkai had said, he was reluctant to part with a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in his left hand.
It seems like Emperor Xue is telling the truth. Emperor Hu is really trying to mislead Duan Lingtian.
Emperor Hu is so insincere.
He's not even giving away a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he's trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. I thought Emperor Hu's pearl is something good. I didn't expect it to be something he bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction for 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. How stingy. That's right. Even an ordinary complete king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals is really stingy.
Upon hearing Xue Mingcai's words and seeing Hu Linyi's expression, it was not difficult for the people present on the scene to see that Xue Mingcai was telling the truth. Xue Mingcai, don't slander me. Hu Linyi called Xue Mingcai by his name instead of calling him Emperor Xue. Clearly, he was really angry. Slander? Xue Mingcai smiled. You said I'm slandering you? Why don't we wait for the people from the Black Mountain Kingdom to come so we can talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom? Naturally, Hu Linyi would not talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom since he had indeed spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy the pearl. Moreover, he had indeed bought it at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction in the past. Xue Mingcai, are you sure this pearl is worthless? Hu Linyi stared at Xue Mingcai and said in a deep voice, why don't you try and see if you can destroy it? Why don't you try and see if you can leave a mark on it? Even if it's just a tiny bit. As Hu Linyi spoke, he passed the pearl in his hand to Xue Mingcai. Emperor Hu, I didn't say I could leave a mark on the pearl. Our strength is about the same. If you can't leave a mark on it, it's only natural that I can't as well. Xue Mingcai said indifferently. Then, what makes you think it's useless? Hu Linyi asked in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Xue Mingcai smiled. You spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals on this pearl. Moreover, you couldn't figure out anything even after studying it for so long. How can it be anything good? Why don't you tell me what's so good about it? Or what's the use of it? The smile on Xue Mingcai's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was as though he was certain he had Hu Linyi in his grasp. Hu Linyi's expression turned even more unsightly upon hearing this. Emperor Hu, if I were you, I'd give these 2 items to Duan Ling Tian to prove that I'm willing to part with my purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingcai said as though he was trying to stir up trouble. Hu Linyi was even more enraged by Xue Mingcai's words. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the 2 items to Duan Ling Tian. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm going to do it anyway, Hu Linyi said as he glanced at Xue Mingcai coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Ling Tian did not decline and accepted the 2 items without hesitation. He did not expect the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation would not only allow him to obtain the first form profound divine metal, but he would also obtain a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Boy, the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation is not bad, the Chaos Divine Earth said in a childish voice. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Clearly, it did not expect Duan Ling Tian to receive such a pleasant surprise. With this purely defensive king-grade celestial artifact, your defense will be even stronger than before when I infuse my power into it. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had taken out the king-grade celestial weapon umbrella to defend against Xue Jingyu's attack. It was all thanks to the Chaos Divine Earth's help that he was able to block Xue Jingyu's attack. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's help, Hu Linyi would have been severely injured by Xue Jingyu's attack. Emperor Hu, you're really generous. Xue Mingcai laughed when he saw Hu Linyi giving the 2 items to Duan Ling Tian. Then he called out to the people from the Southern Qi nation and led them away. Although he had lost the bet with Hu Linyi, he was still confident in his victory. At this moment, he felt more like the victor. Even the onlookers felt that the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation had won the battle between the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation and the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation. Upon seeing Xue Mingcai leaving with the people from the Southern Qi nation, Hu Linyi turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Hu Linyi's expression. He could not help but feel slightly worried. Is Emperor Hu going to ask me to return the items to him? If Hu Linyi was shameless enough to ask him to return the items to him, he would have no choice but to do so. It'll be fine if he asks me to return the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, if he asks me to return the first form profound divine metal, I'll return it to the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation and enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on behalf of the Southern Qi nation. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind and waited for Hu Linyi to ask him to return the items to him. However, the truth proved that Duan Ling Tian had thought too much. Hu Linyi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation, would not ask Duan Ling Tian to return the items to him in front of the people from the supporting Fall nation even if there were no onlookers around. If he did that, he would seem petty. Not only would it incur Duan Ling Tian's wrath, but he might even push Duan Ling Tian to the Southern Qi nation's side. Are you confident you'll make it to the top 10?
Hu Lin-yi asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Ling-tian anxiously.
I'll do my best.
Duan Ling-tian sighed in relief when he heard Hu Lin-yi's question.
He knew Hu Lin-yi would not ask him to return the items to him.
Hu Lin-yi beckoned to Duan Ling-tian and the others before they continued to make their way to the center of the scaling cloud lake.
Brother Duan, congratulations. I didn't expect you to gain so much from the Southern Qi nation's emperor's antics.
Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling-tian to congratulate Duan Ling-tian. He was genuinely happy for Duan Ling-tian. As for the others, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy when they looked at Duan Ling-tian. Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall nation, was especially envious of Duan Ling-tian. Before today, he was unaware that the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon.
Now that he had found out about it, his father had given it to him.
When Duan Ling-tian and the others arrived at the center of the scaling cloud lake, Duan Ling-tian saw more than 10,000 people had gathered there. Chapter 2990. 2 days later. Apart from the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, everyone else who's planning to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm should be here, right? Duan Ling-tian stood at the center of the scaling cloud lake and surveyed his surroundings. He was certain there were at least 20,000 people present. Just as Huang Jialong had said, apart from the group of overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who were planning to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were many people who had brought them along.
The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans are here.
All of a sudden, a commotion broke out in the distance. The commotion reached Duan Ling-tian and the people from the supporting Fall nation.
The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans? Duan Ling-tian, the people from the supporting Fall nation, and the people from the supporting Fall nation turned to look in the direction of the commotion.
They saw a group of people flying toward them in the distance. This group of people was divided into 5 groups. Each group consisted of about a dozen people, and each group was led by a person. One of the groups was dressed in different attire, and their movements were casual. The person in the lead was a slightly fat middle-aged man.
He stroked his round belly as he walked in the air. His small eyes were narrowed, and they seemed to be hidden by the fat on his face.
The other group of people were dressed in similar robes. However, when they got closer, one could see that although their robes were similar, there were some differences. For example, the old man in the lead had golden veins embroidered on the sleeves and hem of his robe. The robes of the 2 people behind him had silver veins embroidered on them. As for the other 10 people, their robes were embroidered with bronze veins. There were gold veins, silver veins, and bronze veins. They're from the Simplicity Celestial sect? Duan Ling-tian raised an eyebrow when he saw their robes.
He knew they were from the Simplicity Celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory.
The Simplicity Celestial sect was definitely ranked in the top 3 grade 7 sects in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. In the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, only the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Coupling Celestial sect were comparable to the Profound Nether Mansion Celestial sect. Are they from the Cloud Platform Immortal sect? Soon, Duan Ling-tian's attention was attracted by the 3rd group of people. This group of people were all monks wearing kasayas. Furthermore, the kasayas they wore were divided into golden kasayas, silver kasayas, and red kasayas. There was only one old monk wearing a golden kasaya. He looked kind and benevolent, like a holy monk. However, there was an invisible evil aura exuding from his body, giving people a very contradictory feeling. Previously, Duan Ling-tian had heard that the Cloud Platform Celestial sect was a sect of monks, similar to the Blissful sect in the Borderlands. If a non-monk wanted to enter this sect, they had to be prepared to become a monk. They must be from the Coupling Celestial sect. In the end, Duan Ling-tian shifted his attention to the 4th group of people. This group of people was the most eye-catching among the 5 groups of people. A handsome young man in luxurious robes sat on a luxurious sedan chair. There were 8 people carrying the sedan chair, 4 in the front and 4 at the back. Behind the palanquin he sat in, there were 10 people following him like shadows.
5 of them were women and 5 of them were men, and all of them were young people with good looks.
Apart from the 8 people carrying the sedan chair who were dressed in tight-fitting servant robes, the other 10 people behind the sedan chair were dressed in luxurious robes as well. The coupling celestial sect. Duan Lingtian was still paying attention to this group of people when a low exclamation rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with this voice. He did not even need to turn around to know it was Huang Jialong's voice. Jialong, what are you? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong. He could not figure out why Huang Jialong would exclaim in such a low voice. Brother Duan, I've lost my composure. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at the people from the coupling celestial sect. I lost my composure because the coupling celestial sect is the sect I want to join the most among the 3 sects and 2 clans. Huang Jialong said, if I'm not mistaken, the person leading the group of people from the coupling celestial sect is Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. There are 3 sect leaders in the coupling celestial sect. Although the 3rd sect leader isn't the strongest among the 3 sect leaders, he's definitely the most talented one. It's said that apart from being the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, he also holds an important position in the profound nether mansion. When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at the person leading the group of people from the coupling celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're so eager to join the coupling celestial sect is because of their dual cultivation method, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong with a strange expression on his face as he said, based on what I know, the coupling celestial sect's dual cultivation method allows a man and a woman to rapidly improve their cultivation base through dual cultivation. If you join the coupling celestial sect, who knows how many women will be defiled by you? Ordinary women won't be able to resist the temptation of the dual cultivation method. Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Brother Duan, your words don't sound nice. What do you mean by defiling? I didn't want them to be cheated by other men, so I tied them to my side in advance. I'm not an irresponsible man.
Huang Jialong frowned and said unhappily.
All right, you'll be responsible then. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rolled his eyes at Huang Jialong. He did not continue the topic. Instead, he shifted his attention to the 5th group of people. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he knew when to stop. He would never use his status or his cultivation base to coerce women. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian admired Huang Jialong. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he was not a shameless lecher. The 5th group of people were dressed differently. It was obvious they were from another clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. They're from the Gongyang clan? Duan Lingtian asked. It did not take long before he realized this group of people was from the Gongyang clan, one of the grade 7 clans in the 3 sects and 2 clans. So, the group of people I've been paying attention to are from the Jianghu clan? After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the group of people led by a fat middle-aged man. These people were from the Jianghu clan, another grade 7 clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
It did not take long before the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and stared at them indifferently. Some of the people who were originally standing close to Duan Lingtian and the others began to move toward Duan Lingtian and the others, opening up a large space for the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Sect leader Bihai, vice sect leader Hang, vice sect leader Zhang, and elder Gongyang Yu. How about we send a representative to preside over the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? The fat middle-aged man from the Jianghu clan asked with a smile as he looked at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw the fat middle-aged man from the Jianghu clan's attitude when he spoke to the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among the 4 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was the most respectful. Or perhaps it would be better to say that he would only show respect when facing Bihai Mingfeng. Moreover, among the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 1 clan, the first person he greeted was Bihai Mingfeng. The leader of the Jianghu clan seems to be a little cowardly in front of the leader of the coupling celestial sect. As far as I know, the Jianghu clan is not much weaker than the coupling celestial sect, right? Not far from Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged man whispered to his companion, "They're all leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. There's no need for him to flatter the leader of the coupling celestial sect, right?" Don't tell me you don't know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect is? In response to the middle-aged man's question,
His companion looked at him in astonishment.
It was as if he was surprised that he would ask such a question.
Who is he?
The middle-aged man frowned. He really did not know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect was.
He's Beihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect.
The middle-aged man's companion said as he looked at the leader of the coupling celestial sect respectfully.
What?
The middle-aged man gasped when he heard his companion's words.
He's Beihai Mingfeng?
The third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion?
That's him.
The middle-aged man's companion nodded.
Are you surprised now?
I didn't expect him to personally come.
The middle-aged man smiled wryly. He's even more terrifying than the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. It's not just possible, it's definitely stronger than the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Otherwise, do you think anyone can become an inspector of the profound nether mansion? After all, there are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion. The middle-aged man's companion said. Both of you. Based on what you're saying, the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is stronger than the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect? Huang Jialong heard the conversation between the middle-aged man and his companion. He quickly approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously, although he's very talented, he's not necessarily stronger than the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect due to his young age, right? What you're saying is already old news. Chapter 2991. The moment the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect became the inspector of the profound nether mansion, it means he's stronger than the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The middle-aged man's companion said. The inspector of the profound nether mansion? The first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wanted to run for the position, but he was rejected? Huang Jialong was confused when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words.
Although he was the young city governor of the Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, he knew a lot of things that ordinary people in the supporting Fall Nation didn't know about, including some things about the 3 sects and 2 clans.
However, this was his first time hearing about the inspector of the profound nether mansion.
Brother, what's the inspector of the profound nether mansion?
Earlier, you said there are 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he looked at the middle-aged man's companion.
The inspectors of the profound nether mansion are second only to the mansion master and the vice mansion masters in the profound nether mansion. The middle-aged man's companion replied with a burning gaze. There are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion.
Apart from sectless cultivators, powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans can also run for the position. Currently, there are 2 inspectors from the coupling celestial sect, 1 from the cloud platform celestial sect, and 1 from the simplicity celestial sect. There's no one from the Jianghu clan or the Gongyang clan. The other inspector from the coupling celestial sect, the cloud platform celestial sect, and the simplicity celestial sect are all senior powerhouses who have left the 3 major celestial sects. They usually stay in the profound nether mansion and don't interfere with the affairs of the 3 major celestial sects. Naturally, if the 3 major celestial sects are in danger, they'll definitely step forward. However, at that time, the profound nether mansion won't just stand by and watch. The middle-aged man's companion introduced the profound nether mansion to Huang Jialong, as though he was very familiar with the profound nether mansion. Brother, how do you know so much about the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. This fellow likes to ask around when he's free. It's only natural that he learned a lot about the profound nether mansion. Huang Jialong was enlightened. Huang Jialong nodded. On the other side, when the fat middle-aged man from the Jianghu clan spoke, the people from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyang clan turned to look at the leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. Sect Master Beihai, this matter is up to you to decide. Exactly. Sect Master Beihai, you can make the decision. Hai Gongyang Yu, will listen to Sect Master Beihai. The 3 of them spoke in unison. It was clear from their words that Beihai Mingfeng was the leader. Even they did not expect the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect would personally lead the group.
Even if they were led by the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, there was no need for them to act so humbly. Not only was this person stronger than them, but he was also the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. An inspector of the profound nether mansion represented the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. There was a rule in the profound nether mansion that stated that inspectors of the 3 sects and 2 clans who were over 3,000 years old were not allowed to return to their sects or clans. On the other hand, the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was not even 1,000 years old, let alone 3,000 years old. Since he was not even 1,000 years old, he could be considered as a genius among geniuses in the profound nether mansion. At this moment, the 20,000 people present on the scene, even those who were unaware of the situation, realized how terrifying the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was. Just based on the way the leaders of the other 2 sects and 2 clans treated the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, one could tell the third sect leader was not a simple person.
Who's this person? There's such a person in the coupling celestial sect? Even if the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is here, they shouldn't be acting like this, right? What's going on? At this moment, many people were still unaware of the significance of Bihai Mingfeng's name. Even if someone told them Bihai Mingfeng was an inspector of the profound nether mansion, they still did not know what it meant. Since I've decided, Xianxia, you'll be in charge of presiding over the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
Bihai Mingfeng sat on the palanquin with his legs crossed leisurely as he glanced at the fat middle-aged man who was the leader of the Jianghu clan.
Xianxia?
Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Bihai Mingfeng's words.
I didn't expect this fat middle-aged man to be the second elder of the Jianghu clan. Although there were many elders in the Jianghu clan, only 2 of them were famous. They were the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Jianghu clan. The Second Elder was Xianxia. His strength was second only to the clan leader and the Grand Elder of the Jianghu clan. The 10 of you will follow Elder Jiangxuan's orders, Bihai Mingfeng said to the people behind him. After saying those words, Bihai Mingfeng spoke again. Evidently, he was speaking to the 10 people behind him.
Yes, third sect leader. As for the 10 people behind him, after hearing his words, they immediately responded in unison, and their voices were filled with incomparable respect. Judging from their tone, the respect in their tone was clearly from the bottom of their hearts. If one took a closer look, they would discover that when they looked at Bihai Mingfeng's back, there was a crazed look in the depths of their eyes. Not only was Bihai Mingfeng the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, but he was also the most talented person in the sect in the past 100,000 years. Most of the people in the coupling celestial sect felt the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had the ability to lead the sect to a higher level and become a 6th grade celestial sect.
Yes. Xianxia replied to Bihai Mingfeng.
Then, he looked at the crowd in front of him and said indifferently, "Now, leaders of the major forces who have a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm, please step forward." Although Xianxia's voice was indifferent, it was laced with celestial origin energy that clearly entered the ears of the 20,000 people, including Duan Lingtian.
As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, swoosh, 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 thousands of people rose into the air and stood in front of Xianxia. All of them looked at Xianxia reverently. Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was among these people. Xue Ming-kai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, was also present. Emperors of the Thousand Nations territory, please step forward, Xianxia said. After the 1,000 people appeared, Xianxia continued to speak. Immediately, 1,000 people stood out from the 1,000 people. Hu Lin-yi and Xue Ming-kai stepped forward as well. Every nation in the Thousand Nations territory has 9 spots to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will give you the accumulative point jade. Xianxia looked at the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said, "As for what the accumulative point jade represents and the rules of the southern heaven ancient realm, it's up to you to explain them to your people. I won't repeat myself." After Xianxia finished speaking, he turned to look at the 10 people he had brought with him. The 10 people immediately flew toward 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory. At the same time, 10 people from the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyang clan stepped forward as well. Every 10 people would give out a cumulative point jade to 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory. It did not take long before the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory each received 9 accumulative point jade. Once you've received your accumulative point jade, distribute them to your people.
At the same time, you can explain the use of the accumulative point jade and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to them.
After the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans returned from distributing the accumulative point jade, Xianxia looked at the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said indifferently, "Yes, Elder Xianxia." The 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory responded in unison and left. Each of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory ruled a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Usually, they were superior to others in their respective celestial kingdoms.
However, at this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the second elder of the Xianxia clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans.
After the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory left, Xianxia asked the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans to step forward and distribute the accumulative point jade to them. The 3 sects and 2 clans distributed different accumulative point jades. Naturally, this did not mean that those who obtained the accumulative point jade from the 3 sects and 2 clans would have to join their respective accumulative point jades if they survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason for this was a tradition passed down from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans would agree to a bet when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. And this bet was based on which force had the most accumulative point jade tokens left in the end, and that force would be the final winner. The 4 losing sects would have to pay the winning sect some money. Although the bet was not specified, it had to be something that would make the 3 sects and 2 clans feel the pinch if they lost. For this reason, the 3 sects and 2 clans hoped that those who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would have the most accumulative point jades. There's one more thing. After the leaders of the remaining sects received their accumulative point jades, Xianxia continued to announce. This time, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will only reopen after 70% of those who have entered have perished. At that time, the entrance to the lower realm will open again. Chapter 2992.
70%? 70% of the people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will die before the remaining people can come out? Doesn't this mean only 3 out of 10 people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will come out alive? Didn't they say that the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will reopen after 60% of the people who enter die? Did the second elder of the Xianxia clan make a mistake? Above the central area of the Scaling Cloud Lake, a group of people heard Xianxia's words. After a moment of silence, there was another commotion. Most of them were talking about the 70% that Xianxia had mentioned. 70%? The rules have been changed? Although many people thought Xianxia had made a mistake, Duan Lingtian did not think Xianxia had made a mistake. At the very least, Xianxia did not seem to have any intention of retracting his words. Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when Xianxia said, "I didn't make a mistake, and all of you didn't mishear me. In the past, the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would only reopen after 60% of the people who enter have died. However, this time, it's a little more difficult. Only when 70% of the people in the lower realm have died will the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm reopen." A bright smile appeared on Xianxia's face when he finished speaking. Xianxia's words had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of many people, and it caused their expressions to turn grim. Of course, it's not too late to change your mind. Those who wish to withdraw can return their accumulative point jades to the leaders of the forces who recommended you to the lower realm. Xianxia continued to speak. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Some people chose to withdraw from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the other hand, some people from the supporting Fall Nation, where Duan Lingtian was from, did not withdraw from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 70%. This means only 30% of the people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will come out alive.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There were 9 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, including him.
In other words, based on the ratio, only 3 of them would survive in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
I didn't expect the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to be so dangerous. Only 30% will come out alive. Huang Jia Huang.
Although he sighed, he was Huang Lin Yi's eyes did not seem to be afraid of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
No one wants to back out? Since the Emperor Huang Lin was Huang, he did not seem surprised Duan Lingtian's Heavenly Supreme Celestial Ancient Heaven sect. However, what surprised him was that he had never seen such a scene before. Surprisingly, not a single person from the supporting Fall Nation proposed to withdraw. Fortune comes with risk.
When I was in the supporting Fall Nation, I decided to participate in the Southern Heaven combat because I wanted to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and seek my own fortuitous encounter.
If I run away now, my celestial Tao heart will be affected, and I won't be able to improve my cultivation base in the future. A middle-aged overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from the supporting Fall Nation said in a deep voice. Moreover, the death rate is only 10% higher than before. Who's to say I won't survive until the end? That's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to back out. How many chances are there in life? If I don't take the risk now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Humph. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to come out alive. As long as we come out alive, we'll be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. At that time, our future will be bright. The overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation were filled with enthusiasm. Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was, naturally, very pleased with their decision.
After all, one more person would be able to come out alive if they entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
In that case, it would only be beneficial to him and not detrimental to him. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Southern Qi Nation seems different from ours. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the Southern Qi Nation, and saw the accumulative point jade in the hands of one of the Southern Qi Nation's overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. The accumulative point jade in his hands was green and seemed to be filled with vitality. On the other hand, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the Southern Qi Nation's overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was blue and as clear as the sea. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, some of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the supporting Fall Nation turned to look at the people from the Southern Qi Nation. They're indeed different. The accumulative point jade in the hands of the Southern Qi Nation's people is blue, but our accumulative point jade is green. Why are they different? Is there something special about the different colors of the accumulative point jade? The overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials quickly shifted their attention to Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Hu Lin Yi explained, every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are given 5 different colors. The colors are the gold jade, wood jade, water jade, fire jade, and earth jade. Each of the 5 colors represents one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. For example, the wooden jade in your hands was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he continued to say, this wooden jade was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. The gold jade was given to me by the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. The water jade was given to me by the Coupling Celestial sect. The fire jade was given to me by the Gongyang clan. The earth jade was given to me by the Zhangsun clan. Hu Lin Yi paused for a moment before he continued to say, rumor has it that every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, the 3 sects and 2 clans would set up a bet with each other. All overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who have decided to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please bring your accumulative point jades with you. Zhangsun Xiongqi said. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Zhangsun Xiongqi nodded at the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Chapter 2993. Are those formation plates?
Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he saw Zhang Sun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans taking out similar plates with complicated inscriptions on them.
As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was right.
The plates in Zhang Sun Xiongqi and the others' hands were the tokens to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound nether mansion had entrusted them to the 3 sects and 2 clans for safekeeping.
Let's begin. Bihai Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, said indifferently.
He was the first to throw the formation plate in his hand. It rose into the air in just a blink of an eye.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
After Bihai Ming Feng threw the formation plates in his hand, Zhang Sun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans also threw the formation plates in their hands. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the 5 formation discs were suspended in the void, forming a circle. There seemed to be a mysterious force that connected them together tightly.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
With a burst of light sound, the 5 formation discs were connected in a mysterious way. Above the 5 formation discs, bursts of white light rose at the same time. Finally, they connected together, forming a beam of light that was like a pillar that supported the sky. The beam of light seemed to have descended from the heavens and struck the empty space under the feet of the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans.
Bang!
A loud noise rang in the air, causing the void to tremble.
In the next moment, rip! A spatial tear appeared.
In the next moment, a majestic door flew out of the spatial tear and appeared before everyone's eyes. There were 2 huge pillars on both sides of the door. The pillars were engraved with complicated inscriptions that exuded an ancient aura. In addition, there was a plaque hanging on the crossbeam directly above the door. On it, there were 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials present on the scene only stared at the plaque for a few breaths before they averted their eyes. This was because as soon as they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque, they could feel a powerful aura surging out of the plaque, exerting a terrifying pressure on them. They could not withstand this pressure at all. They could only hold on for 1 or 2 breaths of time. Even some of the stronger overarching heavenly supreme celestials could only last a few breaths longer than most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials could last more than 10 breaths. The reason Duan Ling Tian could hold on for so long was because of the profound divine metal protecting his soul. The word Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque exerted a pressure on everyone's soul. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials were staring at the plaque. He could tell there was something strange about the plaque. He withdrew his gaze before the others withdrew their gazes. Even so, his action was noticed by the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. This young man is not simple. They knew very well just how oppressive the 4 words on the signboard were. However, the purple-clad young man had held on for more than twice as long as the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, it seemed like he had intentionally looked away.
Interesting. Bihai Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian.
After the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, averted their gazes, the powerhouses from the other sects also averted their gazes after a while. They no longer dared to look at the words. Don't tell me those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord?
An overarching heavenly supreme celestial asked in a trembling voice. You're right.
Those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, we're not sure which generation the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Some of the people present on the scene knew the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Just the words left behind are already so terrifying. If the real person were to descend, how terrifying would his strength be?
Huang Jialong said in a trembling voice.
The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, unlike Huang Jialong, who was shocked by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's technique, Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware of it. He had seen people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. How could he be afraid of a titled celestial lord? After all heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were titled celestial emperors. Although there was only one word difference between a titled celestial emperor and a titled celestial lord, their strength was on a completely different level. If a titled celestial emperor wanted to, he could easily kill a titled celestial emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's soul was protected by the profound divine metal at this moment. Therefore, he did not feel what Huang Jialong felt earlier. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises rang in the air, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. However, none of them paid any attention to the plaque on the crossbeam above the door. As for those experts who were still looking at the plaque and vaguely felt a trace of pressure, their gazes were attracted by the sound of the door, and they no longer continued to look at the plaque. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the door opened inwards. After the door opened, what appeared in front of everyone was an endless darkness. It was so dark that they could not even see their fingers in front of their faces. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Almost at the same time, 10 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans stepped into the air and appeared in front of the door. When they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque above the door, they knew the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was behind the door. For this reason, they were not surprised by the actions of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Everyone who's not in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, move back 1,000 meters. Zhang Sun Xiongqi's voice rang in the air again. Everyone from the various sects, including Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, retreated 1,000 meters immediately. Apart from that, there were also those who changed their minds and did not want to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, the crowd was reduced by about 8,000 people. Only 12,000 people remained. The 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation, including Duan Lingtian, were in the crowd. Very good. There are still 10,000 people. Zhang Sun Xiongqi was pleased to see that there were still 12,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. 12,000 people. In other words, only 3,600 of you will survive. As for the 3,600 survivors, they can choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. In addition, the 3,600 people who come out in the end will be ranked according to the points on your accumulative points Jade token. Those who rank in the top 100 will be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Those who rank in the top 30 will be rewarded even more. Those who rank in the top 10, top 3, and top 1 will be rewarded handsomely. Zhang Sun Xiongqi continued to say, naturally, the rewards you will receive will be separate from the rewards your referees will receive. In other words, your rewards will belong to you and won't be given to your referees. The referees Zhang Sun Xiongqi mentioned were, naturally, the leaders of the various sects who had brought the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For example, Duan Lingtian's referees were Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, all of you will be divided into 50 groups and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from performing the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point Jade, you'll also have to perform the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point Jade. The accumulative point Jade will be left behind so that we can observe the changes in your points. If your accumulative point Jade shatters, your accumulative point Jade will shatter as well. In addition, we will show projections in the void according to the subcards and list the rankings of those who are still alive. Naturally, those who only have 1 point are not eligible to be ranked. Zhang Sun Xiongqi continued to say. The accumulative point Jade is divided into accumulative point Jade and accumulative point Jade? I have the accumulative point Jade while the accumulative point Jade is left behind? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation did not mention this to them. However, it seemed like the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation knew the 3 sects and 2 clans would reveal this to them. Zhang Sun Xiongqi continued to say, I'm sure your referees have already explained the rest to you. Now, all of you will form 50 groups and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm one by one. Everything you obtain in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will belong to you even after you come out of it. Good luck. The higher your ranking, the better your treatment in the 3 sects and 2 clans will be. When Duan Lingtian and the others had formed 50 groups, Zhang Sun Xiongqi's voice rang in the air again. He did not say anything else after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 12,000 participants had formed 50 groups and were making their way to the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
The 50 participants from the 3 sects and 2 clans were each in charge of a group. After dripping blood on the accumulative point Jade's accumulative point Jade and the accumulative point Jade's accumulative point Jade, each participant would be able to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After 2 rounds of dripping blood on the accumulative point Jade, the 50 participants were the first to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, when they entered the darkness behind the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they did not move at all.
It was as though they had been devoured by the darkness until nothing was left of them.
50 participants formed a group and entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 2994. The people from the supporting Fall Nation were all in the same line. The person in front was none other than Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. I'll make a move first. Be careful. Hu Ji-yong nodded at Duan Ling Tian and the others before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the other 49 people. Initially, Hu Ji-yong wanted Duan Ling Tian to be the first to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Duan Ling Tian was not particular about this and stood behind Huang Jialong. The second person to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was Huang Jialong's 5th brother, Huang Jiachao. 5th brother, be careful. Don't overexert yourself. Although Huang Jialong had a few brothers, he was the closest to his 5th brother. Therefore, he had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Huang Jialong preparing to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Don't worry, 4th brother. I'll make it out alive, Huang Jiachao said with a smile. Then, he nodded at Duan Ling Tian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the other 49 people. After Huang Jiachao, it was Huang Jialong's turn. Brother Duan, I'll make a move first. Although you're strong, the profound nether mansion is huge. There's bound to be some powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Don't underestimate them, Huang Jialong reminded Duan Ling Tian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was worried Duan Ling Tian would underestimate the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian nodded and watched as Huang Jialong entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew there was always someone better than him out there.
Although Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm while he was only a transcender, Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm.
Although Duan Ling Tian was a transcender, he had met people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's horizons were much higher than Huang Jialong's imagination. After Huang Jialong, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn to enter. Duan Ling Tian took out his accumulative point Jade and dripped his blood on it in front of the people from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect who were in charge of their group. Then the person from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect took out a small jade token and asked Duan Ling Tian to bind it with his blood. Duan Ling Tian knew this was the sub-token of the accumulative point Jade in his hand. It could reflect the changes in the main token of the accumulative point Jade. After you bind the master token with your blood, you can infuse your divine sense into it and check the points inside. Currently, there's only 1 point. The person in charge of Duan Ling Tian's group was a young man from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. He wore a Taoist robe, and his expression was indifferent. Upon hearing the other party's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately infused his divine sense into the Jade Points token and immediately received a point.
If there's nothing else, you can go in now,
the disciple from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect said after he registered Duan Ling Tian's name. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he stepped into the void and entered the void before he walked into the darkness behind the void. As soon as Duan Ling Tian came into contact with the darkness, he felt a powerful suction force pulling him into the darkness. During this process, although he tried to resist, it was to no avail. After being swallowed, Duan Ling Tian only felt darkness before his eyes. Then, he felt as though the world was spinning. This feeling lasted for a few dozen breaths before it finally stopped. After the feeling stopped, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. The dazzling light made him squint his eyes instinctively. This is...
Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked around.
He was certain he was in a forest. All he could see were trees that he could not name. Apart from that, there were also yellowish-green leaves under his feet. The ground was soft. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He turned to look at a shrub that he could not name. The shrub was lush and dense. It was dark yellow in color as though it had merged with the earth. Ow! As Duan Lingtian looked at the shrub, he saw two dark green rays of light among the shrub. As soon as the two dark green rays of light appeared, a dark yellow figure leaped out of the shrub and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Is this a celestial beast? At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw a celestial beast that resembled a wolf charging at him. Based on its eyes, he could tell it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It's a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, its instincts are not inferior to heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and roughly learned about the celestial beast without intelligence. Swoosh! As soon as the celestial beast closed in on him, Duan Lingtian's right hand shot out at lightning speed. An earthy yellow light flashed in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Ow! A shrill cry rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had extended his hand and grabbed the neck of the celestial beast that was pouncing toward him. At the same time, the light in his hand transformed into a huge palm. The celestial beast was about 1.5 meters tall when it stood on all fours. Its neck was extremely thick. If it were not for the hand, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to grab hold of the celestial beast's neck. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the celestial beast. Otherwise, he would have killed the celestial beast with just a flick of his finger. It's a normal celestial beast. It's not a formation. There's life in the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he extended his divine consciousness and confirmed that the celestial beast in his hand was not an illusory celestial beast. This is a little world created by a celestial lord? A little world created by a celestial lord allows living beings to live in it for a long time? Duan Lingtian did not know much about little worlds created by celestial lords. However, he knew a thing or two about little worlds created by celestial dukes and celestial kings. Even for little worlds created by celestial kings, those who entered them would not be able to stay in them for long. Otherwise, they would be forcefully sent out. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought to himself, perhaps, this celestial beast was recently sent into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the celestial beast in front of him again. Although the celestial beast was not sentient, there was a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Duan Lingtian. I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, I'll take your life. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he released the celestial beast, freeing it. After the celestial beast regained its freedom, it looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully before it left without looking back. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. What's this place? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he rose into the air. His celestial origin energy caused the leaves on the ground to flutter in the air. There's a limit? When Duan Lingtian was about 100 meters above the forest, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he could not ascend any higher. High up in the sky, there seemed to be an invisible pressure that was binding him at all times, not allowing him to continue ascending. I can't see anything useful at this height. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air and looked at his surroundings. With his eyesight, although he could see very far, all he could see was a boundless forest. Swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, a loud noise rang in the air. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when the noise got closer, he felt as though a dam had burst. That's... Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a group of densely packed black dots moving toward him at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black dots grew larger and larger until they transformed into black crows the size of goshawks. On the heads of these black crows, there were golden horns that were faintly flickering with golden light, emitting waves of demonic aura. These are golden-horned black crows? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the black crows moving toward him. Although the golden-horned black crows were celestial beasts without intelligence, they were extremely talented. Even if they did not encounter any fortuitous encounters, they would still be able to break through and become peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. These golden-horned black crows seem to be peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he saw the speed of the black crows. It was not difficult for him to discern their cultivation bases. He was not worried if there were only a few dozen black crows. However, there were only a few hundred of them. They were enough to pose a threat to him. It was even to the extent that once over 100 black crows successfully formed a formation, he would undoubtedly die with his current strength. The terrifying thing about the golden-horned black crows was not their innate talent, but their innate ability to form a formation with their companions. One golden-horned black crow was not scary. However, if there were a few dozen, a few hundred, or even a few thousand of them gathered together, it would be extremely terrifying. It was said that if a few thousand golden-horned black crows formed a formation, they could easily kill a celestial duke. Wait a minute. These thousands of black crows seem to have formed a formation to look for prey. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as the flock of golden-horned black crows drew closer. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's body flashed, and his entire body shone with an earthen yellow light. In the next moment, he shot into the forest like a sharp arrow. This was the only choice he had at this moment. Once he entered the forest, the thousands of golden-horned black crows would no longer be able to form a formation. If that was the case, he would still have a chance to survive. Why am I so unlucky? I encountered such a terrifying flock of golden-horned black crows as soon as I entered the forest? Chapter 2995. Thousands of golden-horned black crows could only allow Duan Lingtian to escape a certain distance, even if the formation they formed was broken after they charged into the forest. This was because the speed of the 1,000 golden-horned black crows was slower than Duan Lingtian when they were not in the formation. Once they were in the formation, the speed of the 1,000 golden-horned black crows was comparable to a celestial duke. It would not be difficult for them to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Even if the 1,000 golden-horned black crows broke the formation after they entered the forest, it would not take long for them to reform the formation and catch up to Duan Lingtian and kill him. They weren't that fast earlier. However, their speed only increased after they got close to me. It's obvious they only completed the formation after they got close to me. After entering the forest, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged and merged with the earth elemental profundity and turned into a khaki color. At the same time, golden and purple lights shone from his body. A whirlpool appeared on his body and began to devour the heaven and earth elemental energy before it disappeared. It was obvious Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. Elementary devouring tactic. Purple chi from the east. Akala King Ming. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body at an extremely fast speed. The 99 heavenly veins in his body did not stop circulating at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure shot out. It was as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning that was a mixture of khaki, gold, and violet as he shuttled swiftly through the forest. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was no movement behind him. He could not help but stop moving. What's going on? Duan Lingtian mustered up his courage and turned around. However, he did not see any golden-horned black crows. In fact, there were no traces of the golden-horned black crows chasing him from the place where he had re-entered the forest. What's going on? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian once again stepped into the air. When he was close to the sky above the forest, he extended his divine consciousness and clearly sensed the dense auras above the forest. Could it be that these golden-horned black crows can't enter the forest? Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the forest. His gaze pierced through the forest and found that the thousands of golden-horned black crows were still there, staring at the spot where he was at. Furthermore, these thousands of golden-horned black crows were still in formation. Give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian intended to verify the idea in his heart. His figure flashed and appeared outside the forest. Of course, it appeared not far from the forest. At this moment, ear-piercing screams swept over from all directions.
piercing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to the point that it felt as if they would burst at any moment. Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes and saw that the originally motionless golden-horned black crows suddenly had their golden horns glowing brightly. Then they flapped their wings and swooped down towards him. Whoosh! Crash! Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he saw the thousands of golden-horned black crows swooping down. He quickly returned to the forest. When Duan Lingtian returned to the forest, the thousands of golden-horned black crows came to a halt and returned to their original spots. They stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. As expected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed his speculation. For some reason, these golden-horned black crows were not allowed to enter the forest. However, he was not surprised by this. If these thousands of golden-horned black crows are allowed to roam freely in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm afraid none of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be able to survive their attacks. This was why Duan Lingtian was not surprised. However, due to these golden-horned black crows, none of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including me, are allowed to enter the forest. Once we enter the forest, we'll be attacked by the golden-horned black crows. Only in the forest can we avoid their attacks. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that this was a rule in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to prevent them from entering the forest. Without entering the forest, it would be difficult for them to know their surroundings. They would have to explore the forest step by step. Forget it. I guess I can only choose a direction and walk to the end of the forest. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided on a direction and made his way there. Along the way, due to Duan Lingtian's speed, many celestial beasts in the forest were alerted. However, none of them could catch up to him. My current speed is comparable to a celestial duke. The strongest celestial beast I've encountered along the way is only a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Those celestial beasts are only a threat to ordinary overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, but they're no threat to me. If Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, his journey would not have been so smooth. Moreover, it was precisely because he'd comprehended the Earth Elemental Tao that he was able to move freely through the forest as if he was entering unobstructed territory. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the sky above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake. After the 12,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including Duan Lingtian, entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the door to the void closed. After the void gate closed, a screen of light appeared in the space where the void gate had been opened. This light screen was white and very flat. It looked like a very large piece of white paper that was floating in the void. In the beginning, many people's attention was focused on the screen that was like a piece of white paper. However, after 10 days, the number of people who were paying attention to the light screen had decreased significantly. Until someone's name has appeared. Someone's voice rang in the air, drawing the attention of those who had shifted their attention away from the light screen. A name appeared on the screen of light. It was as if a name had been written on a piece of white paper. Wu Xiaoyu. 2 points. Wu Xiaoyu. Who's Wu Xiaoyu? He's the first to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This means he's the first to kill someone who has also entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder who died at his hands. As long as the person who recommended him has his soul pearl, the person who recommended him should know he's killed, right? You're wrong. Rumor has it that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the upper, middle, and lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who had comprehended the law of time. When he created the upper, middle, and lower realms of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he set up a formation that contains the law of time. Due to the restriction of the formation that contains the law of time, the soul pearls of those who die in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will only shatter after a certain period of time. Moreover, the period of time is not fixed. If a second person is killed during this period of time, even if someone else's soul pearl shatters at the same time, they won't be able to say it was the person who killed the second person. Does this mean even if someone with no background kills an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from a Grade 7 force, the powerhouses from the Grade 7 forces won't be able to seek revenge? That's right. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord must have thought of this as well.
That's why he set up a formation in the southern heaven ancient realm. When the first person with 2 points appeared on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out in the sky above the center of the scaling cloud lake. Haha. Xiao Yu, well done. An old man laughed heartily as he looked at the name on the scoreboard. Old brother Wu, congratulations on your grandson's achievement. A middle-aged man and another old man who were standing near the old man congratulated him with a smile on their faces. A hint of jealousy could be seen in their eyes. The old man was from a grade 8 clan. Now, the name that appeared on the scoreboard was his grandson's name.
The 2 people who congratulated him were from 2 other grade 8 clans, who had brought their overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the lower realm. Perhaps it's just the same name, the old man said humbly.
Inwardly, he did not think it was a coincidence.
After all, there were only slightly more than 10,000 people who had entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this time.
Moreover, his grandson's name was not common at all. Another name has appeared. About 2 hours after the first name appeared on the scoreboard, another name appeared on the scoreboard. Ling Jueyun. 2 points. Ling Jueyun? Could he be the sectless genius from the East Ming nation? Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, narrowed his eyes when he saw the second name on the scoreboard. He scanned the crowd before his eyes finally landed on a middle-aged man with a medium build. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance, and he exuded a majestic aura. It was clear he had been in a high position for a long time. Hu Lin Yi could clearly see the middle-aged man smile when he saw Ling Jueyun's name on the scoreboard. It seems like it's him.
The middle-aged man was none other than the emperor of the East Ming nation.
He was also the leader of the East Ming nation's team. Since the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had opened, most of the people from grade 8 clans were the leaders of their clans. Those from grade 8 clans were all emperors. Heavens! He has 1 more point. Before Hu Lin Yi could regain his senses, another exclamation rang in his ears. He instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard and saw Ling Jueyun, who was originally in second place, had risen to first place. Behind his name, 3 points were written. Ling Jueyun has killed 2 people in such a short time. Chapter 2996. How could he obtain 2 points in such a short time? There was only one possibility. Ling Jueyun must have killed 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in such a short time. That was how he obtained 2 points in such a short time. Killing 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like Ling Jueyun is quite strong. That's right. Those who are allowed to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are the cream of the crop among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It doesn't matter if he's strong enough to kill 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in such a short time. I wonder which force Ling Jueyun belongs to. I know Ling Jueyun. He's a sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Moreover, Ling Jueyun defeated 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the East Ming nation during the southern heaven combat in the East Ming nation. He's so strong even though he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Could it be that he has comprehended some profundities from a law? That's right. Moreover, it said that he has comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of death. Ling Jueyun's rise to the top of the scoreboard had caused a commotion among the crowd. When news of Ling Jueyun's origin and the law of death that Ling Jueyun had comprehended were revealed, it caused another uproar. At this moment, many people walked up to the emperor of the East Ming nation to congratulate him. A sectless cultivator with a cultivation base of a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial defeated 8 of the most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials from a grade 8 celestial nation? The law of death. When the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans heard about Ling Jueyun, they were intrigued by Ling Jueyun's achievements. I didn't expect such an outstanding young man to be the second person to reach the top of the scoreboard. Jiangsun Xianxia from the Jiangsun clan sighed. Before he could finish sighing, another voice sounded beside his ear. It is said that Ling Jueyun is not even 100 years old this year. Less than 100 years old. Upon hearing this, even Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was shocked. Such a genius actually appeared in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? He had comprehended the law of death.
As a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he had defeated the 8 most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Although it was extraordinary, there were many people in the profound nether mansion who were capable of such a feat. However, if one were to add the fact that he was not even 100 years old before such achievements, the significance would be completely different.
I want this person. I won't fight with you for the others. Beihai Mingfeng glanced at Zhang Sun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 2 sects and 2 clans and said. Hearing Beihai Mingfeng's words, Zhang Sun Xiongqi and the others shook their heads without any hesitation. Sect Master Beihai, forgive me for not being able to agree to this. Not to mention, even if I agree to this, it will be difficult to explain to our sect master. Even the profound nether mansion's rules don't allow this, right? Zhang Guangzhang, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said without beating around the bush. Sect Master Beihai, I can't agree to this either. Heng Chan, the leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Arhut Palace Master of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, said. The Cloud Platform Immortal Sect was led by the Sect Master. Below the Sect Master, other than 1 or 2 guardians, were the Hall Masters of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Out of all the Palace Masters in the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect, Heng Chan, the Palace Master of the Arhut Palace, was the strongest. For this reason, Heng Chan's position in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect was second only to the sect leader and the 2 guardians. Sect Master Beihai, please don't make things difficult for me. Gong Yang Yu, the leader of the Gong Yang family, said with a bitter smile. Compared to Heng Chan and Zhang Guangxing, he was clearly lacking in confidence. Sect Master Beihai, I think it's better to wait for him to come out and let him decide for himself. Zhang Sun Xiongqi, the leader of the Zhang Sun clan, was the last to respond. Although his tone was calm and tactful, it was clear he was indirectly rejecting Beihai Mingfeng. Beihai Mingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the 4 people's responses. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. If it was just the 4 people in front of him, he could easily kill them all by himself. However, the 4 people were backed by grade 7 forces that had a close relationship with the profound nether mansion, just like the coupling celestial sect. It would be easy to kill the 4 people, but it would not be easy to clean up the mess after killing them. Moreover, the forces behind the 4 people were closely related to the profound nether mansion. Even the mansion master of the profound nether mansion would not allow him to easily make enemies with the 4 forces. Another name has appeared. The 4th name has appeared as well. That's the 5th name. After Ling Jueyun obtained 2 points and rose to the top of the scoreboard, a few more people rose to the top of the scoreboard. However, according to those who knew them, these people could only be considered as elites among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was far from Ling Jueyun's level. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. There were now more than 1,000 names on the scoreboard. However, the person at the top of the scoreboard was no longer Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun had been pushed down to 2nd place. The person at the top of the scoreboard was Yao Wei, a member of a grade 7 force. He had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm not to join the 3 sects and 2 clans, but to use the 3 sects and 2 clans as a springboard to enter the profound nether mansion. This Yao Wei has already obtained 8 points. Who the hell is he? Why do I feel like he's even crazier than Ling Jueyun? You don't know Yao Wei? He's from the Yao clan, a grade 7 clan. Not only that, but he's also known as the strongest genius in the Yao clan in the past 10,000 years. He's not even 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and has comprehended profundities from a law. Does this mean he's not any weaker than Ling Jueyun? I'm afraid he's still slightly weaker than Ling Jueyun. After all, Ling Jueyun has comprehended the law of death while Yao Wei has only comprehended the law of water. Every time the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, people from grade 7 forces try to join the profound nether mansion through the 3 sects and 2 clans, but how many of them succeed? That's right. There are many people from grade 7 forces who joined the 3 sects and 2 clans after they entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, none of them managed to pass the test and join the profound nether mansion. In the end, they had no choice but to return to their original forces in dejection. I wonder why the 3 sects and 2 clans are willing to accept these people. These people are clearly ingrates. In fact, the 3 sects and 2 clans don't want to recruit people from grade 7 forces.
However, the profound nether mansion forbade them from doing so. 20 days later, there were more than 1,000 names on the scoreboard.
Most of them only had 2 points, and the person ranked first had 8 points. As for Ling Jueyun, he was ranked second with 7 points.
Cheer! A sorrowful cry suddenly rang in the air, attracting many people's attention.
It was an old man.
He looked at the shattered soul bead in his hand.
His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as tears streamed down his face. That's Xianxia, a one-basic celestial king from the imperial family of the Tai Yun celestial kingdom. Did his grandson, who entered the southern heaven ancient realm, die?
I think so.
Xiangxia's grandson's name is Xianxia. Xianxia is considered to be quite strong among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials.
It seems like he was unlucky to have encountered someone stronger than him so soon after entering the void of life.
Moreover, it's obvious that the person is so strong that he couldn't escape. If the person's strength is only slightly stronger than him, his speed might not be inferior to the person's. That way, he still has a chance to escape. Now that the identity of the first person to die has been exposed, are the identities of the others still far from being exposed? Everyone's attention was on the old man as they discussed among themselves. The old man looked at the names on the scoreboard as though he was trying to find his grandson's murderer.
However, even if only 1/10 of the people on the scoreboard were capable of killing his grandson, there were still more than 100 people on the scoreboard. Unless that person came out and admitted to killing his grandson or a witness came out alive and told the old man the truth, it was impossible.
Otherwise, how was he going to find the person who killed his grandson?
Yuan Little Kai.
Emocho. After the first person's soul pearl shattered, many other people's soul pearls shattered as well. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Those who had soul orbs in their hands were basically people who represented the forces behind them. Some of them were even their closest relatives. Some were happy while others were sad. Many people were looking at the scoreboard with anticipation on their faces.
It was as though they were waiting for a name to appear on it.
Huang Er and Jia Long are on the scoreboard, but Duan Ling Tian isn't on the scoreboard? With his strength, it shouldn't be possible. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, glanced at the scoreboard again, but he did not see Duan Ling Tian's name. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that Duan Ling Tian hasn't made a move yet, and the other is that Duan Ling Tian has been killed by someone else. With that thought in mind, Hu Lin Yi sent his divine consciousness into his spatial ring and looked inside. Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl was lying silently in his spatial ring, and it was completely intact. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, when his eyes landed on the other soul beads, his expression changed slightly. This was because he saw that one of the soul beads had shattered right in front of him. This soul pearl belonged to a relatively strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial that the supporting Fall Nation had brought this time.
Naturally, that overarching heavenly supreme celestial was considered the weakest among the 9 people the supporting Fall Nation had brought.
Chapter 2997.
No matter which force brought in an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the death of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial meant the death of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not feel good even though he knew only one overarching heavenly supreme celestial had died so far.
Your Majesty, what's wrong? The old man who accompanied Hu Lin Yi saw the change in Hu Lin Yi's expression.
Tan Chen is dead.
Hu Lin Yi replied. Tan Chen was the name of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose soul pearl had shattered. He's the only one who died? The old man asked.
Yes.
Hu Lin Yi nodded. Your Majesty, this is a good result. Look, there are more than 1,000 people on the scoreboard. This means more than 1,000 people have died. In addition to the points of those at the top of the list, basically all of them have more than 3 or 4 points. Roughly speaking, the number of people who have died so far should be around 2,000. A total of 12,000 people went in, and only 2,000 of them died. The supporting Fall Nation only lost 1 person. This is a very good result. This is a good result, the old man said to Hu Lin-yi as he looked at the scoreboard. That's not right. Hu Lin-yi shook his head when he heard the old man's words. Although there are more than 2,000 people who have died in the lower realm, I'm certain there are less than 2,000 people whose soul pearls have shattered. In fact, there are less than 1,000 people who have died.
Under such circumstances, who can be certain that only one overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting fall nation has died?
Hu Lin-yi asked in return. The old man fell silent.
Due to the formation that contained the law of time set up by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the one who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the soul pearls of those who had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could not be immediately notified. Under such circumstances, although there was only one soul orb on the outside, who could be sure that there was only one person who had died inside?
At this moment, the old man's eyes fell on the scoreboard as he looked at the names that had just been added. For the same amount of points, the more points one obtained, the lower one's ranking would be.
Huang Jiachao.
The old man exclaimed when he saw a familiar name. It was none other than Huang Jiachao, the fifth son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Jiachao is also on the list? Hearing the old man's exclamation, Hu Lin-yi immediately looked up and saw Huang Jiachao's name at the very end. Following that, a few more names appeared.
Meng Qiuyu.
Hu Lin-yi saw a familiar name appear behind him. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the old woman not far behind him. Meng Qiuyu was the granddaughter of this old woman. The old woman was a one basic celestial king. Previously, Meng Qiuyu had participated in the Southern Heaven combat and obtained a place to stay in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. And this old woman also moved in with him. At that time, he had paid the old man a visit to invite him to join the supporting Fall Nation.
However, the old man had turned him down.
Although he felt that it was a pity, he was not angry. No matter what, he was still a one basic celestial king. If there was no reason for him to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom, he would not lower himself to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. As for the old man next to him, although he was also a one basic celestial king, he had been following him for many years. He had been following him since before he became a celestial king. She seems to be expressionless. Is she not surprised by Meng Qiuyu's name on the scoreboard, or is she pretending to be calm?
Hu Lin-yi soon discovered that the old woman's expression was as calm as ever even though she had seen Meng Qiuyu's name at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Hu Lin-yi felt that the old woman was just pretending to be calm. Time continued to pass by. More and more names appeared on the scoreboard. Another 10 days had passed, and there were now about 2,000 people on the scoreboard. During this time, many people witnessed the disappearance of names from the scoreboard. After a while, many people who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard would gain a lot of points. Usually, those who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard would kill the people on the scoreboard and obtain their points. Naturally, there was no rule on the scoreboard. Therefore, no one could be certain who had killed whom. A month has passed. Why hasn't Duan Lingtian's name appeared on the scoreboard yet? Hu Lin-yi muttered to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian's soul pearl in his spatial ring. Then, he shifted his gaze to the bottom of the scoreboard. Ever since the number of names on the scoreboard reached 2,000, the number of names on the scoreboard had stopped increasing. In fact, it seemed to be decreasing. This was because there were only 12,000 people who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since some of them had died, it was only natural that not many of them were still alive. His name appeared earlier. As soon as Hu Lin-yi finished speaking, an old voice rang in his ears. "You're right. You're right."
Hu Lin-yi turned around and saw the old woman was none other than Meng Qiuyu, the grandmother of one of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation.
The old woman called herself Granny Meng. Duan Lingtian's name appeared? Hu Lin-yi frowned. He had been looking at the scoreboard earlier.
If Duan Lingtian's name had appeared, it would have been impossible for him not to know about it.
Your Majesty, Duan Lingtian's name did appear. However, it's not at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's in the middle. Just as Hu Lin-yi was about to voice his doubts, the old man beside him spoke up. Upon hearing the old woman's words, the old woman's eyes shifted from the bottom of the scoreboard to the top. In the end, she saw Duan Lingtian's name at the 930th place. Duan Lingtian's name. He had accumulated 3 points. 3 points? Don't tell me the first person he killed had accumulated 2 points? Hu Lini followed the old woman's gaze and saw Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. Although Hu Lini had been paying attention to the scoreboard earlier, he had only focused on the bottom of the scoreboard. He instinctively thought Duan Lingtian's name would appear at the bottom of the scoreboard.
After all, the names of the 4 people from the supporting Fall Nation had always appeared at the bottom of the scoreboard.
I didn't expect Duan Lingtian would enter the top 1,000 as soon as he appeared. Now, Jia Chao's name is at the bottom of the scoreboard. Hu Lini glanced at the scoreboard again. Among the 5 people from the supporting Fall Nation, 4 of them had accumulated 3 points. Only Huang Jiachao had accumulated 2 points. The 4 people with 3 points were Huang Jialong, who was ranked 322nd, Hu Jiyong, who was ranked 353rd, Meng Qiuyu, who was ranked 398th, and Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 930th. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was also ranked last on the scoreboard with 3 points. After all, he was the last person to accumulate 3 points. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, 2 figures stood facing each other in the forest. The thick smell of gunpowder spread out, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become a little tense.
One of the 2 young men was dressed in purple while the other was dressed in green.
Apart from that, both of them were handsome and had outstanding auras.
However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the purple-clad young man was more pleasant to look at than the green-clad young man.
The green-clad young man had a cold expression on his face, giving off an unapproachable aura. At this moment, a corpse lay on the ground not far away from the purple-clad young man. There were no wounds on the corpse. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a large dent on the corpse's chest. I have 2 points. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he extended his divine consciousness into the accumulative points jade hanging from his waist and discovered there were 3 points in his accumulative points jade. He was overjoyed. I'm afraid this person has more points than me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the green-clad young man in front of him. The green-clad young man and the blue-clad young man who was lying on the ground were the first group of people Duan Lingtian had encountered after wandering in the forest for a month. Furthermore, the 2 of them were walking together. It was obvious that they were from the same faction and had a very close relationship.
Third brother, I'll capture this brat and bring him to you for you to kill. These were the last words of the blue-robed young man before he died, and they were said to the green-robed young man. After he finished speaking, he rushed towards the green-robed young man in a menacing manner.
The green-clad young man's strength was, at best, on par with Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat. The reason he mentioned Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat was because of his strength. Now that Huang Jialong had obtained the Wind-type King-grade divine ability, his strength had improved tremendously. Although Huang Jialong had not fully comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, he had managed to grasp the basics of the wind elemental profundity. Apart from that, based on the blue-clad young man's words, Huang Jialong could tell the blue-clad young man was stronger than the green-clad young man. Whether it was in terms of status or strength, the green-clad young man was superior to the blue-clad young man. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, strength was the only thing that mattered. If the blue-clad young man was stronger than the green-clad young man, no one would know he was the one who killed the green-clad young man. Based on the blue-clad young man's respectful attitude toward the green-clad young man, it was clear the green-clad young man was stronger than the blue-clad young man. Before the blue-clad young man encountered Duan Lingtian, he had already captured a person for the green-clad young man to kill. However, the blue-clad young man did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. This time, he had bitten off more than he could chew. He did not expect a brat who was not even 100 years old would be able to kill him with just one strike. The corpse of the blue-clothed young man lay there with a look of disbelief remaining on his face. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. The earth elemental profundity. Interesting. Chapter 2998. From the beginning until the end, the green-clad young man turned a blind eye to his companion's death. Even when the blue-clad young man fell, his expression did not change at all.
It was as though the blue-clad young man was not his companion but an insignificant person.
The earth elemental profundity. Interesting.
Based on the green-clad young man's words, it was clear he had figured out Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. Moreover, he was not flustered at all when he realized Duan Lingtian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity.
Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn. There were only two possibilities why the green-clad young man was so calm. The first possibility was that he was deliberately mystifying the situation.
The second possibility was that he had also comprehended a law of Earth's profundity.
Duan Lingtian felt the second possibility was more likely.
All of a sudden, the green-clad young man's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Duan Lingtian.
At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as well. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it transformed into a gust of wind that swirled around his body and lifted him up into the air.
At this moment, the green-clad young man rose into the air.
However, he was not flying normally. Instead, he was being lifted up by the gust of wind. The wind elemental profundity.
Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he saw the gust of wind around the green-clad young man. As expected, this young man had also comprehended a law of Earth's profundity. Moreover, he had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. Moreover, the wind elemental profundity that the green-clad young man had comprehended was completely different from Huang Jialong's wind elemental profundity. At most, Huang Jialong had only comprehended the surface of the wind elemental profundity. However, the green-clad young man had completely comprehended the wind elemental profundity. Based on the speed of his celestial origin energy merging with the wind elemental profundity, it was clear he had comprehended the wind elemental profundity for a long time.
I'm Sima Chun from the Sima clan.
The green-clothed young man who was completely swept up by the green gale stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he spoke indifferently and introduced himself.
Sima family?
The grade 7 Sima clan that's said to be second only to the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion?
Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the green-clothed young man introduce himself.
He had heard about the Sima clan from the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation when he was on his way to the Scaling Cloud Lake. However, what he did not expect was that the green-clothed youth in front of him was actually from the Sima clan. He still remembered Huang Jialong's words. Brother Duan, apart from those from Grade 8 Celestial Kingdoms and Grade 8 forces, some Grade 7 forces will also be participating in the expedition to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Due to their backgrounds, some of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces have come into contact with King Grade Celestial methods and divine abilities at a young age. The most outstanding overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials have comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. This was what Huang Jialong had told him. No wonder he's so confident. As it turns out, he's from a Grade 7 force. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before he calmly introduced himself. I'm Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation. You're not even 100 years old, but you're already a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who has comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Your innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Sima Chun looked at Duan Lingtian and was not stingy with his compliments. This is the first time I've met someone with your innate talent and comprehension ability. You're not bad yourself. Duan Lingtian replied. Even so, you're destined to die here today. I, Sima Chun, should be proud of myself for being able to kill someone with such innate talent and comprehension ability. Sima Chun's eyes were brimming with killing intent. It was clear he was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, most people would not hold back unless they encountered someone they were close to. However, the fact that Sima Chun was so confident about killing Duan Lingtian despite knowing how strong Duan Lingtian was. It seems like Sima Chun has comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Am I really that lucky? Faced with Sima Chun's confidence, Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought. An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law was definitely one of the strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Such a person could do whatever he wanted in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Any Tao talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial could not be used. Even if it was used, it would be destroyed by the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
If that was the case, the Tao talisman would be wasted. Tao talismans that contained powerful attacks and techniques were usually imbued with the celestial origin energy of the powerhouse who inscribed them. The celestial origin energy was superior to the celestial origin energy of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Tao talismans that could threaten overarching heavenly supreme celestials could not be used in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Under such circumstances, one had to rely on one's own strength. Many people have said such words, but in the end, without exception, they all died. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed Sima Chun's killing intent. His voice turned cold as well. That's because they're useless. I'll be an exception, Sima Chun said as he raised his hand. A sword that glowed faintly appeared in his hand. It was a king-grade celestial sword. You're welcome to try. The king-grade celestial weapon, a long rod, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Currently, he could use any weapon he wanted with his celestial methods and divine abilities. Among the few king-grade celestial weapons in his possession, only the long rod was an offensive king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, he usually used it to fight. Humph. Sima Chun's expression turned cold when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him at all. Green energy swirled around him as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. At the same time, faint blue afterimages appeared under Sima Chun's feet, further increasing his speed. As a cheetah-like figure appeared on the surface of Sima Chun's body, his speed reached an extremely exaggerated level. His speed was almost on par with Duan Lingtian's fastest speed. Just as Duan Lingtian thought Sima Chun was moving at his fastest speed, Sima Chun's figure blurred and turned into a blur before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not even see Sima Chun's figure clearly. Is this the second profundity from the law of wind that he has comprehended? In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's expression changed dramatically. Apart from that, he could not think of any other way Sima Chun could move at such a terrifying speed. His speed has increased so much in just a blink of an eye. His second profundity from the law of wind is most likely a profundity that focuses on speed, right? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Brat, if you don't want to die, use all your celestial origin energy and merge it with the earth elemental energy into your vest. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's anxious voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian hastily circulated his celestial origin energy and merged it with the earth elemental energy into his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon vest. In just a blink of an eye, the silhouette of a vest made of crimson scales appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. As soon as the silhouette of the vest appeared, a mysterious yellow energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the silhouette of the vest. The silhouette of the vest seemed to become more corporeal. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian knew the Chaos Divine Earth had made its move again. It had used its energy to strengthen his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth's energy merged with the silhouette of the vest, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not even have the time to react before the sword rays that were filled with green energy whistled down like a storm and slammed onto the silhouette that appeared on the surface of his body. Chi, 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 chi. The silhouette of the vest trembled violently. It looked as though it would collapse at any moment, but it stubbornly held on. What a fast speed! What a fast sword! Duan Lingtian was shocked. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's energy that had merged with his defensive celestial weapon, he would not have been able to withstand Sima Chun's attack. It's too fast. What profundity did Sima Chun comprehend from the law of wind? Duan Lingtian instinctively asked the Chaos Divine Earth, "What's going on?" The second profundity from the law of wind he comprehended is the gale profundity. It's one of the most practical profundities from the law of wind. Not only can it increase one's movement speed, but it can also increase one's attack speed as well. Boy, if it weren't for me, you would have been killed by his sword by now, the Chaos Divine Earth said.
Sima Chun is one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The chaos divine Earth's tone turned solemn as it spoke. However, now that you have my help, he won't be able to break through your defenses no matter how fast he is. A hint of pride could be seen on the chaos divine Earth's face as it continued to say, in the end, he had no choice but to give up on attacking you. It was as though the chaos divine Earth's words were a foil to Sima Chun. After a while, Sima Chun finally stopped attacking Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the silhouette of Sima Chun's figure that Duan Ling Tian could not see clearly appeared again. I didn't expect you to comprehend a second profundity from the law of earth as well. The second profundity from the law of earth you've comprehended is a defensive profundity, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to block my attack so easily. Chapter 2999. After Sima Chun stopped attacking, he had no intention of continuing to attack. After all, he had used all his strength earlier, but he still could not break through Duan Ling Tian's defense. If he continued to attack, the result would still be the same. It was better for him to save his energy. It seems like I've underestimated you. Sima Chun looked at Duan Ling Tian before he turned around and prepared to leave. Did I say you could leave? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity surged and emitted a majestic aura. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Sima Chun paused for a moment before he turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently. I admit your defense is very strong. I can't kill you. However, how can you compare to my speed? Even if I don't take the initiative to attack, I can still dodge your attacks. Sima Chun said arrogantly, I can't break through your defense, and you can't keep up with my speed. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me. Sima Chun was very confident in his speed. After all, he had comprehended the law of wind that specialized in speed. Moreover, he had comprehended two profundities from the law of wind. Apart from the fundamental profundity, the other profundity was the gale profundity, which specialized in speed. After Sima Chun finished speaking, he turned around and left. As soon as Sima Chun turned around, Duan Ling Tian's cold voice rang in the air. What if I use my royal-grade celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian's voice pierced Sima Chun's ears. Sima Chun instinctively came to a halt. When he turned around, he saw Duan Ling Tian's royal-grade celestial weapon, the long rod, was no longer in his hand. It was replaced by a ring. The ring was different from ordinary rings. There were 9 sharp points around the ring, and they were of different shapes. It looked strange. In addition, the ring was fiery red, but it was not a color that was dyed. Instead, it was the color of the material that made the ring. The ring's aura was not as dazzling as a king-grade celestial weapon. However, as Duan Ling Tian continued to infuse his energy into the ring, it began to emit an aura that was even more terrifying than a king-grade celestial weapon. Furthermore, as soon as the aura appeared, even Sima Chun, who was standing quite a distance away, could smell the stench of death. Royal-grade celestial weapon. When Duan Ling Tian mentioned the royal-grade celestial weapon, he thought Duan Ling Tian was bluffing. When Sima Chun sensed the aura of the ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand, he was certain it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. How is this possible? He's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could he possess a royal-grade celestial weapon? At this moment, Sima Chun's mind was filled with disbelief. He could not believe Duan Ling Tian possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, even the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan, did not possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. In fact, even if the Sima clan possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon, they would not dare to reveal it. After all, it would be impossible for them to keep their royal-grade celestial weapon. In the profound Nethermansion's territory, the only grade 7 forces that could keep their royal-grade celestial weapons were the 3 sects and 2 clans that were subordinate to the profound Nethermansion. Naturally, if the 3 sects and 2 clans wanted to keep their royal-grade celestial weapons, they would need the approval of the profound Nethermansion. Based on this, one could see how precious a royal-grade celestial weapon was. Sima Chun found it hard to believe that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon.
Run. Sima Chun regained his senses.
He only had one thought in his mind.
Run. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's speed was not as fast as his. However, things were different now that Duan Lingtian had a royal-grade celestial weapon. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to his. The only thing he could do now was to escape from Duan Lingtian's attack range. As long as Duan Lingtian could not catch up to him, he would be able to escape. However, if he could think of this, how could Duan Lingtian not think of it? If he was not confident, why would Duan Lingtian remind him that he possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon? Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the green energy raging around Sima Chun. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. Gravitational space profundity. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a pressure that had been accumulating for a long time suddenly shrouded Sima Chun, causing him to slow down. The suction force from Duan Lingtian's direction forcefully pulled at Sima Chun's body. Although it did not slow Sima Chun down, it did slow him down. Wang. As soon as Sima Chun slowed down, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and tossed the royal-grade celestial weapon, out of his hand. Wang. 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 The ring whizzed out, and the 9 horns on it shone with a sharp luster. They were like 9 indestructible swords, capable of tearing through everything. The royal-grade celestial weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given to him. Duan Lingtian did not dare to reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon to others. However, he dared to reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon today because he was confident no one would know about it. After all, a dead person would not spread the news. Moreover, communication celestial talismans were prohibited in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm prohibited the use of communication celestial talismans. This was also done to prevent some people from uniting too early, and killing those who were left alone with their numbers. Wang. 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 Although Sima Chun was fleeing as fast as he could still clearly hear the buzzing sound behind him that was getting closer and closer. When this voice entered his ears, it was like the god of death was calling him, causing his heart to burn with anxiety and his courage to be torn apart. He has comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity to such an extent. Sima Chun could tell Duan Lingtian was still a ways away from comprehending the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage based on the suction force that enveloped him. However, in Sima Chun's opinion, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but he had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity to the rudimentary stage. Not only that, but he had also comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. What kind of monster had he encountered? If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed there was such a monster in the profound nether mansion. If it were not for the weak suction force that enveloped him, he was confident he would be able to shake off the royal-grade celestial weapon that was flying toward him. However, due to the weak suction force, Sima Chun's speed was slightly reduced, making it impossible for him to shake off the royal-grade celestial weapon. No! When the mysterious Yang 9 water chestnut ring was still more than 10 meters away from Sima Chun, the sharp rays of light raging on its surface were about to fall on Sima Chun's body. Sima Chun roared and quickly recovered. At the same time, he forcefully stopped his body. In the next moment, green energy began to gather around him. At the same time, the shadow of a dark green armor appeared on the surface of his body. The moment the shadow of the armor appeared, the azure wind completely merged into it. In addition, Sima Chun's other methods were also used to support the emerald armor phantom, forming a sturdy layer of defense around his body. Even then, Sima Chun's face was still as pale as a sheet of paper. He was not confident his defense would be able to withstand the attack of the royal-grade celestial weapon. If you dare to kill me, the Sima clan won't let you go, Sima Chun said as he glared at Duan Lingtian who was rushing toward him. He brought up the Sima clan to threaten Duan Lingtian to stop. That depends on whether the Sima clan knows I killed you or not. Duan Lingtian, who was much slower than the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, smirked when he heard Sima Chun's threat. Bas, 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 bas. At the same time, the 9 horns of the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring shot out 9 rays of light and landed on Sima Chun's defense. The 9 rays of light cut through Sima Chun's defense one after another. The first ray was blocked, the second ray continued to fall, and the third ray tore through his defense. A royal-grade celestial weapon is so powerful? At this moment, Sima Chun could clearly sense how terrifying a royal-grade celestial weapon was. He no longer dared to continue defending himself. He tried to flee again. However, the suction force that enveloped him made it impossible for him to unleash his full speed. Bas, bas, bas. Due to Sima Chun's hasty escape, his defense had weakened slightly. For this reason, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring only spun 3 times before it tore through Sima Chun's defense. No! Sima Chun let out a furious roar when his defenses were completely torn apart and he was on the brink of death. This time, his roar was filled with an extreme unwillingness to admit defeat. Just because of the difference of a royal-grade celestial weapon, he was going to die at the hands of an opponent who was on par with him. How could he accept this? Spurt. Regardless of how indignant Sima Chun was, he still died under the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. He was killed by Duan Lingtian. Sima Chun's body was torn apart by the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. It was clear how indignant he was. Crack. After Sima Chun died, his accumulative points Jade shattered. His points were taken by Duan Lingtian's accumulative points Jade. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took Sima Chun's spatial ring. Sima Chun, the most talented genius in the Sima clan, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Chapter 3000. In the Devata realms, celestial weapons were divided into various grades. The higher the grade of a celestial weapon was, the greater the difference in strength between the grades. For example, a king-grade celestial weapon could not compare to a royal-grade celestial weapon. The difference between the two was much greater than the difference between a duke-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon. However, Sima Chun's speed is indeed fast. If I didn't comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity with your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill him even if I used my royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian said to the chaos divine Earth in his body. The moment he took out his royal-grade celestial weapon, Sima Chun's death was certain. There was no way he would let Sima Chun leave alive since news of him possessing a royal-grade celestial weapon would leak out. At that time, unless he was willing to hand over his royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to escape. Apart from that, the Chaos Divine Earth had also predicted that he would be able to kill Sima Chun with his royal-grade celestial weapon. Humph! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth scoffed. Brat, if you've comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, you'd be able to kill him even without using your royal-grade celestial weapon. The law of Earth's gravitational space profundity is the bane of speed. If you've comprehended it to the rudimentary stage, you'd be able to cast the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, to trap Sima Chun inside. Sima Chun relies on speed to survive. He'd definitely die if he's trapped in the Black Rock Prison. At that time, you wouldn't even need to use your royal-grade celestial weapon to kill him. The Chaos Divine Earth said. The rudimentary stage. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a hint of yearning. The Earth-type king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, contained 2 profundities from the law of Earth. He had already comprehended one of the profundities, the Earth elemental profundity, but he had yet to fully comprehend the gravitational space profundity. Naturally, he had only comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. This was the best he could do with a king-grade celestial method. Even so, Duan Lingtian was able to unleash the full power of the Black Rock Prison. Under the condition that they were at the same cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to trap Sima Chun. Once Sima Chun was trapped, Sima Chun would be like a turtle in a jar, at his mercy. After all,
As long as he could not escape from the Black Rock prison, it would be useless no matter how fast he was.
How many points did that brat give you?
The Chaos Divine Earth asked curiously. That brat's strength is not bad.
He should have a lot of points.
Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately sent his consciousness into his accumulative points jade token and saw the number of points he had accumulated.
11 points.
That means that the Sima clan member just now has 8 points in his jade token. Duan Ling Tian said to the Chaos Divine Earth.
8 points.
The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent for a moment. After a moment of silence, it continued to say, now that the brat is dead, his name will be removed from the scoreboard. If your points increase by that much, I'm afraid everyone will know you're the one who killed him. Although you'll be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans after you leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, that force won't be able to protect you forever.
The Sima clan will eventually find an opportunity to kill you.
For this reason, if the Sima clan finds out you're the one who killed him, you'll definitely become the Sima clan's enemy. The Chaos Divine Earth expressed its concern.
Don't worry.
I'm sure the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would have thought of this as well, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. I'm sure the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has thought of this as well. Based on what I know, there's a formation that contains the law of time in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The deaths of those who die in the formation will be transmitted to their soul pearls outside. This is to prevent the people outside from knowing who killed who. Based on this, it's clear the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is intentionally protecting those who kill in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, there's no need to worry about the matter you mentioned.
You're right, Duan Ling Tian said. Naturally, this was only Duan Ling Tian's speculation.
However, even if it was just a guess, Duan Ling Tian was not worried at all. This was because he was confident in his guess. He felt his guess was most likely correct.
HM?
Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to withdraw his divine consciousness from the accumulative point jade, he sensed a peculiar aura surging out of it. The moment this aura appeared, it fused with his divine sense and led his divine sense in a direction to the right. That aura seems to be guiding me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point jade suddenly lit up as though it was resonating with something. At the same time, a voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Once you obtain 10 points in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple that I left behind in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the voice rang in the air, it disappeared as though it was never there.
This voice.
Could it be the voice of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple if I obtain 10 points? I've never heard of this before. Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled. Could this be a new rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? However, Duan Ling Tian did not think it was possible. However, if this was not the rule, why had he not heard of the Celestial Lord Temple before he entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Moreover, he had never heard of the Celestial Lord Temple being led to the Celestial Lord Temple if he obtained 10 points. After pondering for a while, Duan Ling Tian still could not figure it out. Then, he thought of the Chaos Divine Earth and asked it about it. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not think much of it. To his surprise, the Chaos Divine Earth did not seem surprised at all. Perhaps, the formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm can erase one's memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. Under such circumstances, even if one leaves the Celestial Lord Temple, they won't be able to recall their experiences in the Celestial Lord Temple. Some powerful Celestial Lords are capable of setting up such a formation. Of course, they'll only forget about the experience. The things they obtain during this period of time will still be stored in their spatial rings. It's just that they'll forget how they obtained those things after they leave this place. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll forget how you obtained those things? Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened as he inhaled sharply. He still remembered that Huang Jialong had once said something similar to him. In the past, some of the powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials who survived the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm did not have any recollection of their gains. It was as though their gains had appeared out of thin air in their spatial rings. In fact, some of them even discovered that they had accumulated points after leaving the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but they could not remember how they obtained those points. It seems like I can't bring the information about the Celestial Lord Temple and the 10 points out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. You can't bring it out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but I can. After you leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'll tell you everything. The Chaos Divine Earth said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked to the right. The aura from the accumulative point jade had fused with his divine consciousness and guided him to the right direction. The Celestial Lord Temple. I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple if I collect 10 points. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I wonder if anyone has already arrived at the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm sure there are others on their way as well. After witnessing Sima Chun's strength, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Sima Chun was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from one of the grade 7 forces. Many grade 7 forces had also sent people to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Needless to say, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were sent by grade 7 forces to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were not to be underestimated. Duan Lingtian was certain there were some who were on par with Sima Chun. In fact, there might even be some who were stronger than him. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Celestial Lord Temple. Since the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had left the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it had to be a good place. Moreover, based on the conditions set by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, not just anyone could enter the Celestial Lord Temple. Only those who had accumulated 10 points would be able to learn the location of the Celestial Lord Temple and be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to entering the Celestial Lord Temple. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to follow the directions to the Celestial Lord Temple, above the center of the Scaling Cloud Lake, a name that was originally ranked 6th on the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. As soon as the name disappeared, the names behind it moved forward. An uproar broke out immediately. The name that disappeared seems to belong to Sima Chun? That's right. It's Sima Chun. Sima Chun already had 8 points. But now, his name has disappeared. Heavens! Sima Chun is dead? The fact that Sima Chun managed to accumulate 8 points means he's not a simple person. How did he die? He's not a simple person? Not only is Sima Chun extraordinary, but he's also the most talented person in the grade 7 Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Sima Chun. Didn't he comprehend the gale profundity from the law of wind? With such strength, he was actually killed by someone? Chapter 3001. How's this possible? In the sky above the central area of Scaling Cloud Lake, many people were looking at him. When they saw that Ma Chun's name had disappeared from the scoreboard, an old man in gray clothes was shocked. His pupils shrank and his face changed. At the same time, a powerful aura involuntarily swept out from his body, causing some of the surrounding people with weaker cultivations to feel their hearts palpitate. How powerful! Who's he? Just his aura alone is terrifying. You don't know him? He's the Grand Elder of the Grade 7 Sima clan. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan? Why did he come here? With his status, he shouldn't have come to such an event, right? It seems like the Grand Elder of the Sima clan is having a hard time accepting Sima Chun's death. It's normal. With Sima Chun's innate talent and comprehension ability, he must have been heavily nurtured by the Sima clan. It's hard for the high-ranking officials of the Sima clan to accept the loss of such a talent. Although many people recognized the old man, they were not aware of his relationship with Sima Chun. The gray-clad old man was the leader of the Sima clan. He was Sima Ping Dong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. His strength was on par with the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, excluding the coupling Celestial Sect's Grand Elder from the Sima clan.
This was his first time leading a team to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had chosen to lead the team this time because his favorite grandson was among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Sima clan. Sima Chun was his grandson. Chun'er is dead. Sima Pingdong's expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself.
It was as though he could not believe this was true.
My condolences, Grand Elder. A middle-aged man stood next to Sima Pingdong. He was also an elder of the Sima clan. However, his status in the Sima clan was far inferior to Sima Pingdong. Sima Chun is the Grand Elder's favorite grandson.
Now that he's dead, the Grand Elder must be regretting allowing Sima Chun to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
The Sima clan elder sighed in his heart. He knew that Sima Chun was irreplaceable in the heart of the Sima clan's Grand Elder. Now that Sima Chun was dead, one could only imagine how the Grand Elder of the Sima clan was feeling right now. However, his heart was also filled with shock. Sima Chun actually died in there? After all, Sima Chun was the most outstanding genius in the Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Not only was he a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but he had also comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Wind.
With such strength, he was definitely ranked in the top 10 among all the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm.
But now he was dead. Boom! The space beneath Sima Pingdong's feet trembled. In a flash, he arrived near the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. His eyes landed on Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial sect. Then he cupped his hands and bowed. Sect leader Bihai. Elder Pingdong. The Sima clan was a grade 7 clan, so it was only natural for Bihai Mingfeng to recognize the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. I can roughly guess why you're here. However, even we don't know what's going on in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, we can't tell you who killed your grandson even if we wanted to, Bihai Mingfeng said. Sima Pingdong nodded. I know that. Sima Pingdong nodded.
Then he said in a deep voice, I'm here to ask you for a favor, sect leader Bihai.
If I can confirm who killed my grandson, I hope you'll hand him over to me, sect leader Bihai. From the beginning until the end, Sima Pingdong did not even look at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. After all, these 4 people would not be able to stop him if he wanted to kill someone. Only Bihai Mingfeng was capable of stopping him. I'm afraid that won't do. Bihai Mingfeng shook his head. It's not that I don't want to give you face, Elder Pingdong, but the 3 sects and 2 clans don't have a say in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the profound Nether Mansion is the one who gave us the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Sect leader Bihai, as one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, if you're willing to do me a favor, I'm sure the profound Nether Mansion won't blame you for this matter. Sima Pingdong was very persistent. However, Bihai Mingfeng still rejected him. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave. From the beginning until the end, many people's eyes followed Sima Pingdong's every move. They could vaguely guess why Sima Pingdong was looking for Bihai Mingfeng. Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, is Sima Chun's grandfather. Now that Sima Chun is dead, he must be itching to kill the murderer. I'm sure he's looking for sect leader Bihai to ask him not to stop him from seeking revenge. However, does he know who killed his grandson, Sima Chun? I'm sure he won't be able to confirm that. However, he has to be prepared. What if he's able to confirm his grandson's death? If sect leader Bihai makes a move, he won't be able to kill the murderer to avenge his grandson. That's why he's looking for sect leader Bihai to ask him not to stop him from seeking revenge. However, based on his unsightly expression, it's obvious sect leader Bihai has rejected him. It's normal. If sect leader Bihai doesn't reject him, who would dare to kill in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future? Many people could guess why Sima Pingdong was looking for Bihai Mingfeng. After Sima Chun's death, I don't think there's anyone with 8 points on the scoreboard. A middle-aged man muttered as he looked at the scoreboard. Nonsense. Of course, that's impossible. An old man standing near the middle-aged man said matter-of-factly, if there's someone with 8 points, wouldn't it be telling everyone that he's the one who killed Sima Chun? Under such circumstances, the 8 points obtained by the person who killed Sima Chun would slowly increase on the scoreboard. It's like a smokescreen to prevent people from finding out who killed whom. The old man said. I see.
In that case, unless the person who killed Sima Chun admits to killing Sima Chun or someone saw him kill Sima Chun, no one will know he's the one who killed Sima Chun.
That's right.
If that's not the case, those who enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will have to hold back. If that's the case, what's the point of opening the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Many people who were unaware of the rules of the scoreboard finally learned about it.
Duan Lingtian's points have increased by 2 points.
Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, who had been staring at the scoreboard all this while, suddenly widened his eyes. Although at the same time, there were a few people whose points increased by 1 or 2 points, and the increase was not noticeable at all, he still saw it. After all, he was only paying attention to the names on the scoreboard.
5 points.
As expected, Duan Lingtian didn't let me down, Hu Linyi said with a smile on his face. A smile appeared on Hu Linyi's face, but when he saw the top few people on the scoreboard, he could not help but frown. However, the person in the first place has already obtained 11 points. Even the person who's ranked 10th has 7 points. I hope he'll be able to enter the top 10 as soon as possible. A hint of hope could be seen in Hu Linyi's eyes. Although he had been paying attention to the death of Sima Chun, the prodigy of the Sima clan, he did not think Duan Lingtian was involved in Sima Chun's death. In his opinion, Sima Chun was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Moreover, it was said that Sima Chun had comprehended the Gale profundity. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Sima Chun. In fact, Hu Linyi was certain Sima Chun was not a match for Sima Chun. He was certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for Sima Chun. Grand Elder, even if the person from the coupling celestial sect agrees to your request, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to find your grandson's murderer. Another elder from the Sima clan said with a wry smile on his face. I'll kill whoever's the biggest suspect, Sima Pingdong said in a deep voice. Although he had many sons and even more grandchildren, the one he valued the most was still Sima Chun. Sima Chun's death had infuriated him. He wanted nothing more than to charge into the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to find the murderer and avenge Sima Chun. Upon hearing Sima Pingdong's words, the elder from the Sima clan smiled bitterly. Among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only a few from grade 7 forces were a match for Sima Chun. However, those people were only as strong as Sima Chun. It would be difficult for them to kill Sima Chun. Naturally, there was another possibility. Sima Chun was killed by a group of people. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to find out who killed Sima Chun. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening outside. Even though his points were still slowly increasing, and it didn't take long for his points to increase by 8 points, it was still not enough. Nevertheless, no one suspected him of killing Sima Chun. After all, he was not the only one who had gained 8 points during this period. Apart from that, there were also a few people who knew about his strength. Through these people, it was easy for Sima Pingdong to remove Duan Lingtian from the list of suspects. Not long after Sima Chun's death, Sima Pingdong purposely stared at the scoreboard and remembered the names of those who increased their points quickly. He included them in the list of suspects who killed his grandson. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm finally out. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. Duan Lingtian finally made it out of the seemingly endless forest. Moreover, he was traveling at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 3002. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered 3 people. One of them took advantage of the fact that he was not even 100 years old and attacked him. In the end, he was killed by Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, were fighting, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, they did not have the courage to attack Duan Lingtian. In fact, they thought they were going to die. However, since they did not make a move, Duan Lingtian did not take the initiative to attack them as well. Currently,
Duan Lingtian's top priority was to reach the Celestial Lord Temple. The Celestial Lord Temple seemed to be a place left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. After walking out of the forest for a month, Duan Lingtian entered a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. On this plain, there were still some mountain ridges that could be seen from a distance. However, they were all individual mountain ridges and there were no continuous mountain ranges. After traveling for another 3 days, when Duan Lingtian was passing by a mountain ridge, he could clearly hear the sound of fighting coming from the mountain ridge. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not plan to interfere. However, when an extremely arrogant voice sounded, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave immediately as he descended from the sky. Huang Jiachao, you're no match for me. Prepare to die. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he did not continue on his journey. Instead, he descended from the sky and entered the mountain. Soon, 2 figures fighting fiercely appeared in front of him. One of them was at a disadvantage. As for the voice from earlier, it was emitted by that other person. The person who was at a disadvantage was Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. He was also Huang Jialong's younger brother. After descending from the sky, Duan Lingtian did not hide his presence. Instead, he intentionally released his aura. After sensing his aura and discovering his existence, the 2 people who were fighting fiercely immediately separated from each other. Be brother Duan? Huang Jiachao thought he was going to die. He did not expect the person who appeared at the critical moment to be his brother's good friend. Huang Jiachao was overjoyed. His eyes and face were filled with joy. Swoosh. The expression of the person who was fighting Huang Jiachao changed drastically when he saw Huang Jiachao knew the person. Brother Duan? When he heard how Huang Jiachao addressed the newcomer, his eyes widened immediately. Don't tell me he's Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation? The one who could easily defeat Jianghu, the 2nd prince of the Nanqi kingdom? At the thought of this, the young man in brocade who was confronting Huang Jiachao suddenly changed his expression. Then his figure flashed and he tried to escape. Swoosh. However, as soon as the young man in embroidered clothes moved, a figure appeared in his path like a ghost and blocked his path. The person who blocked his path was none other than Duan Lingtian. Although the young Duan Lingtian did not provoke him, he could not just stand by and watch the young Duan Lingtian kill Huang Jialong's younger brother. Duan Lingtian, I didn't offend you. The young Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a pale face. His eyes and face were filled with fear. He clenched his fists tightly, and he could feel his palms breaking out in cold sweat. Even Jianghu, the 2nd prince of the Southern Qi nation, could easily defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian was someone who could easily defeat Jianghu. Moreover, based on the speed at which Duan Lingtian appeared, it was clear he was no match for Duan Lingtian. As soon as the young Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian struck with his rod at lightning speed, killing the young Duan Lingtian. The young Duan Lingtian did not even have time to react before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, not to mention that he didn't react in time. Even if he reacted in time and executed a defense, it would still be impossible for him to block Duan Lingtian's rod strike. Duan Lingtian's rod contained his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity, the immobilization king method, and the eastern purple qi. It was not something a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who had yet to comprehend a law, could withstand. Are you all right? After killing the young Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jiachao who was flying toward him with a smile on his face. I'm fine. Huang Jiachao shook his head. A hint of fear could be seen on his face as he said, Brother Duan, it's fortunate that you appeared in time and lent me a hand. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Xianxia. Xianxia. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. You know him? At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the young Duan Lingtian had mentioned Huang Jiachao's name before he appeared. It was highly possible that the young Duan Lingtian knew Huang Jiachao. Even if he did not know Huang Jiachao, he would not have acted so arrogantly when he was about to kill Huang Jiachao. After all, they had no enmity between them. It was impossible for such a situation to occur. Of course I know him. Huang Jiachao smiled bitterly as he said, Moreover, we had some conflicts. Naturally, The conflict between him and my brother was even worse.
He vented his anger on me because of the conflict between him and my brother.
Jialong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew Huang Jialong was Huang Jiachao's brother. Apart from Huang Jialong, Huang Jiachao had other brothers. However, they were much older than him, and they did not spend much time together. For this reason, he did not address them intimately. Huang Jialong was the only person he could address as his brother. After all, Huang Jiachao was Huang Jialong's younger brother, and Huang Jialong was close to him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian brought Huang Jiachao with him. The Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao was shocked when he learned about the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious he had not heard of the Celestial Lord Temple before. If I accumulate 10 points, I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember now. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials who came out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm don't remember how they obtained the precious items. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials don't know how they obtained the points. It seems like the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm can also erase the memories of those who accumulate more than 10 points. Huang Jiachao said. Moreover, it doesn't only erase the memories of those who have accumulated more than 10 points. It also erases the memories of those who have come into contact with those who have accumulated more than 10 points. For example, I'm afraid I won't be able to remember what happened after I met you, Brother Duan. Otherwise, I could have told others about what you've told me. I'm sure similar things have happened when the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened in the past. However, nobody has heard of the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm certain my speculation is correct. That's most likely the case. Duan Lingtian nodded. Jia Chao, how many points do you have now? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Jiachao. 3. Huang Jiachao smiled sheepishly. I was lucky to encounter 2 ordinary peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who only had 1 point each. After killing them, I've accumulated 3 points in my accumulative point jade. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, What about you, Brother Duan? Me. Before I killed that person, I had 16 points. Duan Lingtian replied as he extended his divine consciousness into the accumulative point jade in his hand. Currently, I have a total of 21 points. I didn't expect that person to have 5 points. Duan Lingtian said. Although Huang Jiachao was prepared for this, he was still shocked by the number of points Duan Lingtian had accumulated. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have accumulated 21 points. If Xiaoji had killed me, he would have accumulated 8 points. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to have encountered you, Brother Duan. Huang Jiachao sighed in relief as he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Brother Duan, I know you're close to my brother. It's just a piece of cake for you to save me. However, I, Huang Jiachao, will remember this kindness in my heart. I will find an opportunity to repay you in the future. Huang Jiachao said resolutely. Upon seeing the determination in Huang Jiachao's eyes, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with pleasantries. He only smiled faintly. Jiachao, you're going to the Celestial Lord Temple with me. I wonder if there's a point requirement for entering the Celestial Lord Temple. I'll kill people and you'll collect points. Try to accumulate more than 10 points in your points jade token as soon as possible. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and said to Huang Jiachao, Brother Duan Lingtian, you'll be able to accumulate more points in your accumulative point jade. I don't think that's appropriate. How can I keep the points from the people you killed? Although Huang Jiachao was tempted, he shook his head and rejected Duan Lingtian's offer. Brother Duan, I know you want to help me, but I hope you'll rank first in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Just do as I say. Duan Lingtian did not give Huang Jiachao any room for negotiation. Huang Jiachao could only smile bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Since Duan Lingtian wanted to accumulate points for Huang Jiachao, he did not show any mercy. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to kill people whom he did not know and did not attack him or Huang Jiachao first. After killing 2 people, Huang Jiachao's points increased to 10. I've received some guidance as well. Huang Jiachao said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, Duan Lingtian did not hold back and killed a few more people to accumulate points. Those who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were well aware of the dangers in the lower realm. Therefore they were prepared to face death. However, the people who were killed by Duan Lingtian did not only feel despair, but they also felt extremely aggrieved at the moment before they died. Chapter 3003. In fact, those who could survive for more than 2 months in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were the cream of the crop among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered a few overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had comprehended Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. They were stronger than Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat and were on par with Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. These people were unlucky to have encountered Duan Lingtian. They did not even have the chance to make a move before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was easy for him to kill an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had not comprehended any profundities. Brother Duan, don't be hasty in selling the king-grade celestial weapons in their possession. It's best to wait until you join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans before selling them. If you don't lack celestial crystals, it's best to delay selling them. Huang Jiachao reminded Duan Lingtian. Throughout their journey, Huang Jiachao had grown numb to Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he had heard from his brother, Huang Jialong, that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than before, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were 2 completely different things. All right, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. After traveling for a while, Huang Jiachao's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, I feel that the guiding aura seems to have changed a little. Could it be that the Celestial Lord Temple is about to arrive? I feel it as well. Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then he looked ahead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched as he vaguely sensed something nearby. There seems to be something over there. At this moment, Huang Jiachao also looked to the left. It was clear he had also sensed the same thing Duan Lingtian had sensed. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Huang Jiachao was looking at. With just a glance, he saw a blue light that was thousands of meters away from him. The blue light did not seem to be heading toward the Celestial Lord Temple. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense a commotion coming from inside. Moreover, this commotion was becoming more and more intense. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was far stronger than Huang Jiachao, their divine consciousness, as a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, was similar. For this reason, Huang Jiachao could also sense the commotion that Duan Lingtian could sense. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Due to the fact that it was not far away, Duan Lingtian could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and flashed towards the blue water that was a few thousand meters away. Huang Jiachao, naturally, followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. After all, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to survive in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After meeting up with Duan Lingtian, he discovered that even the weakest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian was as strong as him. The remaining people were all stronger than him. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the blue light. As it turned out, the blue light was actually a small lake in the middle of the desert. However, the surface of the lake was not calm at all. Ripples could be seen on the surface of the lake. It seems like there's a battle going on inside. Huang Jiachao extended his divine consciousness into the lake and quickly sensed the vibrations coming from the depths of the lake. A battle? Inside the lake? At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness into the lake as well. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, could this be a place of fortuitous encounters? There were many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Usually, fortuitous encounters were located in certain places, and they were called places of fortuitous encounters. The fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could include a king-grade celestial weapon, a king-grade celestial method, a divine ability, a cultivation method, a precious pill, or a precious celestial talisman. There were also some other precious items. Nobody knows about the Celestial Lord Temple.
However, many people who have entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are talking about places of fortuitous encounters.
Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jiachao and said, Jiachao, I have to admit that both of us are very unlucky.
It's been 2 months since we entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and we only found a place of fortuitous encounter.
Although there were not many people who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were still many who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters. However, this did not mean one would not be able to obtain fortuitous encounters if one did not encounter a place of fortuitous encounters. Some unlucky overarching heavenly supreme celestials who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters died in the hands of other overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Those who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in places of fortuitous encounters would be able to obtain the fortuitous encounters of other overarching heavenly supreme celestials if they were strong enough. Although Duan Lingtian did not encounter any places of fortuitous encounters, he had killed quite a number of people who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Some of them even had more than 2 king-grade celestial weapons in their spatial rings. However, since Duan Lingtian was not certain which king-grade celestial weapon came from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not dare to use it recklessly. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had powerful backgrounds. If he used their king-grade celestial weapons recklessly, he would be discovered and killed. If that was the case, he would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Shall we go in and have a look? Huang Jiachao looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. If he was alone, he would definitely hide as far away as possible after discovering that there were people fighting in this place that was suspected to be a land of opportunity. This was because he knew his own strength very well. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was just about to enter the lake when he saw Huang Jiachao and Huang Jiachao entering the lake. Their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies and blocked the water from entering the lake. It was as though they were walking on flat ground. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. The deeper they went, the louder the sounds in Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao's ears became. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao came to an abrupt halt when they discovered the voice had suddenly stopped. It was as if the voice just now was just an auditory hallucination. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao exchanged a look. It seems like they've discovered us? Huang Jiachao asked through voice transmission. It's obvious. If they didn't discover us, they wouldn't have stopped fighting so abruptly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao continued to explore the lake with their divine consciousness. Soon, they discovered that there was a water-repelling array formation at the bottom of the lake, blocking a dilapidated door inside. A sword-shaped stone tablet could be seen at the side of the dilapidated door with 2 large words carved on it. Sword Tomb. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao passed through the formation and stood in front of the dilapidated door. They looked at the sword-shaped stone tablet at the side of the door. Sword Tomb. It seems like there's a place with fortuitous encounters with divine weapons. Huang Jiachao said to Duan Lingtian, in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there's a king-grade celestial weapon fortuitous encounters in each of the fortuitous encounters. All the weapons in the fortuitous encounters are king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. These king-grade celestial weapons are no different from ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. However, since they've been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy, they're much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. There was a huge difference between king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. Since this place is called the Sword Tomb, it means there's a king-grade celestial sword that has been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. The people here must be fighting for the king-grade celestial sword. Huang Jiachao said confidently. As soon as Huang Jiachao's voice fell, a deep and loud voice came from within the Sword Tomb at the right time. Since both of you are here, please come in. From the beginning until the end, the people inside the Sword Tomb had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao. Since they were both peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, it was impossible for them to hide from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao's divine consciousness unless they used a concealment celestial talisman. Celestial talismans that could hide from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao's divine consciousness were usually inscribed by celestial dukes or stronger. Therefore, they were useless in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After stepping through the dilapidated door of the sword tomb, they arrived at a passage that was about 10 meters long. After passing through the passage, they arrived at a spacious cave abode. The cave abode was square and had tens of thousands of sword marks on its walls. Some were deep while some were shallow, some were deep. It was as though someone had frequently practiced swordsmanship in the cave. At the end of the cave abode, there was a sword-shaped stone platform. Tens of thousands of swords were engraved on the stone platform. None of the swords were the same. Even if they looked similar, their sizes were completely different.
The most eye-catching thing was the huge sword that was as long as a 7-foot-long spear that was stabbed into the ground behind the stone platform.
The huge sword did not have a blade, making it look like an ordinary stone sword. However, the huge sword that was stabbed into the ground behind the sword-shaped stone platform was emitting 7-colored sword rays. This 7-colored sword light was the sword chi that extended from the engravings on the sword-shaped stone platform.
It constantly penetrated into the huge sword and then flew out of the huge sword and re-entered the engravings on the sword-shaped stone platform.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh. From time to time, some sword chis would shoot out from the huge sword, and when they shot a little further, they would leave a new sword mark on the stone wall of the cave. Clearly, the sword marks on the walls of the cave abode were left by the sword chi that extended from the huge sword. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao entered the cave abode, Duan Lingtian sensed the killing intent from the two men standing in the middle of the cave abode. Chapter 3004. A middle-aged man and a young man stood in the middle of the sword tomb as they stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao with sharp eyes. Just as Huang Jiachao had said, this was a land of opportunity that contained a divine weapon. It was discovered by the middle-aged man and the young man together. The reason they were fighting earlier was to determine the ownership of the king-grade celestial sword. It was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord with his celestial origin energy. Such a king-grade celestial weapon was much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Both of them had ordinary king-grade celestial weapons, and their strength was on par. However, if one of them obtained the king-grade celestial sword, they would be able to break the balance. They would be able to take advantage of the difference in strength between the king-grade celestial weapon and ordinary king-grade celestial weapons to defeat or kill the other party. Initially, the two of them were fighting fiercely over the king-grade celestial sword. However, when they realized that someone else had also discovered this place and was approaching, they tacitly retracted their attacks. After all, neither of them wanted to be the prey of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Both of us discovered the sword tomb. Let's join forces and kill them. After that, we'll continue to fight for the ownership of the king-grade celestial sword. What do you think? Alright. Before Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao entered the sword tomb, the middle-aged man and the young man agreed to join forces and kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao before they continued to fight for the king-grade celestial sword. That sword seems pretty good. Although Duan Lingtian could sense the killing intent from the middle-aged man and the young man, his expression remained calm as he looked at the huge sword behind the sword-shaped stone platform. Lad, this sword suits you very well. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body again as he looked at the gigantic sword behind the sword-shaped stone platform. Generally speaking, it's best for those who have comprehended the law of wind to use light and sharp weapons. Since you've comprehended the law of earth, it's best for you to use a heavy weapon like this huge sword or a saber or an axe. The Chaos Divine Earth said. HM? As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge sword on the sword-shaped stone platform. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that suited him. Moreover, it was a king-grade celestial weapon that was nurtured by a celestial lord. I want this sword.
Duan Ling Tian said loudly as he stared at the gigantic sword. It was as though he had completely ignored the two people who were glaring at him and Huang Jiaqiao.
Duan Ling Tian's kings. Of Duan Ling Tian's Duan Ling Tian. Duan of Duan kings Tian's. Sword Duan Ling. Of Tian Duan son Ling Tian.
Duan Tian had heard, Duan Ling Tian sword Duan dun sword and a. Before Duan Ling Tian entered the sword tomb cave, he had heard from the chaos divine earth that the two people fighting inside had yet to comprehend any profundities from a law. No matter how strong an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was, there was a limit to their strength. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not feel any pressure when he entered the sword tomb cave. It was as though he was returning to his own home. No. The middle-aged man was about to say, not bad, when Duan Ling Tian, whose celestial origin energy had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity, appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost.
Bang! The staff rose and fell.
With just a swing of the staff, the middle-aged man fell to the ground, dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was so fast that the young man at the side didn't even have time to react. When he regained his senses, he discovered the middle-aged man, who was as strong as him, was lying in a pool of his own blood.
He's dead. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically.
He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a trembling voice, Sir,
I don't want that sword. I don't want it anymore.
I don't want it anymore. Please spare my life so that I can leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive. A hint of pleading could be heard in the middle-aged man's voice when he spoke.
However, Duan Ling Tian's response was another swing of the staff. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's accumulative point jade shattered as well. The points in the accumulative point jade shattered and became Duan Ling Tian's.
Unlike the middle-aged man, who was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's strength, the middle-aged man was completely unprepared. Although this young man had learned of Duan Ling Tian's strength after the middle-aged man's death, he did not have any intention of resisting Duan Ling Tian at all because he knew the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian. If he had the courage to fight back, he might have been able to withstand a few moves from Duan Ling Tian. However, since he did not have the courage to fight back, he was destined to be killed by Duan Ling Tian's staff. After killing the two middle-aged men, Duan Ling Tian removed the giant sword from the sword-shaped stone platform. The moment the giant sword left the sword-shaped stone platform and entered his hand, the sword chi that had originally entered the giant sword from the sword-shaped carvings on the stone platform suddenly scattered in all directions, filling the surroundings of the cave dwelling.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tens of thousands of sword chi swirled around the walls of the cave. The number of sword chi continued to increase, emitting a menacing aura. Brother Duan, it said that one has to pass a test to obtain the fortuitous encounter in the fortuitous encounter. It seems like the two middle-aged men haven't passed the test to obtain the king-grade celestial sword. They're just trying to obtain the fortuitous encounter, Huang Jiaqiao said to Duan Ling Tian. In the history of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there are many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who died in the fortuitous encounter due to their lack of strength. Test. Upon hearing Huang Jiaqiao's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the colorful sword chi in the surroundings. Currently, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the sword-shaped stone platform stopped emitting sword chi, the tens of thousands of sword chi that were circling around the cave suddenly changed direction and flew in another direction. The direction they flashed towards was precisely the direction Duan Ling Tian was at. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Over 1,000 sword chis flashed past Huang Jiaqiao's body, and the ear-piercing sword whistles caused his scalp to go numb. His entire body stood on the spot, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he didn't dare to move at all. As the tens of thousands of sword chi flew toward him, Duan Ling Tian held his sword horizontally. A crimson silhouette appeared on his back. It was none other than his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale garment. It was also a king-grade celestial weapon given to him by Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. As soon as the silhouette of the red scale garment appeared, It shone with a golden light and purple energy that resembled lightning bolts. Apart from that, a whirlpool appeared in the silhouette of the red scale garment and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. At the same time, an earthy yellow light began to swirl around the silhouette of the red scale garment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast his strongest defense. Of course, this was the strongest defense that the Chaos Divine Earth could muster without the Chaos Divine Earth making a move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several tens of thousands of sword chi intertwined with each other as though they had transformed into a terrifying sword net that was intertwined with each other as they swept down towards Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword chi landed on the silhouette of the red scale garment on Duan Lingtian's body, creating ripples on its surface. Chi, 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 chi. When the sword chi landed on the silhouette of the red scale garment, it evaporated like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron plate. In the end, the tens of thousands of sword chi failed to penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the test and officially obtained control of the gigantic sword. The formation on the sword has disappeared. When Duan Lingtian obtained the gigantic sword, he discovered that there was a formation on the surface of the gigantic sword. Moreover, it was the kind of formation that prevented people from dripping blood on it. At that time, he knew the gigantic sword did not completely belong to him even though he had obtained it. Now that he had passed the test and the formation had disappeared, the gigantic sword finally belonged to him. Congratulations, Brother Duan. Huang Jiachao was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian had easily passed the test. However, he could not help but sigh inwardly. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he was not confident he would be able to pass the test. Drip. This energy. It's so powerful. After Duan Lingtian dripped blood on the gigantic sword and infused it with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy surging in the sword. This energy was much stronger than the energy he had boosted with the long rod earlier. It was on a completely different level. Previously, I've only heard that a king-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord is extraordinary. However, I've never used such a celestial weapon before. However now, initially, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an idea about a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. However, after obtaining the gigantic sword, he was enlightened. A king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was much stronger than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. In fact, it could be said that the gigantic sword was extremely powerful. They were not on the same level at all. Although a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was powerful, it was still inferior to Duan Lingtian's royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Chapter 3005. Jia Chao. Is it possible that the people I killed possessed king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords before they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? When Duan Lingtian saw the difference between an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he was reminded of his lute. Of course it's possible. Huang Jiachao nodded. In the past, when the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened, some of the forces that recommended the top overarching heavenly supreme celestials were given king-grade celestial weapons that were nurtured by celestial lords from the 3 sects and 2 clans. 4 ordinary forces in the profound nether mansion. A king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord is extremely rare. However, for grade 7 forces like the 3 sects and 2 clans who have a close relationship with the profound nether mansion, it's not impossible to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Huang Jiachao said. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm came from grade 8 forces. Some grade 8 forces have king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Huang Jiachao paused for a moment before he continued to say, based on what I know, His Majesty gave the 4th prince, Hu Jiyong, a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord during his trip to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Huang Jiachao's words had undoubtedly dispelled some of his thoughts. After witnessing the difference between the gigantic sword in his hand and an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon, he wanted to confirm if there were any king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord among the king-grade celestial weapons he had obtained earlier. If there were any, they must have obtained them in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, and their forces were unaware of it. Under such circumstances, even if the king-grade celestial weapons were exposed, their forces would not be able to trace it back to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, this was Duan Ling Tian's thought before he asked Huang Jiachao about it. After asking Huang Jiachao, he knew that his idea was not feasible. It seems like these king-grade celestial weapons are still a secret. Unless we can confirm they obtained the king-grade celestial weapons after they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, this is almost impossible. After all, they are all dead now. Although he felt that it was a pity, Duan Ling Tian did not continue to be entangled in this matter. After putting the giant sword in his hand into the storage ring, he called Huang Jiachao and left the sword tomb cave together. After Duan Ling Tian walked out of the sword tomb and passed through the formation that separated the sword tomb from the lake, he could feel the vibrations behind him. It actually collapsed? Looking back, Duan Ling Tian found that the sword catacomb had collapsed. The sword-shaped stone tablet on one side of the dilapidated door was also buried under a pile of rubble. At the same time, the formation that separated the sword tomb from the lake also disappeared. The lake water swept out and shrouded the ruins of the sword tomb. Usually, a place with fortuitous encounters will self-destruct after someone obtains the fortuitous encounter. Huang Jiachao explained when he saw the shocked expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. Although this was his first time entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, and he had not come across any fortuitous encounters before today, he had heard about the various fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded and left the bottom of the lake with Huang Jiachao. After leaving the lake, they continued to make their way to the Celestial Lord Temple. In the At realms, the 7 deadliest lands were places that would strike fear into the hearts of many. It was said that even heavenly emperors from At realms would most likely die if they entered one of the 7 deadliest lands. Among the 7 deadliest places in the At realms, even the deadliest place in the At realms was a place that struck fear in people's hearts. Even the strongest heavenly emperors in the At realms did not dare to enter the last fearsome place among the 7 great fearsome places. The Azura Hell was ranked 4th among the 7 deadliest lands in the At realms. There was no day or night in the Azura Hell. There was only an endless night of blood. The Azura Hell could be considered an independent realm. Although it was smaller than a At realm, it was not smaller than a realm of gods. Upon entering the Azura Hell, one could see that the sky was blood-red, and the ground was blood-red as well. Even the air between heaven and earth was filled with the thick stench of blood. In fact, even without entering the Azura Hell, even the area near the entrance to the Azura Hell was blood-red. Kill! Near the entrance of the Azura Hell, a middle-aged man covered in blood stepped into the air with a loud roar. He faced the giant python that was sweeping over from afar. The giant python was blood-red in color, and its body was covered in blood-red scales. Its body was over 100 meters long, and its sturdy body was intimidating. Its eyes were crimson red, and its fangs were extremely sharp. It charged at the middle-aged man at lightning speed. Its mouth was filled with a bloody aura as though it was going to swallow the middle-aged man whole. In just a blink of an eye, the man and the snake passed each other. The moment the middle-aged man approached the giant python, his body nimbly dodged and avoided the giant python's bloody mouth. The giant axe in his hand swept through the air and fell between the giant python's eyebrows, forcibly splitting the giant python's head into 2 halves from top to bottom. Bang! In the next moment, the strong tail of the giant python that had already lashed out also fell on the middle-aged man's body in a timely manner, slapping the middle-aged man away. Barf! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily on the ground. He looked wretched, but a ferocious smile was plastered on his face. I finally killed it. The middle-aged man looked at the giant python. The middle-aged man stared into the distance. The 100-meter-long python fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely silent. All of a sudden, boom! Rumble! When the middle-aged man heard the commotion in the distance, he instinctively looked up and saw a gigantic figure approaching him. Is this a nether blood eagle?
The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he saw that the huge figure in the air was an extremely huge goshawk with blood-red wings all over its body that were like blades.
Next, he looked down and fixed his gaze on the goshawk's claws. He could vaguely see a few blood-red scales on them. Could it be that the injured crimson blood python I just killed is its prey? The crimson blood python was the giant python that the middle-aged man had just killed.
Otherwise, with his cultivation base as a 7-star celestial emperor, it would be impossible for him to kill the crimson blood python that was a 9 palaces celestial emperor, even if he had comprehended extraordinary profundities from the law. Since the crimson blood python was a 9 palaces celestial emperor, it was only natural that the profundities it had comprehended would not be weak. Based on the nether blood eagle's speed, it's most likely a 9 palaces celestial emperor as well. Suddenly, the middle-aged man saw the nether blood eagle's figure flash and leave a blood-red afterimage before his eyes. Instantly, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, the middle-aged man closed his eyes in despair when he sensed the stench of blood in the air. He knew he would not be a match for the nether blood eagle even if he was at his peak, let alone now. He only had one choice if the nether blood eagle wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to resign himself to death. However, the death that the middle-aged man had imagined did not come. Instead, the stench of blood in the air disappeared. With your cultivation base, you're seeking death by staying near the entrance of the Azura Hell. Leave now. A faint voice sounded, causing the middle-aged man to subconsciously open his eyes. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the nether blood eagle lying on the ground not far from him.
It had been full of energy just a moment ago, but now, it had turned into a corpse. Upon closer inspection, he could see the nether blood eagle's forehead had been pierced. It was a fatal wound. At the same time, the nether blood eagle's body was riddled with holes as though it had been pierced by thousands of arrows. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the faint aura of the law of profundities spreading in the air. This is the law of destruction? In the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure that flew away on the sword and turned into a small black in the blink of an eye. He said loudly, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. May I know Senior's name? If there's a chance in the future, I'll do my best to repay your kindness." With the middle-aged man's cultivation base, he could tell the black dot was a young man's back even though he was injured. However, he did not dare to underestimate the other party just because of his young back. Someone who could kill the nether blood eagle in just a blink of an eye was most likely a 10-direction celestial emperor, who had comprehended powerful profundities. If you want to repay my kindness, help me go to a mundane realm called the Saint Province Realm and look for a young man called Duan Lingtian. Once you find him, bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the middle-aged man said. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, the figure on the sword turned around, revealing a young, handsome and stern face. My name is Feng Qingyang. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. Feng Qingyang. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't that the name of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wasn't that Lord Heavenly Emperor chased by someone and fled into the Azura Hell and died? He's still alive. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply. Although he was not a member of the solitary destructive heaven, he had heard of the legend of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He knew that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a terrifying figure. Chapter 3006. The guidance stopped? Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao followed the guidance and flew up and down. Finally, they arrived in the middle of the void. At this point, the guidance disappeared. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao looked at each other in confusion when they discovered their accumulative points jade vibrating. In the next moment, before they could react, they felt waves of mysterious power appear out of nowhere in the void around them. The energy shrouded their bodies, causing them to stiffen and lose their ability to move. What a terrifying energy! After being restrained by the energy, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark. He could no longer see Huang Jiaqiao or the vast desert beneath his feet. At the same time, he subconsciously tried to break free from the shackles of that power. However, no matter what he did, his power was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It did not cause any waves. Boy, there's no need to struggle. That's the energy of a celestial lord. If I'm not mistaken, the energy must be taking you somewhere. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. It feels like a transportation formation. Transportation formation. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian gave up resisting. His eyes lit up immediately. It must be taking me to the Celestial Lord Temple. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian gave up on resisting.
After more than 10 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian discovered that he felt as though he was standing on solid ground even though he was originally flying in the air. At the same time, the darkness in front of him disappeared and was replaced by light. This is... After looking around, Duan Lingtian discovered he was in a small room. There was nothing else in the room other than a stone bed. There were no windows in the small room. There was only a door that led outside. However, the door flashed with a mysterious light. It was clear there was a formation set up on the door. Where's Jia Chao? After Duan Lingtian finished observing the room, he finally remembered Huang Jiaqiao. However, he discovered Huang Jiaqiao was not by his side at all. Could it be that Jiaqiao was also sent to another small room? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Huang Jiaqiao was also sent to another small room when Duan Lingtian was sent to his room. When Huang Jiaqiao discovered Duan Lingtian was not by his side, he instinctively wanted to open the door and look for Duan Lingtian. However, just as he was about to open the door, a mysterious light flashed on the door. In the next moment, the voice that had sounded when he obtained 10 points from his accumulative points jade token appeared. Welcome to the Celestial Lord Temple. Now, you're in a sealed room in the Celestial Lord Palace. Even a 10 Directions Celestial King wouldn't be able to break into this room. Now you have 2 choices. The first choice is to cultivate here and wait until you leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since you've obtained 10 points, you'll be sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by the transporting formation. The second choice is to open the door and search for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. However, you'll have to face other people who are also searching for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. Think about it carefully before you make your choice. At this point, the voice completely disappeared. Huang Jiaqiao smiled wryly when he heard the voice. Did he have any other choice? He was certain he would be safe if he stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. However, if he left the Celestial Lord Temple, he could not guarantee he would not encounter and be killed by other overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials before he could find Duan Lingtian. Forget it. With my strength, I'm already very lucky to be alive. There's no need for me to risk my life for the fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. In the end, Huang Jiaqiao made up his mind and decided to stay in the room until he left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew his limits. With his strength, without Duan Lingtian's help, it was unlikely he would be able to obtain any fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even if he was lucky enough to obtain a fortuitous encounter, he would not be able to keep it. After making his choice, Huang Jiaqiao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. He would be sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when the time was up. When Huang Jiaqiao made his choice, Duan Lingtian heard the voice and knew the small room was inside the Celestial Lord Temple. Jiaqiao is a smart person. I don't think he'll risk his life. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Without any hesitation, he opened the door and walked out of the room. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness to check if there were any overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials hiding in the dark. However, as soon as he left the room, he realized he was overthinking things. This was because he found himself in a spacious hall. The hall was dazzling with gold and jade, but it was empty. It gave off a lonely feeling. At the same time, Duan Lingtian turned around and discovered the room behind him had disappeared. It was clear he had stepped into a transportation formation as soon as he left the room.
Swoosh, 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 swoosh.
As soon as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Immediately after, he saw that in the originally empty hall, many solid figures had appeared. There were men and women, old and young, but all of them were emitting powerful auras. They're all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian scanned the hall with his divine consciousness and discovered there were more than 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the spacious hall. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered these people looked no different from ordinary humans. However, their eyes were dim as though they had lost their souls.
Are they
battle souls formed by formations? Previously, Duan Lingtian had some understanding of formations in the Devata realms. He knew there were many formations in the Devata realms that could be used to form battle souls. Naturally, these formations required a large number of high-grade celestial crystals to maintain. It was like burning money to form battle souls. The strength of a battle soul depended on the grade of the formation used to form it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was facing a group of battle souls formed by formations. Moreover, all of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Although peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls can't cast profundities of laws, celestial methods, or divine abilities, they can still fuse with each other to increase their strength. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about the battle souls, the 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls began to fuse with each other. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls became 10 battle souls and merged into one. These 10 battle souls. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although the 10 battle souls before Duan Lingtian were only peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense there was something different about them.
swoosh, 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 swoosh.
Duan Lingtian did not even have the time to carefully examine the differences between the 10 battle souls when their eyes flashed with a blood-red light. At the same time, they made their move and surrounded Duan Lingtian as they charged toward him. These battle souls are... Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Based on the speed of the 10 battle souls, Duan Lingtian could tell each of them was much stronger than Xianxia. These 10 battle souls are comparable to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended various Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who haven't comprehended any profundities of laws would feel pressured facing one of them, let alone 10 of them. Is this the first trial after entering the Celestial Lord Temple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. I hope Jia Chao didn't come out. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Huang Jia Chao had not come out, he could not help but worry if Huang Jia Chao thought he would be able to find him as soon as he stepped out of the room. With Huang Jia Chao's strength, he would definitely die if he came out of the room. Any one of the 10 battle souls could easily kill Huang Jia Chao.
Swoosh.
Faced with the 10 battle souls, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the gigantic sword he had just obtained. The gigantic sword was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nourished by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. It was much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons.
Elementary devouring tactic. Earth elemental profundity. Purple chi from the east. Akala king art.
After retrieving the gigantic sword, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to unleash his full strength against the 10 powerful battle souls. The gigantic sword soared through the air like an eagle. It contained Duan Lingtian's full strength, causing the void to tremble and explode in its wake.
Bas.
In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic sword collided with one of the battle souls. Before the battle soul could react, it was sliced into two by the gigantic sword and turned into ashes.
Bas. Bas.
The gigantic sword continued to slash through the air and killed 2 more battle souls. After killing 3 more battle souls, it moved toward the 4th battle soul. At this moment, the void in the main hall began to tremble. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw his gigantic sword froze in the air as though it was being restrained by some unknown force. However, Duan Lingtian was certain there was no force restraining his gigantic sword.
What's going on?
Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his skin when he saw this strange scene. He had no idea what was going on. Moreover, at this moment, He could feel there was no obstruction in his control of the gigantic sword. However, the gigantic sword was still frozen in the air. It's the law of time.
Chapter 3007.
The law of time?
Duan Lingtian was stunned.
Yes. It's the law of time.
The Chaos Divine Earth replied. After you killed the third war soul, the law of time's energy surged out of the formation in the hall and shrouded the area where your sword is, causing the time in that area to stop. If I'm not mistaken, the appearance of the temporal law at this time is definitely to prevent you from attacking the 7 battle souls. It wants the other 7 battle souls to complete the fusion. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, what happened next seemed to confirm the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The remaining 7 fighting souls converged at lightning speed and merged into one, forming a single fighting soul. This war soul was a middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was as sturdy as an iron tower. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were taut and his veins were pulsating. It was as if he had been suppressing his strength for a long time and was about to release it. In the next moment, a sword that was identical to the one in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared in the muscular middle-aged man's hand. The aura emitted from the sword was similar to the aura emitted by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nourished by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. It's moving. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that his sword that was frozen in place had finally moved. However, because the target of his attack was no longer there, this sword strike had missed its target. Lad, this battle soul is not to be underestimated. His current strength is on par with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who has comprehended a law's fundamental profundity. In fact, he's slightly stronger than peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended a law's fundamental profundity, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Chaos Divine Earth said, I'll lend you a hand when the time comes. However, I'll only be able to prevent him from breaking through your defenses. You'll have to rely on yourself to kill him. It's a pity the profound divine metal is still asleep. If he wakes up and fuses with the first form profound divine metal, he'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. At that time, he'll be able to fuse with your offensive celestial weapon to further enhance your offensive strength. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized the battle soul's strength was not to be underestimated. The law of time won't appear again, right? If it appears again and immobilizes me, won't I be killed by the battle soul? Duan Lingtian was most concerned about this. Just now, the power of time law had caused the space where his weapon was to stop in time, allowing his attacking fighting soul to escape. Now, if the laws of time directly stopped the time in the space he was in, then he would definitely die. Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he thought of this. The law of time was too strange, too terrifying, and impossible to guard against. That's impossible. If that's the case, the Celestial Lord Temple would be treating human lives like grass. How would it benefit the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The Chaos Divine Earth dispelled Duan Lingtian's doubts. The law of time must have interfered with the battle soul to fuse with the battle soul. Now that the battle soul has fused with the battle soul, the law of time has accomplished its mission. If the law of time wanted to help the battle souls kill you, it could have just immobilized the space around you. Duan Lingtian agreed with the Chaos Divine Earth's words. You've passed the first test after entering the Celestial Lord Temple after killing this battle soul. However, if this is the first test of the Celestial Lord Temple, the subsequent tests you'll have to face will be even more difficult. The Chaos Divine Earth said again, trying to give Duan Lingtian a heads up. I know that. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at the battle soul that had fused with the battle soul and said, as long as the law of time doesn't appear again, I'll be fine. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the battle soul charged forward with its huge sword in its hand. Similar to how Duan Lingtian had attacked earlier, the battle soul slashed at Duan Lingtian's waist as though it was trying to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Humph! Duan Lingtian unleashed his full strength again when he saw the battle soul charging toward him. His huge sword shook the void as a thunderous sound rang in the air. Clang!
Duan Ling Tian fought head-on with the battle soul, and the enormous sword in his hand directly collided with the enormous sword in the battle soul's hand. At the same time that they fiercely collided, it emitted an ear-piercing sound of collision. Meanwhile, boom! Rumble! At this moment, the huge sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand collided with the huge sword in the battle soul's hand and the huge sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. What was even more exaggerated was the collision of the two huge swords. When the two swords collided, the sky abruptly trembled as a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions. At the next moment, the entire hall started to tremble due to the airwaves that swept out. It was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. What a powerful strength! It's on par with mine. The vibration that came from his hand allowed Duan Ling Tian to clearly feel the strength of the battle soul. It was actually on par with his full strength. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized that it would be difficult to determine the victor if he continued to fight head-on. He had to use his wits. Moreover, he still had the Chaos Divine Earth as his trump card. While Duan Ling Tian and the battle soul were engaged in a fierce battle, a gray-clad young man who had just passed the test walked out of another hall. After walking out of the hall, the gray-clad young man turned around and saw that the hall behind him was clearly visible to him. From this side, the wall that separated the hall was actually completely transparent. Soon after, the gray-clad young man discovered a group of people gathered outside the hall to watch the battle. The purple-clad young man must have brought someone with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying battle soul. Hong Tao, the genius from Compassionate Cloud's sect, was killed by the battle soul. Hong Tao had comprehended the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity. However, he was still killed by the battle soul in less than 100 moves. Hong Tao. He seemed to have helped his junior brother accumulate 10 points in his accumulative points jade before they entered the Celestial Lord Temple together. I'm sure his junior brother didn't dare to come out of the small room. Even so, Hong Tao still had to pay the price for helping his junior brother cheat. The Celestial Lord Temple will increase the difficulty of the test by targeting those who help others cheat. I see. In the same test, we only have to face 10 battle souls who are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, the purple-clad young man and the dead Hong Tao have to face such a terrifying battle soul. I've watched the battle between Hong Tao and the battle soul. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, after 100 moves, the battle soul's strength increased to a whole new level. It's comparable to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who has comprehended 2 profundities from a law. It easily killed Hong Tao. Now, the purple-clad young man is equally matched with the war spirit. After 100 moves, when the war spirit strength increases, he will definitely die. There were about 5 or 6 people standing outside a large hall, watching the situation inside while discussing spiritedly. So many people? The gray-clothed youth who had just walked out of the main hall looked around and saw that there were many separate halls around him. There was an empty space in the middle where one could stand and see the situation in any of the surrounding halls. He saw people fighting in a few other halls apart from the 5 or 6 people who were watching the battle. Their opponents were the same as the gray-clad young man. They were the battle souls of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended all kinds of Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. The young man glanced at the main hall where these people were. He could tell that these people were very strong. 2 of them had crushed War Soul one-sidedly. The strength they displayed was not much weaker than his. They had all comprehended the fundamental profundity of one kind of law. That hall. Retracting his gaze, the young man curiously walked towards the main hall where the 5 or 6 people were watching. At the same time, his gaze also fell on the main hall. It's him. With just a glance, the gray-clad young man saw the purple-clad young man who was fighting one of the battle souls. It was Duan Ling Tian, the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. His opponent. The gray-clad young man's attention was drawn to Duan Ling Tian's opponent. Although it was also a battle soul, it was much stronger than the 10 battle souls he had faced earlier. This battle soul. Even with my current strength, I'm afraid I'll need more than 30 moves to kill it. Based on what I've just heard, the battle soul's strength will increase after 100 moves. The gray-clad young man's expression turned grim. It's already been 22 moves. Although the purple-clad young man is strong, he'll definitely die if he can't kill the battle soul within 100 moves.
Even I can only wait for my death if I face this battle soul. The battle soul is too strong. Most importantly, we can't rely on celestial talismans, pills, and other external forces in the southern heaven ancient realm. That's right. Celestial talismans that contain the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke or above are useless here. As for pills, if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a pill to raise his celestial origin energy, his celestial origin energy will definitely be raised to the level of a celestial duke. At that time, he'll be killed by the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Unless one has comprehended two profundities from a law, it'll be difficult to kill the battle soul. After all, the battle soul is using a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Chapter 3008.
He's dead for sure? However, the gray-clad young man did not comment when he heard the words of the people around him.
Duan Lingtian is definitely not as simple as he seems.
He was born with an extraordinary background, and because of that, he had a good eye for people.
When he first saw Duan Lingtian, he sensed a familiar aura on Duan Lingtian. Although he was not sure what kind of aura it was, he seemed to have only sensed it in his clan and the realm where his clan was located. That aura feels a little like the aura of a divine weapon, but it doesn't seem like it. It feels like something's missing.
The gray-clad young man muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear.
It's missing the divine weapon's soul.
As soon as the gray-clad young man finished speaking, a voice rang in his mind.
It was a woman's voice. The voice was elegant and cold, giving off a chilly vibe.
Sister Huang, why you're awake? The gray-clad young man was not frightened when he heard the voice in his mind. Instead, his eyes widened in excitement as though he had encountered a joyous occasion.
Yes. The woman's elegant voice rang again. When you met him previously, I regained consciousness. However, at that time, I couldn't communicate with you. The woman paused for a moment before she continued to speak.
Little Feng, you've grown up. Upon hearing the woman's words, the eyes of the gray-clothed young man, which had always been sharp, involuntarily reddened. He clenched his fists tightly before he said to the woman, Sister Huang, one day, I'll avenge my sister and my clan.
I believe in you, the woman said. Sister Huang will help you as well.
Sister Huang, you? Just when the gray-clad young man's eyes dimmed and he was about to say something, the woman interrupted him and said, Little Feng, I plan to fuse with the divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's body and become its artifact soul.
The divine weapon's soul in his body.
The gray-clad young man's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words.
His expression changed drastically. Sister Huang, why you're the soul of a prominent divine weapon. Even a mediocre divine weapon won't be able to withstand you, let alone a primitive divine weapon. Don't tell me the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's body that has lost its soul is a prominent divine weapon?
The gray-clothed young man asked in a trembling voice as he looked at the purple figure in the hall.
Apart from shock, there was still shock in his voice.
You've heard of the divine weapon in his body, the woman said.
I've heard of it? The gray-clad young man was stunned. Then his eyes flashed. Sister Huang, are you trying to say that the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's body is not only a prominent Devata artifact, but it's also a prominent Devata artifact from the divine offering land? The deity weapon in his body is called the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. The woman continued. What?
The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword? The gray-clad young man's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words.
That sword. Isn't it in the hands of Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan? How did it end up in Duan Lingtian's hands? Naturally, he had heard of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword before. In fact, most people in the divine offering land had heard of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword before.
The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was famous not because it was a prominent divine weapon, but because its original owner was very famous in the divine offering land.
I'll have to ask him to find out. However, since the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword is in his hands, it means he has a special relationship with Xianxia. The woman said, if you can befriend Xianxia through him, you'll have a powerful ally when you seek revenge in the future. The third master of the Xia clan is not a simple person.
Sister Huang, the gray-clad young man's heart trembled.
The soul in his mind was the artifact soul of his elder sister's high-grade god artifact in the past.
After her main body was destroyed, she hid in his mind at the risk of her soul being heavily injured.
Then, she had guided him to escape from the divine offering land and the spirit overarching heaven, one of the Devata realms. Fortunately, Duanling Tian did not hear the conversation between the woman and the gray-clad young man. Otherwise, he would have been shocked to see the gray-clad young man. After all, he knew the gray-clad young man did not have the word Feng in his name. However, that woman's voice had addressed him as Little Feng. Duanling Tian? At this moment, another person appeared near the gray-clad young man.
This person was none other than one of the people who were fighting in the other halls.
He had passed the test and walked out of the hall.
With just a glance, he recognized the gray-clad young man and the others who were surrounding Duanling Tian.
This person was none other than Jianghu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, who had fought with Duanling Tian before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Not only was Jianghu the second prince of the southern Qi nation, but he was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. It was due to his strength that he was able to reach this place. Cheating. When Jianghu heard that Duanling Tian had been punished by the Celestial Lord Temple for cheating, he could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, he was relieved that he did not help Duanling Tian accumulate more than 10 points.
He'll definitely die?
Jianghu sneered when he heard the others say that Duanling Tian would definitely die. After all, Duanling Tian was not as weak as they had thought. Although the battle soul is strong and its attack is much stronger than the attack I used on Duanling Tian, it's not strong enough to penetrate Duanling Tian's defense. Back then, Duanling Tian easily blocked my attack. Moreover, he didn't have a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon at that time. Now that he has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, his defense must be even stronger. There's no way the battle soul can penetrate his defense. Now, if Duanling Tian chooses to let the battle soul attack him, it won't be difficult for him to kill his opponent. Although Jianghu had been defeated by Duanling Tian before, he was convinced that Duanling Tian would definitely be able to kill the battle soul. However, I'm afraid I won't be a match for the battle soul. After all, Duanling Tian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Jianghu muttered to himself, Duanling Tian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, the other profundity from the law of earth is a defensive profundity. At this moment, Jianghu was still lost in his thoughts. In the main hall, just as Jianghu had expected, Duanling Tian no longer fought the battle soul head-on. Instead, he allowed the battle soul to attack him with all its might. In the next moment, the crimson scale robe appeared on Duanling Tian's body. The crimson scale robe seemed to have become more corporeal as well. At the same time, the giant sword in Duanling Tian's hand swept out like a thunderbolt towards the battle soul, who could not defend himself in time. However, the battle soul did not show any signs of stopping. It was obvious that it wanted to perish together with Duanling Tian. In fact, the battle soul's goal was to kill Duanling Tian. It did not care if it perished together with Duanling Tian. Seeing this scene, the onlookers outside the main hall shut their mouths. They were dumbstruck. At the same time, they felt that this purple-clothed youth was crazy. He actually planned to die together with the battle spirit. Could it be that he did not know that by doing this, even if he really killed the battle spirit, he would still die? However, the sudden change in the next moment was completely out of their expectations. As expected, Jianghu smiled faintly, as if he had guessed correctly. Oh my god! What a terrifying defense! At this moment, the gray-robed young man who was still communicating with the woman in his mind was completely awakened by the sudden exclamation in his ears. He managed to block the battle soul's full-force attack with his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? How did he do it? His purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon doesn't seem to have been nurtured by a celestial lord. Even if it was nurtured by a celestial lord, it shouldn't be strong enough to block the battle soul's full-force attack, right? He must have comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, ordinary profundities aren't enough to grant him such a terrifying defense. The second profundity from the law of earth he has comprehended must be a defensive profundity. The gray-clad young man heard the exclamations in the hall.
In the front hall, the Battle Soul's full-force attack landed on the defense formed by the Crimson Vest silhouette on the surface of Duan Tian's body, but it was unable to break through the defense. However, Duan Tian's thunderous attack had killed the Battle Soul.
This guy is terrifying. How terrifying. I'm afraid only a handful of people below Celestial Dukes can break through his defense, right? Who's he? How can he be so powerful? I've never heard of him before.
The young man who just came out called out his name. Perhaps he knows him.
As they discussed, their doubtful gazes quickly landed on Xue Jingyu. His name is Duan Tian. He's a genius sectless cultivator recruited by the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory.
Xue Jingyu said indifferently in the face of their doubtful gazes.
A genius sectless cultivator recruited by the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory?
The people who thought the purple-clad young man was from a grade 7 force were shocked by Xue Jingyu's words.
Duan Tian did not expect to see so many people staring at him as soon as he walked out of the hall. He recognized 2 of them. They were Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation. Chapter 3009. It seems like all of them have just passed the test. At the same time, Duan Tian glanced at his surroundings.
He discovered he could not only see everything that was happening in the hall he had just walked out of, but he could also see what was happening in the other halls as well.
Duan Tian looked around and counted the number of main halls. There were a total of 10 main halls. Currently, there were still 3 main halls where people were undergoing the test. A frown appeared on Duan Tian's face when he saw the results of the tests. He realized that one of them had killed 7 out of the 10 battle souls, but the remaining 3 battle souls did not show any signs of merging. In the end, they were all killed by him. The other 2 had also killed more than 5 out of the 10 fighting souls. What's going on? Why is my test so much more difficult than theirs? Duan Tian was slightly bewildered in his heart and felt that it was unfair.
Duan Tian.
Xue Jingyu seemed to have noticed Duan Tian's confusion, so he asked, "Did you help someone to accumulate 10 points and enter the Celestial Lord Temple?" Duan Tian looked at Xue Jingyu in confusion. Although he did not know why Xue Jingyu would suddenly ask this question, he still nodded. He was the one who helped Huang Jiachao accumulate 10 points. That's right. Upon seeing Duan Tian's nod, Xue Jingyu continued to say, "Since you helped someone to enter the Celestial Lord Temple by cheating, the first test you'll face after entering the Celestial Lord Temple will be more difficult. Before you, someone who's as strong as me died in the same test as you," Xue Jingyu said. Duan Tian frowned. Cheating? Duan Tian frowned. He did not expect there to be such a rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, when Duan Tian recalled that those who left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and accumulated more than 10 points would lose their memories of what happened after they left the lower realm, he felt relieved. Under such circumstances, even if someone had experienced something similar, it was impossible for them to tell others.
Duan Tian.
At the same time, a scene that surprised Duan Tian happened. The East Ming rogue cultivator, Ling Jueyun, actually took the initiative to greet him and walk towards him.
Ling Jueyun.
Duan Tian looked at Ling Jueyun and nodded slightly. "Can we talk in private?" Ling Jueyun asked. Although he didn't know why Ling Jueyun asked this question, Duan Tian didn't ask and just nodded. "Thank you." Seeing Duan Tian nod, Ling Jueyun expressed his gratitude and entered the hall that Duan Tian had just exited from. Duan Tian followed him in.
Ling Jueyun?
When Xue Jingyu heard how Duan Tian addressed Ling Jueyun, he found the name familiar. However, when he thought about it, he recalled Ling Jueyun was the prodigious rogue cultivator he had found in the East Ming nation. Ling Jueyun, a prodigious rogue cultivator who has comprehended the power of the law. He defeated all the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the East Ming nation with his Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial cultivation base. When Xue Jingyu thought about this, Duan Tian and Ling Jueyun had already entered the hall. At this moment, Xue Jingyu and the others could only see Ling Jueyun's back. Duan Tian and Ling Jueyun were standing opposite each other. "Did you say the purple-clad young man is from the Thousand Nations territory?" At this time, A middle-aged man among the other people looked curiously at Xue Jingyu and asked. The others also looked at Xue Jingyu. Yes. Xue Jingyu nodded. He's not the only one from the Thousand Nations territory. I'm from the Thousand Nations territory as well. The person who entered with him is also from the Thousand Nations territory. However, unlike me who's from the Southern Qi Nation, both of them are just rogue cultivators who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the help of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Xue Jingyu said. I didn't expect there to be 3 people from the Thousand Nations territory in the Celestial Lord Temple. The middle-aged man sighed. I vaguely sensed that the purple-clad young man is younger than 100 years old, right? An old man standing next to the middle-aged man asked with a solemn expression on his face. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun entered the hall, the old man instinctively extended his divine consciousness and discovered Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old. However, he was not certain. What? Younger than 100 years old? That purple-clad young man? Impossible. It's impossible. With that kind of strength, if he's younger than 100 years old, wouldn't we have wasted our lives? Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone, including the middle-aged man, shook their heads. They did not think it was possible. He's right, Xue Jingyu said indifferently. Not only the purple-clad young man, but the gray-clad young man is also younger than 100 years old as well. If you don't believe me, when they come out later, you can check and confirm that I'm not lying. Xue Jingyu said. What? Both of them are younger than 100 years old. The purple-clad young man has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? Are you kidding me? Although the few of them still did not believe Xue Jingyu's words, they began to believe him. They did not think Xue Jingyu was lying. After all, as Xue Jingyu had said, they would be able to verify their age with their divine consciousness after the purple-clad young man came out of the hall. Naturally, if they wanted to verify their age, they could also enter the hall to verify their age. However, when they thought about the purple-clad young man's terrifying strength, they either dismissed the idea or did not dare to think about it at all. Although they were strong, they had only comprehended 1 profundity from a law. Their strength was far inferior to the purple-clad young man's. In the hall. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. Although he did not know why Ling Jueyun wanted to speak to him, he could not help but feel curious. Duan Lingtian, do you know Xianxia? Ling Jueyun asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Xianxia? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Ling Jueyun's question. At the same time, a storm rose in his heart. Xianxia. This name was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it could be said that the name left a deep impression on him. After all, Xianxia was Ker's 3rd uncle in her past life. Xianxia had saved Duan Lingtian's life in the mundane realm and given him a first-form profound divine medal and a Devata divine sword. Who's this Xianxia you're talking about? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. He found it hard to imagine how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Ling Jueyun would know someone like Xianxia. Xianxia was stronger than the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was from the divine offering land, one of the realms of gods. Xianxia, the 3rd master of the Xia clan, from the divine offering land. Ling Jueyun enunciated each word clearly. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ling Jueyun mention the divine offering land. At the same time, he was certain Ling Jueyun was referring to the Xianxia he knew. Ling Jueyun is just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How does he know about Xianxia? How does he know about the divine offering land? Duan Lingtian was confused. He could not figure out how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Ling Jueyun would know about the divine offering land. How do you know I know him? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped as he focused his gaze and asked in a deep voice. That's because the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body is in his possession. Since it's with you now, I'm sure he gave it to you. Ling Jueyun replied. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun warily. Who are you? Ling Jueyun looked at Ling Jueyun warily and asked, Who are you?
I'm from the Divine Offering Land.
Ling Jueyun seemed to have guessed Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. To be more precise, I'm from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land. It's a reclusive clan that stands aloof from worldly affairs. Ling Jueyun clenched his fists tightly when he mentioned the Ling clan. His eyes were bloodshot as killing intent surged out of his body. Although our Ling clan is not as famous as the Xia clan, and we're slightly weaker than the Xia clan, the Ling clan used to be as glorious as the Xia clan. Ling Juyun's voice turned cold as he spoke.
It was as if he had fallen into the depths of winter.
Does he hate his clan? Or perhaps, did something happen to his clan? Although Ling Jueyun did not continue speaking, Duan Ling Tian could sense Ling Jueyun's hatred from Ling Jueyun's killing intent.
Duan Ling Tian's hatred was so strong that it was irreconcilable.
You wanted to talk to me in private. Just to say this? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun had been conversing through voice transmission ever since they entered the main hall. Apart from Duan Ling Tian's first sentence, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun had been conversing through voice transmission.
No.
Ling Jueyun shook his head and continued to speak through voice transmission. I'm here to discuss.
Let one of my sisters become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body.
7 orifices exquisite sword? Sword soul?
Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes again.
What do you mean?
My sister used to be the weapon soul of a prominent god weapon.
That prominent god weapon was my sister's personal weapon. When my sister passed away, the prominent god weapon was taken away. My sister took advantage of the fact that the prominent celestial weapon had yet to be recognized as its master, and escaped from the prominent god weapon at the cost of being severely injured. She's currently residing in my spiritual sea. Ling Jueyun said, once she becomes the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, her life will be in your hands. You don't have to worry about her harming you. Chapter 30:10. Ling Jueyun's words were clearly meant to lower Duan Ling Tian's guard. Chaos Divine Earth. How much do you know about Devata artifacts? Is he telling the truth? Although Ling Jueyun's words were flawless, Duan Ling Tian was still wary. He quickly asked the Chaos Divine Earth. Before today, he only knew the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a Devata artifact. Without a sword soul, its strength was comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. You really have a Devata artifact in your body? The Chaos Divine Earth was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's question.
If he can find it, why can't you?
Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. With just a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword merged with his body and moved closer to the Chaos Divine Earth.
It's really a Devata artifact.
It's a prominent Devata artifact. The Chaos Divine Earth exclaimed. It could not help but grumble. Lad, if you have this Devata artifact, why did you have to use a royal-grade celestial weapon to kill Sima Chun? Although this Devata artifact doesn't have a soul, with your current strength, you'll still be able to unleash the strength of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. If you used this Devata artifact to kill Sima Chun, you would have been able to kill him before he could even finish his attack. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was laced with a hint of resentment as it said, under those circumstances, there was no need for me to defend against his attack. Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Although the 7 orifices exquisite sword is a Devata artifact, its strength is only comparable to an ordinary Duke-grade celestial weapon. How can it compare to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian had tested the strength of the 7 orifices exquisite sword more than once, and it was indeed only comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. You must have used this Devata artifact before comprehending the profundities of the laws, right? The Chaos Divine Earth asked.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded.
Then, a thought occurred to him, and his eyes widened.
You mean, I'll be able to unleash the Devata artifact's strength after comprehending the profundities of the laws?
Of course.
The Chaos Divine Earth said, let alone a prominent divine artifact, even a primitive divine artifact without an artifact soul would be able to wield the power of an Emperor-grade celestial artifact. Why are you still using a royal-grade celestial weapon when you have such a powerful weapon? What a waste! The Chaos Divine Earth continued to ridicule Duan Ling Tian for not knowing how to use treasures. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not know this. As for what he said just now, it's all true. If this divine sword of yours has a ready-made artifact soul, it'll be a good thing for you. Because that also means that this divine sword will recover its full power. Of course, with your strength, you still can't fully display the divine sword's full power. At most, you can only display a portion of its power. However, even a portion of its power is stronger than a purely offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon, said the Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyun frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian in a daze. You don't want to? Although he did not think Duan Lingtian would reject such a good offer, he could not help but wonder why Duan Lingtian was so hesitant. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Ling Jueyun meaningfully before he said, "Of course I'm willing to. However, I'm afraid there's a condition, right?" How could Duan Lingtian not accept such a good offer? Moreover, he knew he would have to pay a price for such a good offer. "I'll have to ask my sister to discuss this with you," Ling Jueyun said. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, a voice transmission rang out from Ling Jueyun's body. However, it was not Ling Jueyun's voice. "I can become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body. However, you have to promise me one thing." This was the voice of a woman. It was elegant yet carried a trace of coldness, and when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "What is it?" Duan Lingtian asked. "When you're strong enough, you have to avenge my former master and kill the person who killed her," the woman said. "Avenge my former master?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow before he said indifferently, "If the person who killed your former master deserves to be killed, I can avenge your former master. However, if your former master is a heinous person who deserves to be killed, then the person who killed your former master is merely enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. I'm afraid I can't comply with your request." Although the offer of a divine weapon's soul was tempting, Duan Lingtian was not the kind of person who would kill the innocent for the sake of benefits. "You have some principles, as expected of someone whom Xianxia has taken a liking to," the woman said. Based on her tone, it was obvious she was not affected by the offer. "I'll do as you say." Upon hearing the woman's words, Duan Lingtian knew the person she wanted him to help her kill was someone who deserved to be killed. "I'll enter your sea of consciousness now. Don't resist. After entering your sea of consciousness, I'll gradually merge with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body and become its new sword soul." As soon as the woman finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw a flash before his eyes. Then, a green light that resembled smoke entered his body. Chaos Divine Earth U. When the green light entered his body and entered his sea of consciousness, Duan Lingtian hurriedly called out to the Chaos Divine Earth, hoping it could restrict the profound divine metal's energy that was protecting his sea of consciousness. Although the profound divine metal was in a deep slumber, it was still protecting his sea of consciousness. Therefore, the woman would not be able to enter his sea of consciousness. "Don't worry." However, the Chaos Divine Earth seemed to know what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. "Her soul isn't something the profound divine metal can block." Profound divine metal? Chaos Divine Earth? Chaos Divine Flame? At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a fluctuation in his sea of consciousness. Then, the woman's voice rang in his sea of consciousness. The woman's clear and cold voice was clearly filled with astonishment at this moment. "And the divine tree of life. You actually made it acknowledge you as its master?" She knew Duan Lingtian had won the divine tree of life, but she did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to make the divine tree of life acknowledge him as its master. "As it turns out, you have 99 heavenly veins. No wonder Xianxia likes you." A hint of emotion could be heard in the woman's voice as she spoke. "What do you mean Xianxia likes me? What do you mean?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "Aren't you Xianxia's successor in the Devata realms?" The woman was puzzled. "No," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Xianxia and I are relatives at most. I call him third uncle." "Relatives? You call him third uncle? Are you from the Xia clan?" "No." "Your surname is Duan." The woman asked, "Are you the illegitimate child of the patriarch of the Xia clan?" "You're his illegitimate daughter." Duan Lingtian scoffed. "Then, why did you call him third uncle?" The woman asked again. "My wife is the daughter of the Xia clan, Xia Ning Shui." Duan Lingtian replied. Xia Ning Shui was Ker's name in her past life. "Xia Ning Shui?" The woman exclaimed in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. "How's that possible? Xia Ning Shui died because she refused to marry into the Yun clan. Even if she's still alive, how could she have such a weak husband like you? Believe it or not, it's up to you." When Conqueror was mentioned, Duan Lingtian's mood was slightly heavy and irritated. The woman seemed to have sensed Duan Lingtian's emotions as well. She remained silent and remained in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at Ling Jueyun indifferently. "I didn't expect you to be from the divine offering land." Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian seriously and said in a deep voice, "Although my sister Huang has chosen to become the sword soul of your 7 orifices exquisite sword and serve you as its master, if I find out that you've humiliated her and forced her to do something she doesn't want to do, I, Ling Jueyun, will seek justice for her even at the cost of my life. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself." Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Jueyun sarcastically and walked out of the hall, leaving Ling Jueyun with his back to him. He knew what Ling Jueyun meant. He was worried that he would force the future sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword to do something she didn't want to do. For example, to serve him and do the things between men and women. However, was Duan Lingtian that kind of person? Although Duan Lingtian knew Ling Jueyun was doing this to protect the sword soul, and he could understand why Ling Jueyun would do this, he still felt insulted. However, when he followed Duan Lingtian out of the hall, not only was Ling Jueyun not displeased by Duan Lingtian's attitude, but he even smiled. At this moment he was certain. Duan Lingtian was a trustworthy person. The third form of the Chaos Divine Earth, the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame, and the second form of the Profound Divine Metal. How did you do it? When Duan Lingtian walked out of the audience hall, the woman's extremely surprised voice sounded out in his spiritual sea. "Hee. Little girl, you should be talking about the third form of the Profound Divine Metal. Once the Profound Divine Metal wakes up, it'll be able to merge with the first form of the Profound Divine Metal and evolve into the third form of the Profound Divine Metal." The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled. "Chaos Divine Earth, why are you willing to share a body with the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame? Aren't the 5 divine elements very arrogant and unwilling to share a body with the other divine elements?" The woman asked in surprise. "Girl, before you ask me this question, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" The Chaos Divine Earth asked. "My name is Huang and I'm the soul of a prominent divine weapon. Soon, I'll become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body." The woman replied. "Huang. That's a nice name. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.